We are live at CollectCo for tonight's Facebook record sale, YouTube sale, etc., etc. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. Welcome, everybody. We are here and ready to sell. Mike and Craig, the first two. Y'all did not surprise me one bit. Let's hit the like button. Let's hit the share button. Let's hit the copy link button. Let's hit the share. Let's hit the group button. I'm going to share it there. I'm going to share it here. And I'm going to share it here. Okay? Now we're done there. Let's hit copy link. Right on time, as usual. Right on time. 5 o'clock-ish. MIT Lab, you're the first over on YouTube, it looks like. Right on time. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Dun, dun. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, I was looking for my email. There it is. And let's hit copy link there. What's the song of your day? What's stuck in my head right now? Crazy Train. That's what's stuck in my head right now. Crazy Train. I'm sharing links and posting. Okay. Okay, I think I've got all that shared. Let's go tag top fans. Okay. Here we go. Welcome, everybody. I've got everything shared. Now I can start talking and focusing, and I brought all my drink stuff back here, and the show is officially began. We are here, and I'm about to start selling records. as soon as I pour these energy packets into this drink. I'd like to welcome everybody. Nice, cool, low, laid-back Tuesday night. That's probably about to get absolutely insane here in a second. So, here we go. And let me pour this in here. And let me pour this in here. And figure out who I am and what I'm doing. I just got to figure out who I am, what I'm doing. Tanner's shutting the door on me. Good, I don't want to see you either. All right, here we go. I need to go ahead and put this in a sleeve. And let's see what we got here. All right. Oop, I'm showing too much. Huh. Let's get this in a nice boarding bag here. All right, let me get this stuff out of my way here. John has loaded me up full of sealed records here again. And there's a few of my last remaining empty sleeves. And sealed records. Oh, hanky panky just fell out. We don't want to lose the hanky panky. Okay. All right. That needs to be right in there, I think. Oh no, I can't see the table, so I don't know where to put the camera right now. I'll put this down here. And let's move these. Let's move Ozzy. Good old Ozzy. There's a big stack of autographs for us tonight. John, I'm not for sure where you're going to put anything, but we'll do it. We'll get it figured out. Here's the unsold autographs, which I'm going to list elsewhere. All right. Okay. Where's that box I was going through last night? Is this it? I bet this was it. There's a nice vintage delivery. Excellent. Is this the other box I was working out of? Okay. The show has begun. First thing we're going to do is put up a sealed original roadie soundtrack. This is roadie. This is a 2LP. Alice Cooper, Cheap Trick, Blondie, Jay Ferguson, Hank Williams Jr. It's a sealed original soundtrack. $15 start on that. $15 start on that. That's now up for bid. It's a sealed OG. And the first thing we have is how much is Doug Karn? That was VG Plus $54.99. Black Jazz label VG Plus $54.99. Roadie's a $15 start. The first question I've seen other than Collins is the Santana. Santana is on its way. It'll be here tomorrow. How many Fleetwood Mac boxes are we getting? I got 12. We've got 10 pre-orders. I've got 12. We've got 10 pre-orders. We're getting them all. I get a lot of questions quite often about pre-orders. How many, I've had 2 or 3 people ask me this week already on how many Tracy Chapmans I'm getting. I honestly don't know till they ship them. I wish they would tell me stuff like that, but they don't tell me stuff like that. So luckily, Santana's already shipped and Fleetwood Mac, but we're getting Ed. I noticed the message come in. I meant to tell Ed to give a standard reply. We're getting pretty bombarded, people asking about Tracy Chapman, and we really won't know until they ship, which is still, I think, 2 weeks out. So I'll have to just keep letting people know we don't know about Tracy. Tracy's a mystery until she arrives. So Tracy is a big mystery until she arrives. Santana is $33.99. Those should be here tomorrow. Let me see if there was any new vinyl today. There's one crate over here. Yeah, I think we have one crate tonight. The other distributor with the big order, that should be here tomorrow. But yeah, I'm sure lots of people's concerned about the Tracy Chapman, and I wish I had more information for you, but I honestly don't. And everybody's really wanting to make sure they get one. But that is a limited edition deal, so we'll see what happens. Let's go ahead and put up our first New Orleans single, Hell in Love, the Bubblegum Killers EP. This is going to go up for a $5 start. This is on pink vinyl, bubblegum pink vinyl, Hell in Love, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. That's up for bid. The sealed roadie soundtrack is a $15 start. Santana is on colored vinyl, yes, $33.99. And Steelheart is coming out this week. They have shipped, or they're about to ship. Yes. And let's see what else is going on here. Steelheart, Santana, tons. There's a bunch of new releases this week, just not too long before Record Store Day. So, and there's a ton next week as well. I just posted a Wasp pre-order. Santana's in the group for pre-order as well, but that's a pretty tight one. We're pretty close to having that one almost sold out before I have even arrived. Okay, here's some stuff that's sold. Bella Fleck, Fleetwood Mac, Tyler Childers, Zappa, Kenny Wayne, Fleetwood Mac, Zappa, Avett Brothers, Offspring, Bad Religion, Red Hot, Stabbing Westwood, Offspring, Soundgarden, Bad Religion, Bonnie Raitt, Martha Vandellas, Genesis, Kenny Wayne, Fleetwood Mac, Sponge, Fleetwood Mac, Day to Remember, Brittany Fox, Samantha Fish. So only a few things on here. Make sure Oso Adventure gets a Santana. First thing we have is the Half-Speed Master. This is Venus and Mars. This is a Gatefold 2 LP, $46.99 for Paul McCartney. Venus and Mars. Ministry is called The Squirrely Years. Green and Black Splatter, $36.99 on Green and Black Splatter. 3 copies of the new Alison Krauss album Remain. Arcadia, $33.99 for Alison Krauss. The new Van Halen, Live in Dallas, 1991, $39.99 for Van Halen. And then I had 2 copies of this Bobby Wush and Kenny Wayne Shepherd band, and these are officially sold. The first one over here went to Matt Lawson. Thank you, Matt Lawson. That is sold to you. You get Kenny Wayne Shepherd band, and the other one at $39.99. And this is sold to Aaron Civic. Thank you, Aaron Civic. That is sold to you. So we're sold out of those, and I don't have any more left until I can order more. And then the new Brittany Fox, which is limited edition white vinyl. One of these was officially sold. One of these was officially sold to Rebecca Barber. Thank you, Rebecca. That is sold to you. All right. And then we have the Bubblegum Killers. That's on pink vinyl. That's a final call for $5. And nobody's been on the Roadie soundtrack. That's a final call for $15. Final call to get a bid on the Roadie soundtrack. I got more sealed records here. The next sealed record is Earth, Wind, and Fire. This is a full album. It's called Heritage. It's a sealed original. That is a $15 start on that. All right. So I got Brittany Fox for $39. We have Van Halen, Live in Dallas, Alison Krauss, Ministry, and Paul McCartney. And that was the newest stuff left. We had 5 crates of new vinyl last night. That's all that's left is right there. Just all those extra duplicates I ordered. I was like, you know what? We're going to need some extra Brittany Foxes and Van Halen. So I've got them for the rest of the week. Maybe they'll be gone before Saturday when I say goodnight. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All righty. So, lots of great vintage stuff tonight, lots of great auctions, and tons of 45s as usual. Let's go ahead and go through another crate over here. And this is some stuff that was shown literally probably around midnight last night. And we go ahead and post it the next day in the group. And if you don't have it now, then if you didn't watch it last night and got it now, you can grab it now. Whatever I'm trying to say, you get what I'm trying to say. I hope you get what I'm trying to say. We're going to run through these 2-3 crates right quick, very quickly. 2-3 crates here right quickly, and then we'll go ahead and get into some new stuff. Richard Zeinert is in on Richard Zeinert's in on Roadie. He has that for $15. That is a final call. No bid on Earth, Wind, and Fire, and no bid on the first New Orleans single there. All right, first thing in here was Genesis. This was selling England by the pound. This is still available. Genesis selling England by the pound. That's on clear vinyl, and that is $24.99 for Genesis. That's on clear vinyl. I have one of those left. Also, Elbow's Flying Dreams 1. That's on green vinyl. Elbow, $19.99 on that. 2 copies of the Talking Heads, Little Creatures, and that's on blue vinyl. Talking Heads, Little Creatures, blue vinyl, Road to Nowhere, and She Was, Stay Up Late. We have Rex Orange County. That is sealed for $19.99. First time that was on vinyl. And Pink Floyd, music from the film More. That is $24.99. There is a bit on the Bubblegum Killers. That's on pink vinyl. GMB has that for $5. Now everything's a final call. The Avett Brothers. This one's called True Sadness. We sold Emotionalism. I hadn't got to that one yet, so this one's still available. The Avett Brothers. That's sealed for $29.99. Also, we have Nate Smith, Kinfolk 2, See the Birds. That is sealed for $24.99. One copy here of Off with the Heads, Be Good. Off with the Heads is sealed, $19.99. And Martha and the Vandellas Dance Party. We actually did sell one of these. This is sold to John Smetzer. They're sealed for $19.99. I have one extra copy left if anybody wants it. REM, this one is called Collapse Into Now. Those are new and sealed for $29.99. REM. Gazpacho, Missa Tropos, excuse me, sealed $19.99. And Punch Brothers, All Ashore. The Punch Brothers is sealed $19.99. How much is Earth, Wind, Fire? It does not have a bid. I'm looking for a $15 start. And I'm going to go ahead and sell the Bubblegum Killers to Jim B for $5. Thank you, Jim B. That is sold to you for $5. First 45 of the night is sold to Jim B for $5. And Rhodey is sold, and this was sealed, and it's sold to Richard Ziner for just $15. What a great price. Sealed Rhodey, $15. And that's sold to Richard Ziner. Thank you. That's gone. Let's go ahead and put that right over here, and let's see what else I can come up with in this little batch of stuff right here. Next auction is actually going to be John Lennon. It's a French pressing. It appears to be French. These are usually French. It is Live Piece Toronto. That is sealed, unopened. That's a $15 start. Next New Orleans single is going up right now. It is More to Enjoy, Volume 1. Nasty But Fair Records, Fantastic 3, Pluto Goes Surfing. That's going to go up for a $5 start, and it is on yellow vinyl. That's now up for bid, a $5 start on that. Also, we have Red Hot Chili Peppers, Love Unlimited. Those are sealed, just $24.99. Pool Kids is sealed, unopened, $14.99. One left. Also, Black Country New Road. I have one copy. That is sealed for $19.99. 2 copies of Knocked Loose, clear and mint colored vinyl, $29.99. Tyler Childers, Country Squire. This is sold to Glenn Kesey. That was my only copy. Just $19.99 on Tyler Childers. That is sold. Samantha Fish, Kill or Be Kind. That was my only copy of that. That's sold to Bill Samus. If anybody else wants one of these, we might can put you on a waiting list. A Day to Remember is sealed on red vinyl. That's sold to Ben Dygert. Thank you, Ben Dygert. That is sold to you. And we have a Genesis selling England by the pound. This is sold to Scott Beebe. Thank you, Scott Beebe. That's sold to you. And I actually have a correction. Scott Beebe was actually first on Samantha Fish. Let's change this actually to Scott Beebe. Bill, your comment came in 19 minutes ago. Scott Beebe actually 8 hours ago claimed it. I'm just now seeing that. So Scott Beebe got Samantha Fish. His comment has like 5 claims in it. Fleetwood Mac, Genesis, Samantha Fish, and Genesis. So Scott Beebe was first to that. Also, we got Spock's Beard, the Oblivion Particle. Spock's Beard is sealed, Prague, $34.99. And Kodak Black is $29.99. That's a 2 LP. We still got those. Steven Wilson is sealed for $34.99. And this Zappa, this is You Can't Do That on Stage Anymore. This one, the first one to officially claim this Zappa was R.J. Myers. That is sold to R.J. Myers. Thank you. And then Ivan R., you were second. Unfortunately, I only have one of those. And the last record in here was Bella Fleck, and this was actually sold to Scott Smith. Thank you, Matthew Sebastian wants Spock's Beard. What a cool name of a band. Spock's Beard. That's sold to Matthew Sebastian. And Noah Khan here is at a great price. Stick Season at $34.99. Paul Sponable, You Get More to Enjoy for $6. Earth, Wind, and Fire is sold to Richard Ziner for $15. And wow, Sealed John Lennon for $15 if anybody wants that. Sealed John Lennon for $15 if anybody wants that. That is Live Piece Toronto. Sealed and open. There is some tears in the shrink, as you can tell. The corners are kind of exposed, but it is a sealed copy. $15 on that. Any Moby Grape, that could pop up tonight in the Vintage New Arrivals bin at any given time. Moby Grape is something we get in quite often. First thing we have going up for auction right now is going to be Let's see what back here I have in our other sealed batch. This is a pretty cool sealed record. Kingfish. It has no cutout marks. Oh, maybe a small clip corner. Maybe a small clip corner, but it's got a hop sticker advertising Bob Weir. That is sealed, a $20 start. I did sell George Thorogood. I do have another one. Let me see if I can find it. I do have another one in maybe my surprise box tonight. I guess it's not a surprise anymore. I have one, I should say, in the stuff over here I really didn't have ready, which only thing I got to do is re-sleeve them and get them priced. Let me see if I can find it over here. I do think I have one other George Thorogood, though, somewhere or another. I think I have one other signed George Thorogood. It's possibly somewhere right over in here. Let me see if I can get my hand on it. If not, it'll have to be tomorrow. Quick flip right off the bat. I don't see it. I've got 3 crates and then a rack, kind of a rack shelf over here of authenticated autographs that I've been working in. Yep, I have found George Thorogood. Yeah, I have one over here tonight that I'll be running as well. Probably a little bit later, but yeah, I do have one. And then we have a Shakedown getting the John Lennon for $15. Thank you. So yeah, I do have one. And Kingfish is a $20 star. I do have one. It'll be a little bit later, but when I run it, maybe not 8 o'clock, maybe another hour or so. It's already 6 o'clock. That is sold, okay? And now, first thing we have is, I'm going to read through these comments one more time, or not these comments. I'm going to read through these records one more time. We had Elbow and Talking Heads, Rex Orange County, Pink Floyd, Averitt Brothers, Off With Their Heads, Nate Smith, and then Martha Vandellis. REM, we had Gazpacho, Punch Brothers, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Pool Kids. We had the Black Country New Road, Knocked Loose, Day to Remember, Spock's Beard, Kodak Black, Steven Wilson, and Noah Kahn, okay? That's what's all available there. Kingfish is a $20 start. And next thing I have over here is next from the New Orleans collection. And the next from the New Orleans collection is the Briefs. And this is Gary, looking through Gary Glitter's eyes. The Briefs is a $5 start. That's over here. John Lennon's already sold. Let me put this crate right. Where should I put this crate? Let me put this crate right back over here on the table. And if anybody changes their mind, you're like, you know what, Chad? I probably should have went ahead and bought everything that's left in that bin. I'll be like, no problem. I'll tag you everything that's left in there. All right. Got my Spock's Beard. Yep. I got a Spock's Beard full for you. Yep, Spock's Beard's been pulled for you. Next LP going up for auction right now is going to be, how about we start with Janet Jackson here, Control. Janet Jackson's an 86 US Indianapolis OG, a club and RCA Music Service edition, original on her sleeve, a $25 start. $25 start. Till Tuesday did sell last night. Yep, we sold till Tuesday. We sold till Tuesday. Yep, that sold last night. I'll go through the no-bid autographs actually in just 1 second. There's only a handful left out of a whole crate. Give me 1 second though. I'm over here drinking my caffeine mixture, and I've already sent Laura out to the coffee shop to get more. I was like, Laura, you're on the most important mission of the night. Here's the unsold autographs. I'll run through those in just a second. The Briefs has bids. First in here was Strapping Young Lad. Strapping Young Lad was sealed on neon yellow vinyl for $34.99. Strapping Young Lad. Genesis Invisible Touch. This was sealed at $24.99. Genesis Invisible Touch. I've got 2 copies, and the first one here, Genesis Invisible Touch, was sold to Mike Bartlett. Thank you, Mike Bartlett. You get a Genesis Invisible Touch. Also, Scott Beebe gets a Genesis Invisible Touch. That's also sold to Scott Beebe. So thank you, Scott, on that. And the other person, which was Mike Bartlett. And we have 5 Seconds of Summer. That was sealed on mystery colored vinyl for $29.99. Barry White, No Limit on Love. Barry White was sealed for $19.99. We have Sponge, and we only had 1 copy left of Sponge, and it did get grabbed. Sponge was officially sold over here. I am holding Sponge, and this is sold to Eric Fisher. Thank you, Eric Fisher. That is sold to you. Now, nobody bid on the Bob Weir Kingfish sealed. That's a $20 buy now if anybody wants it. I'm going to put it right over here. The Briefs is now at $6 of Ryan Anderson, which means Brian Call, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. And then Derek, and then we have Janet Jackson Control. This is an 86 US club copy, no bid, looking for a $25 start on that. Shakedown gets the sealed Kingfish. Nice pickup there. Sealed copy for $20. Thank you on that. That is sold to you. Let's go ahead and put that away. That is done. Shakedown gets Kingfish. That is sold. And then over here, we have Cigarettes After Sex. That is sealed for $29.99. Cigarettes After Sex, we got 3 copies of that. Blonde Shell, still got 2 copies of Blonde Shell, sealed, $19.99. The Offspring, I think we sold a couple of these. This is sealed, $24.99. Offspring, one goes to Matt Shocker. Thank you, Matt Shocker. And Matt Shocker actually also wanted that Red Hot Chili Peppers from the previous crate over here. So Matt Shocker also got this Red Hot Chili Peppers Love Unlimited. Let's also tag this to Matt Shocker. Thank you, Matt Shocker. That's so to you as well. We have Offspring, 2 copies of that. Let's make sure nobody else wanted one. Yep, Josh Tanner also got one. There's one for Josh Tanner. There's 1 copy of Taylor's version of 1989 on pink vinyl. That is $29.99. And Ashley McBride, this is sealed $19.99, Linville. And I got Gazpacho. Gazpacho is sealed for $24.99. Let me pause right here with MoFi, Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, Weezer Pinkerton, $44.99. Janet Jackson did get a bid. That's a $25 buy now on Janet Jackson. Let me put her right here. The Briefs is sold for $6 to Ryan Anderson. Thank you, Ryan. That is so to you. And then Derek Clark wants an Iron Maiden X Factor. No problem. Derek Clark, Iron Maiden X Factor. And Derek Clark, I'm going to start the show tomorrow on time just for you. I'm going to be here at 5 o'clock tomorrow just for Derek Clark to be on time. He says he waits every day at 5 and I'm never here on time. I'm like, that makes me sad. I've got to do something about that. Ivan R. gets this right here for $25. Ivan R. gets Janet Jackson. Dennis Daly was second. And then the Bon Jovi autograph's already sold, unfortunately. We sold Bon Jovi last night. Somebody swept in and got that. Also, we have Fleetwood Mac. This is Mr. Wonderful. This is so to Scott Beebe. Thank you, Scott Beebe. That's so to you. He got Fleetwood Mac, he got Genesis, he got Samantha Fish and the other Genesis, so his comment is done. We have Coldplay still available for $24.99, and I've got 2 copies of Soundgarden, and these are just $29.99 for Bad Motor Fingers. Soundgarden is $29.99. And let's give one of those to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. I got you down for a Soundgarden. And let's see if there was anybody else on a Soundgarden. I don't think there is. Should be 1 extra copy there if anybody else wants it. Now, we also have, here's what's left of our autographs. So our autographs that did not sell last night, these are what's available. The Nighthawks, I've got 5 signed different albums. All signed by the Nighthawks, most of them completely signed. Those are only $45 a piece. If you want to see the albums further, let me know. We got Dave Alvin from the Blasters. That's $45. Webb Pierce is $45. These are all signed. Hoyt Axton is $45. Peter, Paul, and Mary is signed by Paul Stokey and Peter Yarrow. $75 on that, and they doodled, or I think Paul doodled on the back. And then we got Steve Joliffe from Tangerine Dream. That's only $45. Delbert McClinton's $45. And the only other one that's not $45 other than Peter, Paul, and Mary is Jerry Jeff Walker. Jerry Jeff Walker's $95. And I'm pretty sure I've told y'all the last 2 that sold on eBay, I sold on eBay almost 6 and 8 months ago, and we sold 2 Jerry Jeff Walkers for $180 and $250, but those were not personalized like that. That's got all kinds of other writing on it too. He's wrote Texas MFer and all kinds of stuff. Okay, so anybody else on anything in here? First thing we have, New Lamb of God reissue. I think so. Are you sure that comes out this week? I don't think that's this week. I think that's coming up soon, though. The Tangerine Dream autograph is sold to Rebecca Howitt. That sold for $45. Thank you. And I got about 10. I don't have as much quantity tonight, but I've got 10 high-quality signed albums, and then I've got 10, like, autograph photos from actors. So, but yeah, we end up selling the Wanda Jacksons in a bundle deal to somebody. I sold all the Wanda Jacksons in a bundle deal. However, I do have more country. I plan on running autographs all this week. I've got to basically just get them ready. I've got some kind of tag for tonight, like 10 quality, and then I've got some surprises for later in the night. Let's go ahead and get started. Here we go. And Soundgarden. Yeah, it looks like, let me make sure nobody else got one in the hot video or the flip video. Yes, there's one Soundgarden left if you want it, okay? So, yeah, she's went and got the blue juice. Thank you, Laura. I've told her that wouldn't become a habit, but I can't get here on time to begin with. And so she's been having to go get it for me every day because I'm so late, and I was here like standing in front behind the camera at 5:10, but I had to look up some stuff. I had to talk to Tanner. I had to talk to John about these 45s. And the next thing I know, it's 5:30. John Anderson, this is a sealed original from 1980, a sealed original. John Anderson of Yes, Song of 7. That's going to go up for a $20 start. If anybody wants any of those autographs that I just showed, or you want to see them closer, just let me know, okay? Time flies. I mean, it's amazing. Like, you'll be doing something, and it's like, all right, 5:05, 5:10. It's not too bad. Let me go ahead and go live. Oh, well, let me look at this. Let me look at this. Next thing you know, it's 5:30, which is a big difference, I think, from starting at 5:05 and 5:30. We have Porter Wagner and Dolly Parton together always. Long stereo play, LSP. 4761. This is a sealed Porter Wagner Dolly Parton. It's unopened with no saw marks, a $35 start. Sealed Porter and Dolly, and then John Anderson. Here is our next New Orleans single. This is the Star Spangles, and this is going to go up for a $5 start, the Star Spangles. Let's tag a few more things in here. The first thing I have is Oak Crow Medicine Show, Paint This Town. That is sealed on clear vinyl, $19.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, and I think we've sold most of these, actually. They're sealed at only $29.99. Uh-oh, Blue Juice. There's that. I'll take my debit card. Definitely want that back. Things are about to get even crazier. Oh, my gosh. This is the moment. I usually wake up and I start thinking about these things. I'm like, oh, boy. Time to go get a Blue Juice. I'm a junkie. This is really bad. This is, y'all are seeing a live addiction here on Facebook and YouTube. Live addiction. All right, let's go ahead and show Fleetwood Mac here, $29.99. Glenn Kesey, thank you. He got a Fleetwood Mac Rumors. Matt Lawson wants a Fleetwood Mac self-titled. I don't remember showing Fleetwood Mac self-titled, but I will go ahead and jump up here and show that. I think one more of these sold, didn't they? Yeah, Jeremiah Stasich wants a Fleetwood Mac. Well, actually, he didn't say which one, and there's two different ones. I've got to reply and make sure those people actually want these. I'll go ahead and say they're available because we might have one extra copy, but $29.99 on that. And then we have Bad Religion, and these are sealed for $24.99. Bad Religion, and the first one here was claimed. The first one here was claimed by Matt Shiker. He got Offspring, Bad Religion, Red Hot Chili Peppers. So that's everything he wanted. And then there was one other Bad Religion claimed. These are sealed on colored vinyl. Seth Weeby also gets one. That is sold to Seth Weeby. And now I have one extra Bad Religion there if anybody else wants it. Bonnie Raitt, this is sealed, and this is officially sold to John Smetzer. Thank you. That's sold. Brian Call gets that third and final Bad Religion. That is sold to Brian Call. Thank you. And then we got over here, we got a Soundgarden officially sold to Ryan Eaton. Yes, I forgot your comment there. So let's sell this to Brian Call, or excuse me, no, Soundgarden is sold to Ryan Eaton. Now, let me go ahead. What I'm going to do is let me make a note here. Let me see. I don't think there's a Fleetwood Mac self-titled coming up. No, there's not. So let me ask Matt, did you mean Rumors? Unless Matt Lawson, you're watching, did you mean Rumors or Mr. Wonderful, which was the name of that other album, which was, yeah, it was called Mr. Wonderful, right? And then over here, I'm going to ask Matt, Matt Stachis, did you mean Rumors or Mr. Wonderful? Because there was two Fleetwood Macs. Some people might hop off the video and not realize there's another album by the same artist twice on there. So, what we'll do is I got to confirm from those people. Let's go ahead and write down B. Gant 72 and then Robert Matthews on Rumors. Let's make a sticky, and if they don't reply before the end of the show, I'll figure out who got those, okay? But right now, they could both be sold. I'm not for sure. Next thing is Robert Finley, Going Platinum, sealed $29.99. I've got Winona Judd on pink vinyl. That's sealed for $24.99. Peter Hamill, sealed, $19.99 on Peter Hamill. And then Knocked Loose, a different shade of blue. Don't forget, this artist has a 5-heart rating from Laura. Wow, sealed $29.99. We have Jungle Brothers. This is straight out of the Jungle Record Store Day, $24.99. Young Gravy was sealed for $39.99. And then Stabbing Westward. I skipped over something there. First, this Stabbing Westward was claimed by Jonathan Roberts. Thank you, Jonathan Roberts. That's so to you. Adam Bullock wants a Knocked Loose. Now there's one, Knocked Loose left. And then also, I skipped over something here. Another Ashley McBride, The Devil I Know, sealed $24.99. All right, I don't think any of these got bids. By the way, B. Gant, have you bought from us before? B. Gant, have you bought from us before? Let me know. Nobody bid on this. Star Spangled, so that's a $5 buy it now. Nobody bid on the sealed Porter and Dolly, $35. And nobody bid on John Anderson, so $20 buy it now. $20 buy it now, $35 buy it now. Star Spangles is a $5 buy it now. And yes, that's a different one from last night. Also, Jungle Brothers is sold to Colin Butler. Thank you, Colin Butler. We got one Smashing Pumpkins Gish, one, that's available. $34.99. Usher coming home. Usher is sealed for $29.99. The sealed Porter and Dolly is sold to Jason Boxel for $35. Thank you, that's sold. That's sealed Porter and Dolly. $35. That is so. B. Gantz bought from us before. Okay, you and Robert Matthews are pending on these Fleetwood Mac rumors. As soon as I hear back from Matt Lawson and Jeremiah Stasich, I'll let y'all know if y'all got those or not, okay? Big Sean, Detroit 2, that's sealed for $19.99. And the Avery Brothers, Emotionalism. This is sold over here to Charlie Sales. Thank you, Charlie Sales. That's sold to you, $29.99. That was unfortunately my only copy of that. We have the Gaslight Anthem. That's sealed for $19.99. And then Floating Points, Elena, or something like that, Elaenaa, that's $29.99. Also, Wise Bloods is just $19.99 on blue vinyl. And Perfume Genius, Ugly Season, sealed, $19.99. John Anderson is sold to Bob Goodyear for $20. Next auction is going up right now. Actually, I can probably go ahead and put up this. Well, let me run the JSA code on it, figure out who all signed it. But first, here's Madonna, which is an 84 U.S. specialty OG club copy of Like a Virgin. And there's no condition notes. And it has the original inner sleeve. This is really clean. A $25 start. Adam bought two different Knocked Loose. He bought the one with the burning cross. Adam bought the one with the burning cross, and then you didn't buy that one. So that one sold to you, and you got the other one from the previous bin. I'm pretty sure. So nobody on the Star Spangles. That's a $5 start. And we have over here our next New Orleans single, The Johnnies. And this is Injun Joe. The Johnnies is a $5 start. That's now up for bid, okay? We have Not So Guy Clark. Nope. Autographs will start here in about 30 minutes, okay? And Jeff Malwitz wants the Dave Alvin auto. You got it. So the autographs from last night that didn't sell, Delbert McClinton, $45. Jerry Jeff, $95. Paul and Peter, $75. Hoyt Axton, $45. Ware Pierce, $45. And there's Dave Allen. And that is sold to Jeff Malwitz for $45. And I still got all those signed Nighthawks albums, okay? The Johnnies and Madonna is now up for bid. And I have make sure I pulled everything from this video. Like. And then I'll see, I'm going to tell Ivan or the Zappa already sold. And then I got Charlie, I got him, I got all them. That's done. And then done. Let Bill Samus know this already sold. And I think that's everybody from the video. Let me see if they've replied to me yet. They hadn't replied to me. Yep, Matt did. He said he wanted Mr. Wonderful. Okay, that unfortunately already sold. Yeah, that one already sold. Okay, let me go ahead and let him know that already sold. Sorry, Matt Lawson, that already sold. And then I just got to hear back from Jeremiah Stasich. All right, so that means the first rumors is sold to B. Gant. B. Gant, that means you do get a rumors. That's sold to you. B. Gant 72. And then Robert Matthews, you're next. So if Jeremiah didn't want Fleetwood Mac rumors, then that is yours, okay? I replied, all good. Sorry about that, Matt. Yeah, there was two Fleetwood Macs, and I just had to make sure because it was causing some confusion if we had a sold on that or not. Sounds like I need to order some Mr. Wonderful, and it sounds like I need to order copies of Rumors. I do have the 2LP in stock. I do have the 2LP version of Rumors in stock, which I've been waiting for somebody to finally perhaps buy that, but as of right now, no claims yet. How about we do a random recent half off bin to start the show? Let's do a random recent half off bin to start the show. That's always exciting. Let's get straight into some recent half off stuff, and let's update these auctions. And you did get a Kenny Wayne Shepherd. Yeah, everybody that got a Kenny Wayne Shepherd did. If I've liked your comment on those flip videos, that means you got it. If I've replied WL, that means it's something I can reorder, and I've put you on a waiting list. If I've said already sold, then that means somebody got it before you in the flip video. Okay, so here we go. And Madonna has one bid for $25, final call. And nobody's bid on the Johnnies. That's a $5 start. The Rumors 2LP is $64.99. And as y'all know, it's an incredible sounding record. How about Bob Marley here? This is called Legend, the best of Bob Marley. This is an 86 U.S. Carrollton reissue club, a Columbia House Press, VG condition, Bob Marley, a $15 start. $15 start there on Bob Marley. All right, let's go through a half-off vintage bin. This should always be very good. And let me mix up. I have not took a drink of this yet. Nice. All right, let's get started here. I'm going to put up new auctions in just a second. What an interesting artist name and cover. Tag, You're It. Predator score. This is now just $10. Tag, You're It. $10 on that. Playmates, Long Sweet Dreams. Playmates is $7.50. Carl Perkins and NRBQ. Carl Perkins is now $15. And the Philistines, $7.50 on the Philistines. Raw, Holy. This is in shrink on Coral Records, $7.50. The Johnnies is a buy it now for $5 if anybody wants it. Madonna is sold for $25, and that's sold to Christopher Lee. Final call on Bob Marley for $15. Also wanted to go ahead and run through these 45s here right quick. These are all $6.99. I had some here that I needed to show from last night, and these are very quickly $6.99. Status Quo, What You're Proposing. Janet Jackson, When I Think of You. The music from Dallas, the music story. Dallas, as in the TV show. Carpenters, Yesterday Once More, picture sleeve. ABC, When Smokey Sings. And a Birds promo, Cowgirl in the Sand. Those are all $6.99. We're going through a half-off bin. We also have Bob Marley with a new bid for $17. B. Gant 72 on Carl Perkins. Thank you. That's so to you. Also, we have Miles Davis, Kinda Blue. That is an 80s Columbia Jazz Masterpiece press, but the classic jazz album, just $13.50. $13.50 on that. Moonshot, Buffy Santamarie. Moonshot is $7.50. All those singles I just laid down are $6.99. Bob Wills is $7.50. The Tiffany Transcriptions. Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits Volume 2. $12.50 on Hank Williams Jr. Volume 2. Don Williams is only $5, especially for you. And Pure Prairie League, If the Shoe Fits, that is $7.50. Bob has a new bid for $16. Philip Wholesale. What are these 45s? These are all $6.99 each. The Birds, Cowgirls in the Sand promo. ABC, When Smokey Sings. Carpenters, Yesterday Once More. Dallas, The Music Story. Janet Jackson, When I Think of You. And Status Quo on Vertigo, What You're Proposing. Those are all $6.99 each. I'm going to put them right back there. Next is Philip Hope on Miles Davis. That is sold to Philip Hope. Brandon Lack, You Were Second. Ryan Eaton wants the Dallas 45. That's so to Ryan Eaton. Thank you. That's $6.99. And now we have a new bet on Bob Marley at $20. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is a sealed copy of the Ruthless People soundtrack. It's sealed. It's never been opened. It's going to go up for a $10 start. Next in the half-off bin, we're going through a half-off vintage bin, by the way. Willie Nelson Stardust. This is $7.50 on Willie Nelson. The Concert Sinatra, just $10 there on Sinatra. We have Ian Hunter, Overnight Angels. Ian Hunter is $12.50. Leo Kottke is $7.50. My Feet Are Smiling. Quarter Moon in a 10-cent town. That's Emmylou Harris. Emmylou is $7.50. Merle Haggard, 11 winners. Merle Haggard is $7.50. Big hits, High Tide and Green Grass, the Rolling Stones. Nice, clean stereo copy. Gatefold, and that's now just $17.50. First is Larry Smith on the Carpenters. That was for the picture sleeve here, right? That's sold to you for $6.99. Scott Reimer on the Willie Nelson. That's right here. That's sold to Scott Reimer. Mike Bartlett on Frank Sinatra, the Concert Sinatra, and then Mary Miles on Elkey for Leo Kottke. Now, Bob Marley got a new bid, right? 20 and then 22, and that means Tony McDaniel, you're out. Melissa Bailey on the Don Williams, half-off vintage bin, a recent half-off vintage bin to start the night. This is what we like here. Also, Emmylou Harris is $7.50. Elite Hotel. The next New Orleans single is going to go up right now, and the next New Orleans single is the Wild Mammoths. This is going to go up for a $5 star. That's now up for bid. The Wild Mammoths. We got Men at Work Cargo for $12.50. And nice, it's an 80s press, but a nice UK edition of Steve Miller Band Sailor, $12.50 for that. It looked like it was extremely clean. Extremely nice looking copy there. I'm going to move around some of these photographs and autographs and stuff I've got laying around everywhere. I've got an insane desk. Okay, let's go over here and find what I was going to auction next. Let's see here. Let me figure out where I left off. I had a handful of really good looking singles. I think they're right in here. Yeah. Okay, next 45 here. I've never seen this before. This is live at Royal Albert Hall. Eric Clapton, 2009 EC Access exclusive. London, February 18th, 1991. Eric Clapton, a single from Royal Albert Hall. It says 2009 Eric Clapton Access exclusive. $7 start on Eric Clapton. That's now up for bid. Eric Clapton is a $7 start. That's now up for bid. Eric Clapton. That's now up for bid. First thing we have was Bob Marley got new bids for $25, $27, then $30. B. Gann on Men at Work. That's sold. Wild Mammoth has a bid for $5. Eric Clapton's a $7 start. Pat Benatar is $7.50. Get Nervous. Pete Shelley, Blue Eyes. Pete Shelley is $5. Wild Mammoth has a new bid for $6. Jerry Reed, Hot and Mighty is $7.50. Dean Martin is $5. And Pilot, Whoa, 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 It's Magic. $10. I've always got to mention that song. Hal Stewart and Shrinking Hot. Year of the Cat. That's only $10 on Year of the Cat. Also, we have Wings Over America, the Triple Live, Paul McCartney, $15 on that. And Steely Dan Pretzel Logic. It is an MCA, kind of a later choral label, but it's nice, and that is $17.50. If anybody wants the sealed Ruthless People soundtrack, it's only a $10 buy it now. That's the sealed Ruthless People soundtrack, $10 buy it now, if anybody wants that. The original motion picture soundtrack, $10 on that. We're going through half off finish bin right now. We've been through the new flip video stuff from last night. Got all that tagged, and now we're chipping away at all of the stuff in here. First thing we had was Eric Clapton. Did get a bid from Brandon for $7. Wild Mammoth also $7. Bob Marley $35. Bob Marley out with John. Wild Mammoth $8. Wild Mammoth $7. Jason Hughes on Wings. That is so to Jason Hughes. Cody Wright picking up the Jerry Reed. That's so to him. George Samberes on Paul McCartney. Was there a Paul McCartney in here? Paul, oh, that was Wings. You were second on that. John Franz on RP, and that was the Ruthless People soundtrack for $10. Melanie Jennings on the Al Stewart. Make sure that goes in for $10. We have B. Gant first on Steely Dan, and Game Vias, you were third on Wings. Next thing we have is Wilbert Harrison, Kansas City, and now this is sold to Patrick Lear. And Patrick, you're going to get even a further discount, I think, than what you offered. I'm going to tag this for you at half off. This is sold to him at half off. Patrick Lear wanted that record last night. Patrick, that's what I knew. Last night I flipped through a couple crates and I couldn't find it. I reshuffled everything, and then here it is popped up. So sell that to Patrick Lear. He wanted that last night. He actually made an offer on it. I said, if I can find it, it's yours. Now I'll give it to you for the half off price. Play Dead, the first flower. Play Dead is $12.50. How about Steely Dan's Greatest Hits? And this was mastered by Bob Ludwig. $20 on that. Dwayne Eddy was $10. Have Twangy Guitar Will Travel. Don Williams is only $5. And Firefall is $5. Wow, great titles in here, and everything's non-check condition. This Clapton single just got one bid, and that is sold for $7, and that's sold to Brandon Lack. Thank you, Brandon. That is sold to you. And now the Wild Mammoths is at 10, and that's tied with Ryan and Robert Tomick. So, Robert, you're out. Robert Warner says he's done. Sandy put S, and I'm assuming that was for Steely Dan. Let me make sure that's right before I tag it. And then Melissa Bailey got Don Williams. And then Bob Marley is officially sold. Bob Marley is sold to Tony McDaniel for $35. Thank you, Tony. That is sold to you for $35. All right, where's my little stack of autographs? Let's see what I can find over here. And John's found 45s to go through. He sniffs those things out like a hound dog. He's found some 45s over here. Here's our first autograph of the night. This is really cool. This actually came from that collection. I remember a long time ago we went down to Atlanta and bought all those killer autographs or killer records. And that guy, he was kind of like a Dale. He was kind of like a roadie and got to meet a lot of people. And he got to meet John Sebastian multiple times. John Sebastian, original, of course, lead singer of the band Lovin' Spoonful, Do You Believe in Magic, Hot Time in the City. He performed at Woodstock. This is a really cool record. It's a Taiwanese bootleg unofficial on orange vinyl, and it's been signed by John Sebastian, lead singer, a Woodstock performer, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. It has been JSA authenticated. I think that'd be a killer one to have framed. I mean, it's on orange vinyl. That's going to look awesome. Nice signature there. Blue Sharpie. That is going to go up for a $55 start. The best 11 spoonful, signed by John Sebastian. $55. That's now up for bid. I think I've told y'all before, I thought it would always be cool if you could try to collect all the Woodstock performers' signatures, at least the main people. But man, that would be quite the endeavor because you got to get Hendrix, you got to get Janis Joplin. There's some tough signatures to get there. All the CCR people, all the Grateful Dead people. But that would be a heck of a wall of signatures, all the Woodstock performers. Let's go back to the top. Sandy said she did want the Steely Dan. That sold. David Rubush on Dwayne Eddy. That sold to David Rubush. And what's the Wild Mammoths? You're tied with Ryan Anderson. Ryan has it for 10. You're out. He has it for 10. Lovin' Spoonful already has a bid for 55. We got Bob Wills and his Texas Playboys. That's volume 1. That is $7.50. And the best of Eddie Raven, $7.50. Let's go ahead and put up another New Orleans single. And this one is the Sonic Tonics High Roller. It's on clear vinyl. And let's put that up for a $5 start. The Sonic Tonics, $5 start on that. Let's also go ahead and put up another LP for auction. And this is Bryan Adams, Into the Fire. It's a sealed 87 USOG retail. It does have a saw cut. Where at? Boy, it must be tiny. Aha, right there. It is sealed for a $20 start. $20 start on that. Wild Mammoth has a new bid. Charlie Rich, fully realized. Charlie Rich is $8.50. The best of Buffy Santa Marie, $10 on Buffy Santa Marie. We have the Mitchell Trio, Typical American Boys. That's Mike, Chad, and Joe. $5 on the Mitchell Trio. We have Kaleidoscopic Visions, Burt Wilson and Rebirth. $20 on that. Bob Wills and his Texas Playboys, Volume 4. $7.50. Sticks, Kilroy Was Here. That's now just $10. Wow. Half off on Sticks, Mr. Roboto. Drain. Pick up Heaven. What does that say? $15. Drain. This is Drain. Pick Up Heaven. Yeah, $15 there on Drain. Wow, final call on Lovin' Spoonful. One bid with Jason Boxell for $55. Final call. Wild's at 14, final call. And we just put down the Sonic Tonics, which has a bid for 5, and Bryan Adams is a $20 start. The Dynatones is $10. We have the Furious Sleeper. This is now $12.50. Also, we have Chuck Wheels, Be Good or Be Gone. That's now $10. Melissa Bailey on the Eddie Raven. Melissa picking up some classic country stuff in here. And that's owed to Melissa Bailey. Thank you. Also, Otis Williams is $7.50. Maha Vishnu Orchestra is $10. And we have Eric Clapton for $17.50. And Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 2, $7.50. All right, so the first thing we have here is the Wild Mammoths is between Robert and Ryan. And Ryan has outbid Robert on both of them. David Rubush gets the Trio, and that is sold to David Rubush, the Trio. Chad Mitchell Trio. That's sold to David Rubush. Thank you on that. And Jason Records get Jason Records. Jason Records. Boy, that would be a cool last name. Jason Records. Jason Boxell gets the Collector's Records. Thank you. And I'm also going to reluctantly sell you my John Sebastian autograph here for $55. That's sold to you for $55. Let me put that. And I'm actually going to make whoever's tagging. This is going to be the last record in the first crate. We've already managed to fill up a first crate pretty quickly here tonight. And that was a great half off bin. I already see some more claims coming in. Let's put this right here for Jason. Let me go ahead and put this right over here. And there's that. And here's this. And here we go. Let me take a drink of blue juice right quick. I'm going to need it. I'm going to need some blue juice. Okay. So the first thing we have here is we sold collector's records, and then Vintage Vinyl South Carolina. You bought from us before, correct? And if not, let me know. You get Maha Vishnu, and then Preston Rose was second, then B. Gant. And then Jeff Coleman wants Sticks. Make sure Sticks goes in for $10 because there wasn't a price tag on it. And then Pilot is sold to Jeff Coleman. And that was back here, Pilot. And that is, where are you? One Hit Wonder. There you are. That's sold. And then we have Out and Out. So, Ryan, it looks like you get both of these. You get both of these, and that is sold to you for $7. That's the Sonics, and you also get the Wild Mammoths for $14. And then nobody bid on the Bryan Adams, and that's $20. Mike, I try not to discount these even further, even if we do a bundle, because they're half off. I try not to bundle, or I try not to go any less, because what I'm going to do, I'm going to read through these one more time, and I hope that a lot of the stuff up here at the front gets gone. And then I'm probably going to make a bundle deal on everything that's left, like in the crate. But if you want those, they were $15, $15, $15. Now they're $7.50, $7.50, $7.50. So the half-off stuff, I try to keep half off, no more, no less, unless I'm selling literally everything left in the table. Right, Tanner? Right. He's got a bunch of... Dude, what are you going to do with all that water, man? Tanner's walking past me with like 20 bottles of water. Next thing I have over here is Bob Marley. And this is a 74 UK original. A 74 UK original sealed Rasta Revolution. And that is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. Oh, man, what a great neck adjustment that was. Is the Eric Clapton RX 13095, okay? And then we have RX 13905. Eric Clapton is RX 13095. Yes, another ticket, and that's $17.50. Classy Lonnie Metal wants Drain. That is sold to Classy Lonnie Metal. Drain. That is sold. Bob Marley's now up for bid. And also over here, what do I have in my autograph pile? A lot of people's asked for Guy Clark early. So let's go ahead and run Guy Clark. He is going to go up for bid. Do I have a sticky on him? I think I do. So I've had several Guy Clark albums from Dale. This one didn't come from Dale's Pittsburgh. Dale had 2 or 3. This is called Old Number 1. It says, for Michael, Guy Clark. And somebody commented, their name was Michael, and they's like, I've got to buy this. What's the odds of getting another one made out to your own name, right? Guy Clark is signed, and yeah, $125 start. The actual disc, this is not that bad of a record as far as the value of the record. Guy Clark's $125 start. We've had it JSA authenticated. It's a black RCA label, which is technically not the first press. The first press is on the tan label, but it's still an older repress or a vintage reissue. $125 on that. Sandy does want Eric Clapton. Do you have any Van Halen Mammoth? I do not. And then Melanie wants OWW. Was that Otis Williams, Melanie? OWW. You might have to let me know on that one. Before we go any further, let's do some buy it now records here. We got ZZ Top, Rough Boy, and Delirious from Afterburner. $6.99 on that. Bruce Springsteen, Pink Cadillac. UB40, Red Wine. I actually got 2 red wines. Linda Ronstadt, Crazy, a white label promo. The Dynatones, Italian Shoes, and Andy Gibb, Shadow Dancing. Those are all $6.99. Very quickly, I'm going to run through this half-off bin one more time. Quickly, okay? Quickly, one more time. Jason on BS, and that might be some stuff here. Let me go ahead and tag some stuff in here very quickly, or recap this half-off bin, I mean. Speaking of tag, you're it. Predator Score. I don't know anything about that, but that's $10. Oh, that's ouch, your bone's cracking. Yeah, that's my neck. When I moved to Lebanon, I moved away from my chiropractor, and I hadn't been in like 2 years, and I probably need to go. But I found out she opened an office here in Lebanon, so I'm like, great. But I hadn't went in like 2 years. I used to go without any pain, and she would adjust my back, and I would just feel better, but I never did have pain. So it's always a great feeling if you've never been to a chiropractor. You can go without like pain, and like you'll feel better. It's amazing. Playmates is $7.50. Also, the Philistines is $7.50. We have Raw for $7.50. Also, Buffy Santa Maria is $7.50. Hank Williams Jr. is $12.50. We got Pure Prairie League for $7.50. Ian Hunter was $12.50. And Emmylou Harris was $7.50. Now, I need to tag some of these 45s. The first thing we have here is Jason Thomas on BS. Jason Thomas got Bruce Springsteen for $6.99. Shane Devers got ZZ Top. The first two UB40s go to Brandon Lack and Nick Bargeron. Those are sold and sold. Ben Digert wants to Brian Adams over here for a bite now. He gets that for $20. Nice pickup there. Michael Ruttman, you were third on UB40. B. Gant, you were fourth. Richard Zeinert wants a tag. You're it. We got a request for Johnny Cash. And we have Guy Clark at 125. And final, wow, nobody bid on Bob Marley. A 74 UK sealed final call for $25. And Guy Clark has one bid for $125, Chuck Hope. That leaves Andy Gibb, Dynatones, and Linda Ronstadt if anybody wants those. Next is Merle Haggard, 11 winners, $7.50. Nobody on the Rolling Stones. This is a great compilation. It's a gatefold. It's got the book inside. Blue London label. I Can't Get No Satisfactions, the first track, $17.50 on that. Won't be a problem whatsoever. And then Emmylou Harris is $7.50. Steve Miller Band, just $12.50. Great half-off titles in here. Pat Benatar is $7.50. Pete Shelley's $5. Dean Martin's $5. Play Dead was $12.50. Let's go ahead and introduce our next auction. This one looks really bizarre, and this one looks really cool. We have... the Mono Men, what a wild jacket on this one. The Mono Men, $5 start. A Monster, You Must Be a Witch. Man's Ruins Records, Mono Men, $5. And Elephant Walk or Elephant Talk. It looks like Elephant, if I can get it out of the sleeve here, looks like Elephant Walk. Yeah, Elephant Walk. That's going to go up for $5. We are about to sell Guy Clark for $125. First thing is Chuck Hope has it for $125. We got a request for the Misfits. I'll probably run that a little bit closer to $7. Jason Thomas on the Rolling Stones. That is sold to Jason Thomas. RS Patrick Lear on SM. And that was for Steve Miller. Thank you. And then Bill Samus on Emmylou. Now, Bill, do you want Elite Hotel, Quarter Moon, and a 10-cent town? There might even be a third one here. No, just those two. Or let me know if you want them both. Robert, second on that. Also, Firefall is $5. We have Charlie Rich for $8.50. We have The Best of Buffy Santa Maria for $10. Kaleidoscope Visions is $20. Burt Wilson and Rebirth. The Dynatones is $10. We have Fear is Sleeper. And this was the Incomorph. What a bizarre looking record there. $12.50. Looks like something from the New Orleans stuff. Chuck Wills was $10. And then Otis Williams was $7.50. And then this Bob Wills, I've got volume 1, 4, and 5. And they're $7.50 each. Those are probably definitely from Fred's collection, I bet. All right. And then we have Mono at 6. Joe Salomo on Dean Martin. And he wanted Quarter Moon. So Bill Samus got Quarter Moon. Joe Salomo on the Dean Martin. Let me pull that right here. That's sold to Joe Salomo. Okay. And now those are final calls. And Guy Clark is sold. Are you a first-time buyer, Chuck Hope? Boy, what just happened to that? Oh, I was about to say that JSA card flew somewhere. There it is. Guy, are you a first-time buyer, Chuck Hope? This is sold to you for $125. I figure this might honestly bring close to $200. That's sold to you for $125. I appreciate that. If you are a first-time buyer, just let me know. He says, yes, thank you. Make sure you go ahead and send us a message. We need your email address and your mailing address. Nobody bid on Bob Marley, a sealed 74 UK original for $25. Wow. Bob Marley's a bot now for $25, a 74 UK original. Final call on these. They just have one bid for $6 and no bid on that one. And we're back down to bottom, and now Bob Marley, and now Mono Men 8, okay? So, Brandon Lack, you're first on Bob Marley, but it will definitely be $25 because 2-3 other people said they want it, and I thought it would bring like $50. So, consider it like at half price at $25. Mono Men has a new bid for $8. Melissa next on Bob Marley if Brandon passes, then Donna, and then David Robust wants the Chuck Willis there. That is sold to him. Now, I usually do this on everything that's left. First, Bob Marley is sold to Brandon Lack. I'm going to give this one more chance. If not, we're about to bundle all of everything that's left here and probably sell them. But first, let's get another LP going. And we had a request early for Johnny Cash. Let's go ahead and do it right now. Oh, boy. This is his first ever album. A 1957 USOG Mono. This is the first LP that Johnny Cash ever put out. 1957 on Sun Records, Memphis, Tennessee. Legendary. It is mono. It's been graded VG++/EX. And Johnny Cash is a $55 start. Laura has cleaned it and graded it VG++/EX, EX minus. The jacket, no splits, which is kind of unusual. Looks like a piece of tape residue there. We'll have to call the jacket VG. Not bad. Actually, there is a split on the spine right here, but not bad for a 57 jacket. That's his very first LP, 1957 mono. That's now up for bid. And speaking of mono, the Mono Men has a new bid for 10 and then 12. Johnny Cash already has a bid. Nobody bid on Elephant Walk, so it's a $5 buy it now. Elephant Walk is a $5 buy it now. Thanks everybody for tuning in early. We already got almost 300 viewers on both Facebook and YouTube. Wow. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. This blue juice is quite delicious tonight. Here's what's left in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. There is 22 records in there for $115. $115 for the remaining LPs in that crate. If anybody wants it, just say sold or bundle. Right at $5 a piece on that. Just say sold or bundle. Tanner's wanting to know, can he buy them? Nope, Tanner, you cannot buy these. He's like, wow, what a great deal. Actually, Tanner's not saying anything. We have Michael Jackson Thriller. He says Tanner's working. Michael Jackson Thriller is going to go up for a $7 start. The original 7-inch single, Thriller, $7 start on that. I'm going to put these right here behind me. If anybody changes their mind, let me know. And then Mike Bartlett, here's what I'll do. If nobody buys the bundle in the next 60 seconds, I will sell you these 3 Bob Wills for $15, okay? So Mike Bartlett, if nobody buys the bundle in the next minute or two, I'll sell you those 3 Bob Wills for $15. All righty, so here we go. MJ has a bid. Johnny Cash getting bids. I'm pretty sure somebody bought Elephant, but I'll go back over there in a second. Let's go ahead and knock out a lot of new vinyl came in yesterday, pre-orders. Looks like we got 1 crate tonight, and then we should have a bunch show up tomorrow for sure. So let's go ahead and do these right now. And nice. I'm going to need my laptop. And here we go. Of course, it's that time of the night where I'm like, dang, where's my laptop at? It's up front. I got to go get it. Let me go do that right now. I'll do it as soon as I actually need it, though. Give me 1 second. Tanner says he'll get it. The very first record here I'm about to show, I need my laptop for. So, okay, so first thing we have is, all right, Mono Men should be done. Ryan bid 12, Autumn bid 12, or Ryan bid 10, Autumn bid 12. Elephant Pam was first on that at $5. Pam got 5. Ryan went out. Let me make sure there's no more bids on Mono. There is 6. Okay, the Mono Men was actually already at 12, Craig. Ryan went out after Autumn bid $12. So yeah, $12 on that. MJ's at 12. Johnny Cash is at 110. And thank you on that. And okay, so yeah, let me know. Basically, it's up to you if you want in or if somebody else bids here late on that. Okay. About to go through a crate of new vinyl. A lot of this was a waiting list, and there's a couple things in here I think that are restocks. And this is the crate. And tomorrow, I guesstimate tomorrow we'll have about 6 crates of new vinyl. And then Thursday, there should be even more. There should be another 6 or more. That's my guesstimation. I ordered last night for about 3 hours. I found some pretty cool stuff. I didn't know they made a DMX greatest hits, essentially. I got some of those on the way, just FYI. But let me go ahead and pull up the spreadsheet. And let me go ahead and pull up this Layla. Some people had requested this. And let me find it right here. Adam Garvey, Mary Miles. Okay. So, first thing we have is the following. MJ's at 13, Johnny Cash 115, Mono 13, Johnny Cash 120, MJ out, Johnny Cash 125, Mono 15, Johnny Cash 130, and I've got 3 copies of Tedeschi Trucks Band doing Layla Revisited live at Laughlin with Trey Anastasio. This is a 3 LP cobalt blue vinyl pressing. We had a couple of people request that I order this, and that was the 2 names I said earlier. I'm going to have 1 extra copy. It's a triple LP, $46.99, and that is Adam Garvey and Mary Miles. Adam Garvey and Mary Miles. So these are sold to Adam Garvey and Mary Miles. Those are sold and sold. I got 1 extra copy there. If anybody else wants one. Triple LP. We've been selling a ton of Tedeschi trucks. So those are sold and sold. And then I got 1 stray copy of this Kenny Wayne Shepherd. So if you missed out on one earlier and you do want it, let me know. These are $39.99. This is what happens when I order a bunch of something. For some reason, they ship out a bunch of it, but then also they don't ship the rest of it. I don't know why that happens like that. But Kenny Wayne Shepherd is $39.99. And let me actually like these comments here from Matt. He already knows he got that. But yeah, Kenny Wayne Shepherd is $39.99. So that's available. And that's sold to George Sambarez. That's sold to George Sambarez. Johnny Cash 150, 150, 160. And now the Mono Man. Craig went out. That's sold to Autumn for $15. But guess what? I've got another Mono Man coming up right now. It was actually another one in the bin. The Mono Man, another one from the New Orleans collection. It is going to go up for a $5. What an interesting sleeve. How the heck do you get to the record? Wow, did y'all see that? It's got like a pull tab. I'm afraid to touch it now. It's on red vinyl, the Mono Men, $5 star, Rise Records, Austin, Texas. I'm not for sure how that works. I guess you slide it in there like that. Don't probably want to have too much wear and tear on this.
This was sold to Kelly W, but we didn't have a price. This was from a while ago.
Okay. I'll ask them. They're watching right now. I'll ask them. Did y'all see that? Had a pull tab. I don't want to do it again because I don't want any more wear and tear on it. But it's got like a little pull tab and it all folds out. Mono Men's up for a $5 star. Johnny Cash, the Michael Jackson, Courtney went out. This is sold to, hold on a second, MJ 12, Jason 10, Courtney 12, Jason Thomas $13. Final call on that. Johnny Cash is at $200 now, and the Mono Men has a bid for $5. I evidently sold this collector, I think it was $10, Tanner, but I'll ask him. Tanner said I sold this to the Vlodder about 3 months ago, and it never did get keyed in. And I think it was supposed to be $10. It's a collector's record magazine with Green Day on the back. I think that's a $10 buy now. But if y'all don't think that's right, let me know. Next is Rat Detonator. Red vinyl. Rat is $33.99. The name of Spock's Beard album, something Particle. Divine Particle, maybe. Rat's at $33.99. And then Black Label Society. So I'm going to have more Black Label Society albums, but right now, I only ordered this one because it was the only one with a waiting list, and it's 1919 Eternal. 1919 Eternal. One goes to Solarplex, and let me see if I wrote down the name, or maybe they have the name for me from last night here on my laptop, who wanted the other one. I think it was Vince Lano. Vince, are you watching? So this one is sold $39.99. $39.99, Black Label Society. That is sold, and that is sold to Solarplex. And then there should be one other person. I think it was Vince Lano. The sticky note I don't think's made it to my desk if he's watching, but that leaves 1 extra copy here. And then Rat out of the cellar. I've restocked a lot of the Rat reissues. Here is out of the cellar, $49.99. That's right out of the cellar. Now, let's go ahead and tag this magazine for $10, and that is sold to Kelly, whoever name we want to put on it, Kelly or Robert. I'll put it back in the crate. Make sure we tag it this time, $10. And boy, a lot of bids to get caught up on. But first, let's introduce a new LP. I haven't done an autograph in a while. I'll make sure Brian Call's watching before I do George Thorogood. But right now, I'll put up a Gray Slick. Now, back from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, we had all kinds of signed Jefferson Airplane and Jefferson Starship albums. I never did get a signed Gray Slick album until right now. We actually had a signed Surrealistic Pillow, signed by everybody except Grace Slick. So this is the first time I've had a Grace Slick autograph album. We've had a Grace Slick photo, and I've had a Grace Slick, like a trading card autograph before, or some kind of little card, picture of her. But this is signed by the legendary lead vocalist, another Woodstock performer, Grace Slick. Love Grace Slick. It's not personalized. Nice gold paint pen. $125 start. $125 start on that. And let's go over here to Michael Jackson Thriller. And this is sold. MJ is done. And there's so many bids, it's hard for me to find them. This sold to Jason Thomas for $13. $13. And now Johnny Cash has hit $300. And that's between Jason and Kelly Vlodarchek, it looks like. The Mono Men is a final call to Autumn Betts for $20. Let's go ahead and put up another single. Who bought the Jefferson Airplane? I believe that was, who was that? Oh, it was Mark Fallon. Yeah, that's right. That was Mark Fallon. Okay, next auction is the Smoke. What an interesting looking sleeve here. This is going to go up for a $5 start. The Smoke, $5 start on that. Next, I've got 2 copies of Everclear, and these are $59.99, and I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list on Everclear. That's one of those intervention record analog top pressings, and let me look this up right quick. Everclear, and that was Robert Vlodarchek and Jerry Stone on a waiting list for these. Robert Vlodarchek and Jerry Stone. So these are sold and sold. Those are gone and gone. And now we have 1 copy of Brittany Fox. Another random stray copy. I don't really understand why I just got one random one, but I think y'all know I have plenty of these in stock right now. White vinyl, $39.99. I'm going to hold 1 second because I have lost Restream for a second. It says I'm 0-0. Comments are still coming in, but I think they might be late. Yep, hold on a second. They're not on my phone. Oh, I'm reconnected, okay? I'm reconnected. So give me 1 second. If you've bid or commented in the last few minutes, let me know. I think as of right now, I haven't missed much. The Mono Man was at $20, which was a final call. Johnny Cash is at $300. And let's go ahead and show this one more time because I don't think I've went over it since the bidding began. Johnny Cash is his debut album, a 1957 USOG Mono VG++ EX condition. VG++ EX condition. And Jason Boxell has this for $300. And now we have a new bid for $350 with George Sambaraz. We're at $350. Not done yet on Johnny Cash. The Mono Men has a bid of $20. We're about to sell that. Grace Slick was $125, and now the Smoke is a $5 start. $5 start. That's where we're at on our auctions. And nobody claimed a Brittany Fox, a Rat, or Black Label Society, the other Rat, or Tedeschi Trucks. Now, the Everclears were called Sparkle and Fade. That was with Santa Monica, Heroin Girl, Heart Spark dollar sign, and this is $59.99, okay? Now, we have 2 copies of Rat. This is Reach for the Sky on white vinyl. Rat is $33.99. 2 copies of that. And Zebra. And this is that new Friday music. I think y'all remember the other day we got some in and they came in damaged. Luckily, they were still in stock. This is a Friday music pressing. This is sold to Solarplex Studios. Johnny Cash has a new bid for $375. Autumn Betts gets the Mono Men for $20. Final call to get a bid on the autographed Grace Slick. Grace Slick may be, she's all sad and lonely back there. Everybody's got their eyes on Johnny Cash. She's sitting back there like, does nobody want me? Let's go ahead and put up our next auction right quick. And guess what? It's another Mono Men. Look at this cover. Wow. Another Mono Man. Boy, they were creative with their jackets. Here's another one. It's called Behind Bars and Another Way. That's a $5 start on that. Rat is sold to Mike Torrey's Reach for the Sky. I've also got 3 copies of the Sundays. Reading, Writing, Arithmetic. Those are back in stock again. $36.99. And then Suicidal Tendencies. Lights, Camera, Revolution. Let me check my waiting list on Suicidal Tendencies right here. Lights, Camera, Revolution. Lights, Camera, Revolution on Suicidal Tendencies. Let me find it here. That is sold to Jim Berg and Paul Conway. Jim Berg and Paul Conway. Looks like I'm going to have 2 extra copies. And this is $39.99. So that is sold. And that's sold. And yes, Jerry Stone and Robert Vlodarchek got an Everclear. Yes. Those were $59.99 intervention records. Yes, Jerry, you and Robert. And the Mono Men was black vinyl. Black vinyl on the Mono Men. Smoke is sold to Robert Warner for $5. Johnny Cash is at $4, now $4.25. And then a great blues album here. I went ahead and grabbed several. This is Born Under a Bad Sign, Albert King, all analog. Y'all know we've seen originals before, and they get quite pricey. Tim Colino and Classy Lonnie Metal was on a waiting list. Tim Colino and Classy Lonnie Metal. Also, yep, here's the waiting list for Black Label Society again. Vince Lano. So I was right. He was on a waiting list for that Black Label Society. So Tim Colino, Classy Lonnie Metal. And yeah, there was two people. The 1919 seems to be the best seller here. So these are sold and sold. Stephen Reeves, sorry, yes, I forgot your Brittany Fox. That is sold. And then we got Mark Fallon on GS. And let me figure out what that was. But first, Mono 6. Okay. We sold Brittany Fox. And then, yeah, this one is sold to Vince Lano. And that leaves one extra copy there. Okay. So, first thing we have, Johnny Cash is at $4.50. And then Gray Slick is a buy it now for $125. Gray Slick is a buy it now for $125. This was a no bid. It's a buy it now for $125. $125 on Gray Slick. Give me 1 second, please. Okay. Yeah, Gray Slick was $125. It's a buy it now. Gray Slick here. Now, Johnny Cash is at $500. What was the Gray Slick? Oh, that was Mark Fallon, GS. Okay. I was wondering what that was, and that was Gray Slick, and luckily no one else bid and no one did a buy it now, so I will go ahead and sell it to you for $125. I feel like that's a great price for a signed, non-personalized album, just saying. Okay. Albert King is $34.99. Albert King is $34.99. Johnny Cash is at $500. And now we have the Mono Men. The Mono Men is at $6 with Craig Thomas, and that's a final call. Let's get another 45 going right quick. And we have Apples in Stereo, The Bird That You Can't See. Weird. The Apples in Stereo, The Bird That You Can't See. That's a $5 start on that. Also, I have another LP coming up for auction in just a second. But first, I have 3 copies here of Rat, Dancing Undercover. That's on red, black, and white stripe vinyl. $33.99. $33.99. That's Rat, Dancing Undercover. Let me step over here and see what else I have going on Rat. And Robert Matthews was on a waiting list. Yep. Now, Robert, you sent Ed a list of Rat albums you wanted. And the problem is several of those aren't available. Their first EP has never been reissued. Their first Rat album, it's never been reissued. But Robert Matthews wanted this one. You also sent some other stuff that's not available. And we have Godsmack here. And this is Godsmack, self-titled, 2 LP, $39.99 on Godsmack. $39.99 on Godsmack. Godsmack. And Godsmack is available. And Robert Matthews and Solar Plex Studios both got one. So Robert Matthews also on a waiting list in Solar Plex Studios. $39.99. That's one. That's one. And now we got 2 extra copies. The Albert King, yeah, $34.99. We didn't sell one live here. 55th anniversary, all analog, $34.99. Craig, were you the only bidder on the Mono Men? I guess so. That is sold to you for $6. And now we've had quite the battle on Johnny Cash. I'm assuming we're all done. I'm assuming we're all done. It's a final call to George Samberez for $500. Final call. The Apples, Craig's out. That's at 7. We're with Ivan R. Russell Flynn wants an Albert King. Steve Worley, if you decide you want one, let me know. They're $34.99. Ben Digert wants a Godsmack. Chris X wants an Albert King. There's one left. And I'm not for sure what this is. How to reassemble an atomic bomb. I don't remember ordering this. How to Reassemble an Atomic Bomb? The Shadow album. U2. I've never seen that before. $29.99. All right. Let me go ahead and introduce our next auction. And we have lots of requests for the Misfits. And I mean more than normal. Should I put it up? A few more moments. A few more moments. Let's go ahead and put up the Grateful Dead Terrapin Station. The Terrapin Station album is a 77 U.S. Santa Maria original. I'll go ahead and put it up right now, the Misfits. We have a 77 U.S. Santa Maria original, a $35 start EX on Terrapin Station. That's a $35 start. The Apples in stereo is sold for $7 to Ivan R. And now Johnny Cash. I need to let everybody in the store know, especially Tanner, because he's right around the corner, and Laura back there in the back. The air horn's coming out for the second time in a row tonight, or the second time this week, second night in a row for the Johnny Cash 1957 debut LP here. Beautiful mono copy. It is going to be sold to George Samberez for $500 on the button, which qualifies for me to bring out this gigantic boat horn and thank George Samberez. And we're going to blow this. Hope everybody's ready. Maybe we'll have more than one of those tonight. I do have some pretty crazy autographs over here. We'll see what happens, okay? This is sold. And we have an incredible comment that just came in. He says, Chad, please send the Johnny Cash to Kelly Vlodarchek. Let me set it in here on the high-end table. Thank you, Tanner. Wow. George handing out gifts. That's the second night he's done that in a row. Wow. Before I do anything else, I'm going to take a drink of this blue juice. Okay. Oh, wow. Neck adjustments. Man, it's only 7 o'clock. Y'all have me beat. I'm exhausted. I don't know how Laura feels back there, but I'm like, this has been already an emotional roller coaster tonight. we're just an hour and a half in. What a night already. All right, Grateful Dead is a $35 start. First thing we have is the Misfits. This is Walk Among Us, a 2021. Now, I know that's probably what a lot of y'all didn't want to hear, but this album's not in print. Like, I've had this thing back ordered all the time. I still have not gotten a right since I've been selling records since 2019. Even though that's a 2021, I still have not ever got a shipment of these. The Misfits is a $35 start. It's a 2021 US and it's up for auction. Okay? That's up for bid. Now, we have 2 auctions, and it looks like I need to balance out the scale. The auction block looks lonely back there without 2 45s going up for auction. Okay? We have Brimstone Howl, Blood on the Rocks and Bones in the River. Brimstone Howl is on this uniquely marbled looking vinyl. That's a $5 start. And the Normals and Jeff Clark. The what? Hold on a second. Yeah, the Normals and Jeff Clark. That's a $5 start. So the last claim in here, before all of the amazingness that just developed with those last two auctions, before all that, the last claim was Albert King with Chris X. Yep. And then they informed me that this was a Record Store Day title. Yeah, I don't recall that. But let's read through this crate again. This is tonight's one and only crate of new vinyl. We have sold a lot out of here, but let's keep trying. Misfits 3540, Misfits 3845, and we have no bid on the Grateful Dead as of right now. I've got one copy left of the Tedeschi Trucks Band featuring Trey Anastasio, Layla, revisited live at Laughlin. A 3LP blue vinyl with etching, $46.99. Tedeschi Trucks Band, Rat, Detonator. Talking about a tough OG album to find, this would be the definition of one. Tough to find OGs of that. Red vinyl, $33.99. Black Label Society, 1919 Eternal, 2LP purple vinyl, $39.99. Jerry, this is the only crate of new vinyl tonight. Rat, out of the cellar with the lenticular cover, splatter vinyl, $49.99 for Rat. I said I had one tonight. I predict we'll have 6 tomorrow and then probably 6 on Thursday. Rat, Reach for the Sky. We sold one left. Lots of Rats in stock. Zebra, first vinyl reissue of that. We sold one. There's one left. The Sundays Reading, Writing, Arithmetic is $36.99. Suicidal Tendencies, Lights, Camera, Revolution, $39.99. All right, first, let's make the Grateful Dead a buy it now. No bid on that. Wow, OG Terrapin Station for just $35. The Misfits has already jumped up to 70, and now these 245s, we got Brimstone Howl at 5, and we got the Normals at 5, and that's with Robert and Craig. Final calls on those. DMX will be Thursday. Actually, I'll probably need to make a post because I feel like we can sell a bunch of those. And by the way, I don't listen to a lot of rap, but I went through DMX last night on iTunes, and I forgot. I didn't realize all those hit songs were him. I knew X gonna give it to you, but I didn't know Rough Riders Anthem and Party Up. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind up in here? I didn't know that was DMX. I was like, man, I should have ordered that a long time ago. That's a big one. I had no idea that was DMX. We had Stephen Reeves on Zebra. That's so to Stephen Reeves. You would think a record store owner would know stuff like that, but I've just never listened to a lot of anything in that realm of music much in my life, but I had no idea that was a DMX song. Y'all are going to make me lose my mind. I would have ordered that a long time ago. Rat, Dancing Undercover. That is $33.99 on Rat. Yeah, and then Godsmack is $39.99. 2LP on Godsmack. Albert King, $34.99. And then U2. And y'all got to grab one of those Albert Kings. You got to, okay? Wow, these two just got one bids. Let's go ahead and roll them. Brimstone Howl, $5 Robert Warner, great price. And we got $5 on the Normals to Craig Thomas. That's sold. And the Misfits has hit 80. John Mincemoyer on Suicidal Tendencies. That's sold to John Mincemoyer. Then I got curious because I know he died recently, DMX. And of course, me being an autograph collector, I went back and man, signed DMX stuff is expensive. So, first thing we have is Bob Wheels. We got 3 copies here. These are 5, 5, and 5. These are sold to Mike Bartlett. Thank you. And that means if anybody wants that bundle from the last bin, I think it was 22 albums. I said $115. So if anybody wants those last 19 albums for $100, the bundle from the first vintage bin, 20 albums for $100, let me know. Yeah, this is a 2021 U.S. reissue. The high bid right now is Thomas Reed at $85. 85 on that. Nobody bought Grateful Dead. It's a $35 buy now, and I think we're good to go to the next auction. Let's go ahead and put up, let's see here. Man, I think this is pretty cool. This is a record not only I've never had, but also it's got an autograph with it. And let me pull up my cheat sheet here of prices. Yeah, $125. Okay. This is John Corabi. Unplugged. So the actual record is sealed, which is not a cheap record to begin with. It's a 2LP, plays at 45 RPM. It's on white vinyl, John Corabi, Unplugged. Okay, so that's sealed. And we have an insert photo, like a record flap promotional deal that's been autographed. So autographed by John Corabi, JSA authenticated, and the actual record itself is sealed. $125 start. That's now for being John Corabi. Anybody else? We pulled the Misfits. Let's go ahead and go through. Something here. Let's go through. We might go through a new crate of new vintage stuff. I had a lot of great new vinyl too, like stuff we've already shown, but it's just like, man, I can't believe a lot of this hadn't sold yet. I think it's just nights where we have so much stuff. A lot of new vinyl shows up on Thursdays, and I've kind of tracked it, and we have a lot of new vinyl left over on Thursdays because it's metal night. John Paul and Laura's all here. They're marking the heck out of stuff, and we just have almost an overwhelming amount. So we end up having all this great new vinyl left over on Thursdays, and then I kind of forget to show it because usually stuff shows up on Fridays, and then it just kind of builds up over here, and I'm like, man, why hadn't any of this sold? So I might dig out one of those crates in just a second. A really good new vinyl bin we hadn't gone through in a while. But first, it looks like we're about to go through a K box. I have flipped through this crate here, and it looks like John has mostly put out Ks in this bin. Looks like he was in the Ks, at least a big portion of it. And let's go ahead and get started right here. So let's see what we got here. The Misfits is a final call again to Thomas Reed. The other two bidders are out. John Corabi is a $125 start. And now the Misfits is a final call. Let's get some new singles. The first single here I have is the Helicopters. This is 1995. That's the year I was born. 1995 Tilt City Freed Speeding. $5 start on that. Okay. Let me see what else is going on over here. Give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. Colin Butler needs to put back Jungle Brothers. I think that's in the very first crate. Make sure that's puts back for Colin Butler. We got Reflex. This is a 12-inch single, $9.99. $9.99 Reflex, The Politics of Dancing. Also, Bonnie Hayes with the Wild Combo. That is $9.99. We have Norman Greenbaum, Back Home Again. Norman Greenbaum is $19.99. Back Home Again, Norman Greenbaum, $19.99. Stevie Wonder, Inner Visions is $29.99. Stevie Wonder Inner Visions is $29.99. And Will the Circle Be Unbroken, Volume 2, that's in shrink wrap, $29.99. And Ginger Baker Stradivarius, $36.99. The Helicopters has one bid for $5, final call. The Misfits is officially sold, and that is sold for $85. I know what I missed. Jeff Coleman wants that vinyl bundle. Jeff Coleman takes those last 19 albums for the $100 buy it now. So let's sell these to Jeff Coleman. I knew I missed something there. So that's these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Thank you, Jeff Coleman. Whoever's tagging, that's everything from Otis Williams to the Playmates. And those are all sold to Jeff Coleman for $100. Thank you, Jeff. Those are sold to you. Appreciate that. And that's sold to Jeff Coleman. That's done. And then Helicopters got a new bid for $6. Jason Hughes got Reflex. Helicopters has a new bid for $8. And now the John Corabi Unplugged, which has also got an autographed insert, JSA authenticated, is a buy it now for $125. That is John Corabi Unplugged, sealed on white vinyl with an autographed insert for $125. That is a buy it now. I'm going to put it right over here. Next thing in the crate was Buck Owens and his Buckaroos at Carnegie Hall for $9.99. And we have Drag Race sound effects. Drag Race is $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Parliament Mothership Connection. Wow, a nice Parliament album. A 75 US Pitman OG EX edition, a $35 start. Parliament Mothership Connection. It does have an original Casablanca inner sleeve, and of course this has the big song on it, We've Got the Funk, and this is a 35. Give up the funk, tear the roof off of the sucker. That's going to go up for a $35 start. That's now up for bid. That's a 75 OG Parliament, and now the Helicopters is at 8. William Dragovich, you're out. Next is Carole King Music. Great music on Carole King Music here. Gatefold, nice clean copy, $14.99 on Carole King. We got 38 Special. This is called Flashback, which is like a compilation. This is $36.99 in shrink wrap. Nice. 38 Special, $26.99. We have Dinah Ross and Supremes. Where Did Our Love Go? That's a compilation. $14.99 on Dinah Ross. And Harry James' Greatest Hits with vocals by Sinatra and Kitty Kalin. And that is $9.99. Others mentioned on there as well. Our next single is a promo of Don't Stop from Fleetwood Mac from Rumors. How cool is that? Don't Stop. That's going to go up for a $7 start. A promo single from Rumors. Nice, and it's in the original Warner sleeve. $7 start on that. And then also we have Larry Smith getting Carole King. Thank you, Larry Smith, on the Carole King. Parliament's at $37. And now our next LP is going to go up right now. And that is Miles Davis. Many Miles of Davis. Miles Davis. And this is a 62 US original in VG Plus condition. A $25 start. A 62 US original in VG Plus condition. Many Miles of Miles Davis. That is a $25 start. $25 start on that. Next of kin, Greg Ken, $14.99. Argent altogether now. Argent's $14.99. And Journeys and Shrink with Hop sticker. Nice. Raised on Radio with the original inner sleeve. $24.99. Parliament has a new bid for $40. Miles Davis has a bid for $26. The Helicopters was at $9. I don't think I ever called that bid out. Craig, you did get outbid on the Helicopters. William Dragovich bid $9. Sorry, I never did call that out. And then Fleetwood Mac is a promo, $7 start on that. And let me step over here. I'm going to pull that before I stack this other crate. I'm going to pull this put back. That was the, I think it was the Jungle Brothers. Yeah, I'm going to pull this out before I stack something on top of the crate. And so if anybody wants in on the Jungle Brothers, let me know. It's clear and black vinyl, $24.99. All right. Now, we left off, you bid 11. Weird, it didn't come through. We might have had a glitch there. Okay, so Craig bid 11. There is quite a people watching. There's my counter showing 348 right now, counting all three platforms. So a lot of people watching. There may be some glitches in Restream. So William Dragovich, you're out. Craig's at 11, Fleetwood Mac's at 7, Parliament's at 45, Miles Davis is at 35. That's the most recent bids I see. 35 on Miles, 45 on Parliament, Fleetwood Mac 7, and Helicopters is out with William. We're about to sell that. And the last claim in here was Carole King. So, and then there's Journey. Okay, there we go. So there's Carole King. Dave Saretna, you were first on Journey. That is sold to him. And then Stephen Reeves was second, and now we're good. We have Jefferson Starship, Blows Against the Empire. Jefferson Starship is $24.99, Blows Against the Empire. Also, we have Hugo Winterwalter, Wish You Were Here. Hugo Winterwalter, $9.99. And we have Belly Dance, more Belly Dancing here, $19.99 on Belly Dancing. We have Isle of Man, 1965. This is in shrink, $19.99. The Kinks, Sleepwalker. The Kinks is $14.99. Sleepwalker. The Kinks, $14.99. Carole King, Rhymes and Reasons. Carole King is $14.99. And Greg Ken Band continued. Greg Ken Band is $14.99. Kid Creole is $19.99. Kid Creole, $19.99. So, Miles Davis has new bids, 38 and 40. The Helicopters is sold to William Dragovich, to Craig Thomas. I glitched myself there. This sold to Craig Thomas for $11. Now Fleetwood Mac has a new bid. Are we done on Parliament, though? Because I did say a final call on Parliament. Wayne Carr had it for $45. Now Phil Freeman's back in at $48. Phil Freeman's back in at $48. All right. With that being said, here is our next New Orleans single, and it is going to go up right now. I don't know. Let me figure out where I was. I had a row here of really good stuff. We were pulling one after another. Here we go. Here's another Helicopters. This one's going to go up for a $5 start. It's like a marble-looking vinyl, estrus label, looking at me, the Helicopters. That's going to go up for a $5 start. They're still bidding on Fleetwood Mac. The new high bid right now is 10. Larry Smith picking up another Carole King. That one's sold. And we have Casey and the Sunshine Band in shrink wrap. That is $19.99. Casey and the Sunshine Band. Katrina and the Waves. And this has their big song, Walking on Sunshine. That's in shrink wrap, $24.99. And we have Paul Cantor, Gray Slick, Sunfighter. That is $14.99. Sandy, let me know on Fleetwood Mac and Parliament. Wayne Carr, you're out. And now Miles Davis. Donna, you're out. And now Wayne's back in on Parliament. So Donna, Miles Davis goes back to you. Samuel has it for 40. Parliament has a new bid for 50. Phil, you're out. Just making sure Sandy's done on Fleetwood Mac. And we have an instant tie on the Helicopters. Craig bid 5. William bid 5. Now Roberts at 8. Next is Kansas, Vinyl Confessions. Kansas is $19.99. King, Bittersweet. King's a gold stamp promo, $14.99. The Helicopters was on like marbled kind of gray looking vinyl here. Marbled gray looking vinyl there. Also the Corgis, Dumb Waiters, that's $19.99. And we have the King Bees gold stamp promo, $14.99. She's out on Fleetwood Mac, so the promo of Don't Stop is sold to Leslie Silvley for $10. Thank you. The Kings are here. That's $14.99. And now I got some buy it now 45s. These are all $6.99. The first one we have is Mr. Roboto, Sticks, $6.99 on Sticks. Eric Clapton, Cocaine. Michael Jackson, Wanna Be Starting Something. Michael Jackson. Also, we have Shalimar, Dancing in the Sheets. Tim Finn, Grand Adventure. And Paul McCartney, Take It Away. Those are all $6.99. Sticks, Clapton, MJ, Shalimar, Tim Finn, and Paul McCartney. Those are all $6.99 each on those. So first thing was I said a final call on Miles Davis at 40, and then a final call on Parliament. Helicopters got a new bid for 8, and then we have Helicopters with a new bid for 9. Parliament got a new bid for 52. Helicopters got a new bid for 11. Miles Davis got a new bid for 42. And now Courtney, first on MJ for $6.99. Sandy Mile on Eric Clapton for $6.99. Michael Ruttman next on MJ. Nick Bargeron second on Eric Clapton. Helicopters has a new bid for 12. Jamie Diaz wants Sticks. And Ginger Lynch got Paul McCartney. So that leaves Tim Finn, Grand Adventure. And we have Shalimar, Dancing in the Sheets, which is from Footloose. That is from Footloose, by the way, if that rings a bell now. $6.99 on that. So let's go over here to Miles Davis, which got a new bid. Donna bid $42. That means the longtime bidder of it, Samuel Kopich, you've been outbid, just FYI. Wayne's out on Parliament. We might have found our high bidder on Parliament. Parliament has a high bid with Phil Freeman for 52. Wayne Carr's out. And now Miles Davis has new bids. And the Helicopters is at 13. Final call. Journey, Departure. Journey's $19.99. Tom Jones. It's Not Unusual. That's pretty cool, actually. That's his big hit song. And this is the original album from that, and that's very clean for $9.99. Very clean on that for $9.99. Here is our next auction. Oh, I finally found it. I saw this last night, and it's Extreme Tragic Comic from Extreme 3, a special edition etched single. Extreme is a $7 start. $7 start on Extreme there. Next is Miles Davis at 50. Helicopters has a new bid for 15. Troy Robinson got the Shalimar. Miles Davis at 60. Mark Fallon on Mark Jones. What happened there? Mark Fallon got Tom Jones. Thank you, Mark Fallon. Joe Salamo second. Tim Samberez, you were second. Out, and we have Miles Davis 62, Extreme 7. All right. That means I'm going to sell Parliament as soon as I show one more record. Hank Williams Jr., Strong Stuff, $24.99 on Hank Williams Jr., Strong Stuff. Parliament, Mothership Connection. Parliament is officially sold to to Phil Freeman for $52. Thank you, Phil. That is so due. All righty. They're still battling out over Miles Davis. Extreme is now up for bid, and we're still bidding on the helicopters, it looks like, as well. So, John, let me show y'all what I tell y'all about every day. John usually makes 45 deliveries before the show, right? Let me show you what he brought me today. So y'all have probably seen in videos and pictures, we got these huge metal racks in the back that are full of 45s. They're just like stacked, and they're like 5 deep, and we've got them stacked everywhere. Well, he was moving some stuff around, and he thought he was like basically in his stash of like Beatles 45s, and he found 1, 2, 3, 4. He filled up 6 boxes of New Orleans records. So over here next to me, I've got 6 boxes of New Orleans 45s that, adding to already what I know I had, I didn't know we had these. 6 more boxes full of New Orleans singles. 6 boxes full. And he had those kind of stacked behind what he thought was just like top 40 and Beatles 45s we've got back there on the shelf. These were all kind of hidden away back there. 6 more boxes. So that's more than I didn't realize we already had. We've got a long ways to go. We're going to be selling New Orleans 45s for the rest of the year easily. If we get through them before December, I'll be shocked, okay? But if we can sell 2 or 3 boxes a night, that would be something. Okay. So here's the last bids. Miles Davis 62, Extreme 710, 70 on Miles Davis, Extreme 11, 12, and then we have Extreme 13, 15. The last bid on the helicopters, Craig went out. That's after Robert Tomic bid $15. The John Corabi, you can. John Corabi's right over here. He is $125. The actual record is John Corabi Unplugged. It's sealed, numbered, and it's on white vinyl. It's unopened. And then here is the actual autograph. It's a print, which has the artwork of the album on the back. And that is $125. $125, signed, print, authenticated, and then the actual album is sealed. Now, next LP, more horoscope records, Sagittarius. This is $19.99, Sagittarius. The best of Homer and Jethro, clean copy here. In shrink wrap, $14.99. RCA Records, $14.99 on that. Lauren Green, you may know him from Bonanza. American West, $24.99. Exile is $9.99. The Judds, Why Not Me, is $24.99. And Bozo, there's a good Seinfeld reference, the first of the night. Bozo, B-O-Z-O, $19.99. Shannon Lee wants the John Corabi. Thank you. That's sold you for $125. That is done. And now we have the Clown and the Kids, Emmett Kelly. Emmett Kelly's $19.99. So Miles Davis is officially sold then. Donna went out. Samuel Kopage, you get that for $70. Thank you. That's sold you. The Helicopters is sold to Robert Tomic for $15. And now we need new auctions. But first, my crate is full over here. Sounds like Tanner's playing marbles back here or something. Tanner, what are you doing back here? I think he's putting together something. He's putting a table together. Nice. Is that my new desk?
No, it's G's new desk.
Oh, man. Can I get a desk one day? I don't have a desk. I would love a desk one day. Tanner says one day he'll give me a desk. Yeah, I got up here earlier to work on some stuff, as in eat my food, and I didn't have any place to sit down up front. Maybe one day they'll give me a desk here. I still don't have one. I'm going to mute my mic. I got to drink some blue juice. All right. Here we are. And I'm back. The last bid on Extreme that came in was Ben Dygert at $15. Extreme Tragic Comic. $15, final call. Let's get some new LPs up for auction. The next new LP is going to go up for auction right now. It's Black Sabbath. Nice. The first, we should have saved this for Thursday night. We'll go ahead and run it right now, though. The first Ronnie James Dio album. I've told this story I've told the story a lot. The very first time I've ever heard Children of the Sea, I was absolutely blown away. And then I played it for my friend Moose just to get his reaction. He was blown away. What, Tanner? $45 start on Black Sabbath. This is an OG copy. And I will go ahead and say this. It is nice. This is Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. Nice vinyl, no condition notes, just a little bit of what looks like a sticker used to be there. $45 start on Heaven and Hell. Wow, that's a great one. All right. Extremes at $16. That's with Javi Soto, new bid. And then the last comment was, what was the Exile record? The name of the Exile record, I think I didn't say a title because it's called Exile. Yeah, it's Exile self-titled. Exile by Exile, okay? Did you sell Thorogood? I'll do it right now. George Thorogood, let me search who signed it. Let me see what the notes say on JSA. This is, okay, good. I already got the website pulled up. Verify another certificate. This is CD 02344, and this is signed by George Thorogood and 4 additional band members. It's signed by George Thorogood and 4 additional band members. Bad to the bone. The disc itself is pretty low grade. Just FYI, the disc hadn't been cleaned. And if I were to grade it right now, the actual record would probably go like VG minus. So you probably would need to swap out a disc if you want to keep a nice disc with it. It is pretty beat up. However, it is signed by George Thorogood, and we sold one of his autographs last night. It's a $95 start. It is made out to Chester. It is made out to Chester, so it is personalized, but it's a $95 start. It's got multiple signatures there on it. So the jacket itself's not in the best shape. We sold a 12-inch single last night for $95. I figured a signed album would at least be worth $95 as well. We sold that 12-inch single last night for $95 as well. So this is a signed album. It has been JSA authenticated, and it's a $95 start, okay? Robert Lee Wunsch does want Exile. And the B-side on Extreme. The B-side on Extreme was The End, maybe? No, it may be single-sided. Tragic Comic, yeah, it's single-sided. It's etched. It's got an etching on the other side. It's single-sided, etched. Okay, Carole King's Greatest Hits. Nice, $19.99. Carole King's Greatest Hits, $19.99. So George Thorogood is a $95 start. Where did I leave off? Extreme, Javi Soto had it for $16. And then Black Sabbath got bids for $46 and now $55. We sold Exile, and George Thorogood has a bid. Wow, Ronald McDonald visits America. I've never seen that before. $19.99. I kind of like that. Ronald McDonald, full color book and record set. Wow. Ronald McDonald visits America. I've never seen a McDonald's record before. $19.99 on Ronald McDonald. The Best of Wanda Jackson. We had one of these last night autographed. $24.99 on the Best of Wanda Jackson. The Dynamic, Stonewall Jackson, $9.99. Also, Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy, $34.99. Original Under Sleeve. Lawyers, Guns, and Money, Werewolves of London. Merle Haggard, 501 Blues is $24.99. And Hank Williams Jr., $26.99. So the George Thorogood has one bid for $95. It's signed by George Thorogood, and it also looks like 4 other members of his band. The actual record is pretty low grade. The jacket is not also the best. It is signed by the man himself. It has one bid for $95, and that's a final call. Are we done on Black Sabbath? The high bid on Black Sabbath is $55 with Jersey Devil. Sandy Mile, let me know if you want back in. And then we got David Robush on Drag, and that was for... What was that for? And, well, that might have been something earlier. Didn't we have like a drag racing record, perhaps, earlier in the bin? Am I crazy, or did we? Yeah, drag race. Drag race, is that what you want from earlier? Drag sound effects. That's sold to David Robush. Cody Wright got Hank Williams Jr. And we have Nothing But a Heartache, The Flirtations. Wow. 140, I was about to say, that's pretty tough to get. 149.99. Nothing But a Heartache, The Flirtations. In shrink wrap, 149.99. 149.99 on that. It's in shrink and there's no condition notes. Wow. Joni Mitchell, Chalk Mark in a Rainstorm, $24.99. And Spike Jones in stereo, that is $24.99. All right, so Extreme. Let's go ahead and sell this. Sorry, I kind of was making sure everybody was done. Javi Soto got that for $16. That is sold. And then we got Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. This is a final call. It is a 1980 OG. I started it at 45. We have a bid for 55, and that's a final call. 55. And I'm going to introduce our next two 45s, and then I'm going to sell Brian the George Thorogood unless there's a new bid on it. Jason Boxell, that is sold. I was about to say, if that might sell by the end of the night, I might keep it. That's sold to Jason Boxell. And, yeah, Black Sabbath, the final call for 55. Our next 45 is going to go up right now. Let's pull another one from that New Orleans box. I think y'all see we do have plenty to sell. Here is Get Up, Pants on Fire, You Want a Kinky Kinky. And this is the Dive Bomb Honey. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And then what is next? The Johnnies. And this is Don't Put the Blame on Me. The Johnnies is going to go up for a $5 start. Don't Put the Blame on Me. A $5 start. The Johnnies. That's now up for bid. Guess what? Black Sabbath has a new bid. $58. And I've introduced the 245, so Brian Call, you get the George Thorogood for $95. I figured the one last night would have got multiple bids, and especially this one, but it's sold. And that's done for $95. Thank you. That is sold to Brian Call. Now, Black Sabbath has a new bid. Jersey Devil, we're not done. And now we have a new LP going up for auction right now. The next LP is going to be Miles Davis. This is called Big Fun. Miles Davis, Big Fun. A 1974 U.S. Pittman original. It is VG. We've covered up the nudity there. It has promo stickers on the front. A $25 start. Dive has a bid for $5, and the Johnnies is a $5 start. That was a great crate of vintage. I'm not going to go through it in details. I'm just going to read the titles, and if you heard something and you're like, wait a minute, what's that? Let me know. I've got our first Laura crate over here of the night. I'm going to go ahead and do that one. And there's 3 more crates of vintage like this from John. If you need a price on something, let me know. We've got Bonnie Hayes. We got Norman Greenbaum, Stevie Wonder, Will the Circle Be Unbroken, Ginger Baker, Buck Owens, 38 Special, which is called Flashback with like a best of type deal, $36.99. Dinah Ross, Harry James, Greg Ken, Argent, Jefferson Starship, not Starshoot, Hugo Walter Winter, Belly Dancing. We have Isle of Man, 1965. I thought that was pretty cool too. $19.99. Never seen that racing record. The Kinks, Greg Ken, King Creole, KC, Katrina and the Waves, Paul Cantor, Kansas, King, Corgis, King Bees, Kings, Journey, Hank Williams Jr., Sagittarius, Homer and Jethro, Lauren Green, The Judds, Bozo, Emmett Kelly, Carole King, Ronald McDonald. We got some clown records here. Look at all these clowns. We got Ronald McDonald, Emmett Kelly, Bozo, and Seth Hackett. Ha! We have Carole King's Greatest Hits, 1999. The Best of Wanda Jackson, Stonewall Jackson, Warren Zevon, Merle Haggard, Joni Mitchell, and Spike Jones. That was a lot of great stuff still left in there. First thing we have is Miles Davis 25, Miles Davis 30, Miles Davis 27, Miles Davis 32. The Warren Zevon was Excitable Boy, $34.99 with the original inner sleeve. That is available. Also, what happened on Black Sabbath? Did D-Kong come back in? Jersey Devil bid 60. So D-Kong, you did get outbid on Black Sabbath. There is a new bid for 60. They're still bidding on Miles Davis, by the way. D-Kong says he's out. After that was the Dinah Ross. I think it was like a greatest hits. It was this one here with the jukebox on the front. Dinah Ross and Supremes, Where Did Our Love Go? That is $14.99. And then that was for Jason. The next comment was Stephen Reeves does want the 38 special. That's right back here. That's so to Stephen Reeves. Thank you. And then the next comment was what was the Ginger Baker for George Samberez? Ginger Baker was right here. Stradivarius, $36.99. Atco Records, Ginger Baker from Cream, first label. And then we have the next comment after that was, can I see which Starship and can I get Ginger Baker? Can I see Ginger Baker? I just showed Ginger Baker. I just told the price. And then Starship was right in here, and that was Sunfighter. No, wait a minute. That's technically like Starship. No, you're talking about this one, though. Blows Against the Empire, $24.99, gatefold orange label. The next comment was Miles Davis, 37. Chris Bachek does want the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. That's sold to Chris Bachek. And then Paul Brothers picking up the Katrina and the Waves and the Judds. And those are sold to Paul Brothers. And Katrina was here, and those were 24 and 24. And then what genre is King and Kings? You know, I think it's both. The broad genre for both would be rock. We have the Kings are here. I don't know how specific, or that looks like a good Derek Clark question. What can you compare? Who's the best way to compare King and Kings? What genres are those? That's a good question. Now, ST wants Warren Zevon. Let me first make sure, though, boy, there's a lot of claims and questions. Looks like we're going to end up selling most of this crate. We have Warren Zevon. Let me make sure that Alanti G doesn't want it. If not, we'll sell it to ST. And then Trina Long wanted CK, which was Carole King's greatest hits, right? That's sold to Trina Long. Miles Davis is at 40. And then George Samberez on Ginger Baker. So George does want Ginger Baker. And then we have Miles Davis at $47.50. And then we have ST on Warren. So ST on Warren Zevon. Let me make sure that Alanti G doesn't want it, okay? Wow. Okay, so Black Sabbath. Let's go ahead and sell this. So I'm sure Jersey Devil's like, Chad, for the love of all things good and holy, please sell this. Jersey Devil gets Black Sabbath for $60. Thank you. That's so to you. And then I don't think these didn't have a lot of activity. Let me try to filter through all this. And Robert Tomic Dive, $5. Yeah, so Robert Tomic got Dive for $5, and nobody bid on the Johnnies, so they're a $5 buy it now. The Johnnies is a $5 buy it now. Samuel and Donna having another big Miles Davis battle. And then if I've missed anything else, let me know. The records that were asked about was Jefferson Starship, Dinah Ross. Everything else that was asked about has sold, except for Warren Zevon here. A Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy. That's $34.99, okay? And Brian Call wants the Johnnies for $5. Thank you on that. 1 second, please. Okay. Here we go. Let me leave this out so I don't forget. This is pending to ST unless Mason or unless Alanti G wants it. All right, let's bring over this lower crate. But first, we got to introduce some new auctions. I'm going to run the Ozzy autograph. I'm going to run the Ozzy autograph at 8 o'clock. I think a lot of people's waiting on that. But first, let's put up a kiss. I was made for loving you. Moose doesn't know about Ozzy. Does he have an Ozzy autograph? I don't know. We probably need to tell him we're selling that at 8 o'clock. A 79 U.S. Pittman Terre Haute Hybrid OG. Labels indicate Pittman, but dead wax indicates Terre Haute. Wow. So the labels say it's a Pittman, but the dead wax says Terre Haute. It's an OG VG, $15 start. Here, send him a picture of it. Say this is going live at 8 o'clock. If you're not tuned in, you're not a real Ozzy fan. $15 start on Kiss. And Jackie says she'll try King and Kings. And Argent has Hold Your Head Up. Yes, Argent has a song, Hold Your Head Up. It's on there. This is sold. And this is... What's going on here? Yeah, these are sold to Jackie. Yes, and Argent has Hold Your Head Up. Let's go ahead and tag this for ST. I lost Atlantic G somewhere. Tag that for ST. And Kiss has a bid for 15. They're still betting on Miles Davis. It sounds like Kiss is getting together for a 50th anniversary concert, which is probably going to spark a new reunion. They're going to do the same thing like they did on Unplugged back in the day. They're gonna get together and they're gonna like, all right, let's do one more tour. Gene Simmons just had to cancel his solo shows, which I thought that was surprising. I thought he would have no problem selling out shows, but he's probably like, you know what? Let's do it one more time, guys. Let's do it one more time. I wish they would, because I never did get to see them. I never did get to see Kiss. And that last time they came to Nashville, I was like, why aren't I at Bridgestone Arena right now? I should be at Bridgestone Arena right now seeing Kiss. I mean, they've like, I mean, look, probably 5% of what I think about on a daily basis on collections is when can we get our next Kiss collection in? And for me never to go see them is a tragedy. So, all right, here we go. Let's do some more Buy It Now 45s. Joni Mitchell, Good Friends. Joni Mitchell. We have Benjamin Orr, Stay the Night. Peter Wolf, Lights Out. Check out this Supremes. Love is Here and Now You're Gone. And it's in a Diana Ross promotional like sleeve. I think that's really cool. And we have Tanya Tucker, What's Your Mama's Name? And Shake, Shake, Shake. Shake Your Booty. KC and the Sunshine Band. $6.99. $6.99. Let's go over here and see what we got. First thing was Miles Davis. We had bids on Miles Davis for $68. The last bid was Samuel Kopech at $67. The next comment was Kiss at $15. Jackie does want Argent. Hold Your Head Up. Argent, Hold Your Head Up. Argent is sold to Jackie. Thank you. Kiss is at $20. Next is Kiss is at $30. And we have Mark Fallon got Benjamin Orr from the Cars. $6.99. That is sold. And then Tony Freeman put no, and he meant what? He might have meant Benjamin Orr. Jason Boxell got the Supremes. Tommy Flowers, possibly third on Benjamin Orr. ST got Peter Wolf for $6.99. Ginger Lynch got KC and the Sunshine Band, Shake Your Booty. And we got Joni Mitchell and Tanya Tucker. Those are available for $6 and $6.99 each, okay? Kiss Vegas one-off acoustic show featuring Bruce Kulick non-makeup show. Oh, man. Yeah, when I heard that, I was like, maybe I'll get one more chance. But hey, it is in Vegas. That's a good reason to go to Vegas, right, Tanner? That sounds like a good reason for me to go to Vegas. That's probably going to cost $10,000 to go, though. Miles Davis is a final call. And what happened here? We had quite the battle between Samuel and Donna. And by the way, Brian Call, you did get the George Thorogood. You did get it. And Donna has this for $68. Samuel Kopech, just so you know, you're out. And the high bid on Kiss... The high bid on Kiss here is $30 with Stephen Reeves, and that's a final call. Okay, looks like we need some more auctions. And speaking of Kiss, here's Guns N' Roses. This is some sort of flexi disc type deal. I don't know a lot about this, but it's Guns N' Roses. It's official. Appetite, it mentions Appetite for Destruction. I don't know a lot about this, but it's pretty cool looking. It's a $7 start, Guns N' Roses. All right, let's see what's in this new crate from Laura here. I've got Tears for Fears, great start. Their most recent album on green vinyl, The Tipping Point, $24.99. $24.99. We've got one copy of REM, Out of Time. REM is sealed, Losing My Religion, $29.99. And Ingrid Mickleson, Everybody. Ingrid Mickleson, $24.99. Now, what was the last bid that came in on Kiss? Kiss, El Terrible, $33. Oh, sorry. I didn't see your emoji. You're pulling a Mark Fallon on me. $33 on Kiss. El Terrible Torio put the lip emoji for Kiss at $33. So El Terrible has that. Guns N' Roses already has bids for 7 and 7. And now I was hoping Samuel Kopich, unless I've missed something, I've got to go ahead and sell this. You missed out, Chad. Okay. Oh, no, maybe they was talking about Kiss. Either way, we got to go ahead and sell this. Davis out. Okay, good. Sorry, there's been so many comments. Time to reset the auctions. I'll be able to keep up with them. And kind of in between crates when I'm chit-chatting, the comments kind of get buried. Donna gets this for $68. Thank you. Now Kiss is at $33, and that's with El Terrible Torio. And the bidder before that on Kiss was Stephen Reeves. So, Stephen, you're outbid on Kiss, just so you know. All right, now, first thing we have is Spoon, Lucifer on the Sofa. Spoon is sealed, $19.99. We've got 3 of those. And John Prine, September 1978. John Prine is sealed, $19.99. And this is sealed, $19.99. But, boy, I don't know, Twisted. It's Twisted, sealed, $19.99. Kiss has a new bid. Oh, boy. How about the Dead Kennedys? Here's a 1981 U.S. original, a U.S. gold disc pressing, VG condition, a $15 start for the Dead Kennedys. VG condition, alternate tentacles label. There is damage on the back cover. It's a lower grade copy, but it is an OG Dead Kennedys. $15 start on that. We're going through a crate of new sealed stuff. This stuff's technically pre-owned, but it's all new and sealed, if that makes sense. It may not make sense, but just trying to say on this. Now, we have Nick Bargeron on John Prine, Adam Bullock on Twisted. Kiss is now at 40, Dead Kennedys is at 20, and Guns N' Roses is at 10. Next is Mark Knopfler, One Deep River. Mark Knopfler is sealed on white blue vinyl, $44.99. $44.99. And we have our next New Orleans single going up right now. The next New Orleans single is The Shambles. That's going to go up right now for a $5 start. The Shambles, Innocence Becomes You, black vinyl, $5 start on that. Guns N' Roses, 10, 12, 15, now 20. Dead Kennedys, 15. We have Fractured Minds, Dave Davies, a record store day. Dave Davies from the Kinks. It's sealed on green vinyl, $19.99. Guns N' Roses at 20. And now Kiss is at 44 of El Terrible. Stephen Reeves says he's done. Speaking of Kiss, Ace Frehley, Spaceman. Ace Frehley is sealed on silver vinyl, $24.99. And Fish, Joy. Fish is on red and turquoise vinyl, $29.99 on Fish. The Shambles is a $5 start. Does Dead Kennedys really just have one bid? It has 2 $15 bids. No, it opened at 20. So we had bids for 20, 15, 15. The high bid is 20. Final call. Guns N' Roses is now at 25. I have Waylon Jennings, Austin City Limits live. Limited edition, color exclusive, $19.99 on that. Colin Butler gets Fish. El Terrible gets Ace. And then Matt Lawson next on Fish. And now we have some Buy It Now 45s coming. These are all $6.99. We have Ringo Starr, Only You. Journey, Send Her My Love. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Taking Care of Business. Why Don't We Get Drunk? Jimmy Buffett. Sun City, Artists Against the Apartheid. Those are all $6.99. First thing we have is a new bid on Guns N' Roses for $35. We have Robert Lee Bunch on Waylon Jennings. And then any lore stickered. If I buy, who was the first person? Wait a minute. It goes, who was the first person to buy something out of here? I messed up. This goes to the first person. I'm glad you said something, but I've got to give it to the first person here. Unless Nick Bargeron's willing to wager it over to you if you buy something. The lore crate, I forgot to mention it, with the nice rainbows and everything. That goes to the first person who bought something, which was Nick Bargeron on John Prine. That is sold. And now we got some $6.99ers here. The next new comment was Guns N' Roses 35. Robert Lee Bunch got Waylon. Michael Butler got BTO, Taking Care of Business. That's sold for $6.99. Dead Kennedys 21. Troy Robinson wants Sun City. And now we got Jimmy Buffett, Journey, Send Her My Love, and Ringo Starr all still available. What is the REM that's left? That is called Out of Time. That's their big hit album that has Losing My Religion on it. It's new and sealed, $29.99. By the way, no one bid on the Shambles, so that's a $5 buy it now. Now Guns N' Roses at $40. Kiss is sold to El Terrible Torio, and El Terrible Torio gets the Kiss for $44. Thank you, that's sold to you. And we have Pay It Forward. So how about this? Javi, if you make a purchase out of here, Nick Bargeron, I was about to say, I think Nick got one last night. He's saying he's willing to trade you his Laura sticker for nothing, just an act of kindness. So now, Javi, all you got to do is make a purchase, and that Laura sticker is yours. Now, let's go ahead and do back-to-back Kiss. Oh, wow. Here we go. Here is a double signed by the man himself, Ace Frehley and Paul Stanley. Here's an autographed copy of Kiss, Music from the Elder. It's signed by Ace and Paul. It's JSA authenticated. And this is give me 1 second here. It's a $285 start. And we sold another Music from the Elder autographed a couple weeks ago. And this is a $285 start. This is Kiss, Music from the Elder, signed by Ace and Paul. $285 start on that. Javi Soto says he'll take Ingrid Mickleson. There we have it. Ingrid Mickleson, and Javi gets the Laura Craig. That's a nice one. Got some cool rainbows there. Thank you, Javi. That is so to you. Now, before I go anywhere else, let's figure out what I have to do. Somebody wanted to see the Dead Kennedys up close. Here's an 81 US OG. The disc is VG, so it's just got scuffing, no feelers. It's a VG disc. So the disc is nothing really serious, just a lot of play on it, a lot of play time. And then the jacket's probably VG minus or less because of this damage. It could even go less. I mean, there's no crazy rip in half or anything, but there is significant wear, maybe even some staining. Looks like a coffee pot got put on top of it at one time, which it probably did. And that's a low-grade jacket. The disc itself is VG. And the high bid on the Dead Kennedys right now is 21. It is OG. Okay, and then Guns N' Roses got a bid for 45. Javi got Ingrid Mickleson. And then how much was Led Zeppelin? The How the West Was one box set is $214.99. $214.99 on that. And then what's next? We have new records. Here is Lady Gaga and Tony Bennett, Love for Sale. Those are just $24.99 sealed. We have two of them. The Cynics, Get Our Way. The Cynics is a Garage Psych record on mystery colored vinyl. $19.99 on the Cynics. The Music from the Elder, signed by Ace and Paul, is a $285 start. Final call on that. And who has GNR? Rebecca Howitt, $45, right? Final call on that for $45. Next is another copy of the Cynics and Space Hog. And this is called Resident Alien. It's sealed on pink vinyl, $49.99 on Space Hog. Space Hog. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that is, give me 1 second. I thought I had one right over here ready to go. Yeah, this actually didn't come from New Orleans, but it looks like one I need to auction. And this is called what? I don't know. Worry Bird Dirt. Dirt. D-I-R-T. Ruga Burn or Rug Burn and Heavy Petting. Dirt is going to go up for a $5 star. That's up for bid. Next is Declan McKenna. That is sealed on yellow vinyl, $19.99. And Drake Views at a great price of just $24.99. Drake is new and sealed, $24.99 on that. So Guns N' Roses is officially sold, and that is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $45. Rebecca has that for $45. And we have, so yeah, that's sold to Rebecca for $45. And next was Dead Kennedys. Nobody else bid on that. The Dead Kennedys is sold, and that is sold to Pam Murray for $21. And we have Dirt is a $5 start. That's where we're at right there. $5 start on that. And we have Peter Hamill in translation, sealed on white vinyl, $19.99. Since I don't want to run over and make it late, so I'll go ahead and put Ozzy up for bid right now, and I have a feeling it'll probably be up past 8 o'clock. I'll make sure it doesn't sell in the next 5 minutes. I know it's not going to sell in the next 5 minutes, but this is Ozzy, Ordinary Man. Now, it is an album, what we call like a flat. It looks just like the album jacket, but it's an album flat. It is signed by Ozzy. It's JSA authenticated. And the starting bid on this is $275. So Ozzy, it's an album flat, Ordinary Man. It is autographed. It's JSA authenticated, and it's a $275 star. Signed by the Prince of Darkness himself, Ozzy Osbourne. There he is. And it's a $275 start. It is Ordinary Man. It's a signed album flat, JSA authenticated, and it's a $275 start. The Ozzy CDs, I believe, are auto pen. There is some stuff out there from Ozzy that's auto pen. If you look on eBay, some of them say Ozzy signed CD auto pen, and you got to be careful. I think they auto penned some of those Ozzy CDs. So you probably need to send it to JSA or PSA. Some of those out there are auto pen. You got to be careful some of these signed albums being auto pen. There's more out there than you think that's auto pen. First thing we have is First Acid Kit, First Aid Kit, not acid. Big difference. First Acid Kit, First Aid Kit. First Aid Kit, Paula Mino. That's sealed on white vinyl for $19.99. And we have Taylor Swift, $24.99. I hadn't got up to Drake yet. So, yeah, Drake went to Gregory Roberts. That's so to Gregory Roberts. And then Bob Panasniak on the Cynics. That's so to Bob Panasniak. And then we have a bit on dirt for $5. Hendry on Peter Hamill. Hendry, did you see the Peter Hamill last night too? There was a third one that you hadn't got yet. That one's so to you. And then Ozzy is $275 start. And we have Kiss as a buy it now for $285. Wow. Buy it now on the Ace and Paul signed, JSA authenticated here, $285. If anybody wants this, it's a buy it now. And Ozzy is a $275 start. That is up for bid at this moment. Just saying. Jeff Church picks up the Kiss. That's so to Jeff Church for $285. That's the second Kiss signed Elder, and that's the last one I have. I do have other Kiss autographs. I've got, like, not any more vinyl. That's my last vinyl I have, but I do have some comic books. I got some guitar picks. I've got some photos. I got some cool stuff. That was my last vinyl, and that is sold to Jeff Church, $285. Nice pickup there. Dirt just got one bid, and that's sold for $5. And that's sold to Robert Tomic for $5. Thank you, Robert, on Dirt. I'll sell that to you for $5. And final call to get a bid on Ozzy, $275. That looked really cool framed. That looked like a really cool piece there framed. Let's go ahead and put up Leonard Skinner. This is an original OG copy of Second Helping. That's the first label that the first two Leonard Skinner albums were on. And this is a 74 US Indianapolis. It's also a RCA Victor Club Company inner sleeve. So, very interesting. I don't know, is that what she wrote here? Oh, no, there is a company inner sleeve. Okay, never mind. It's an RCA Club label. Interesting. I don't know if I've seen that before, honestly. That's pretty bizarre. That is a $35 start, though. Interesting. Leonard Skinner. It has that's the correct inner sleeve. To my knowledge, I have never seen a Sounds of the South inner sleeve. I don't think they exist. And yeah, that's a $35 start. So that's OG Leonard Skinner, $35, and Ozzy's a final call. If anybody wants to bid, as of right now, there's no bid. And we got to put back on Drake. That is $24.99. That's at a great price, by the way. Also, Genesis, their first album, From Genesis to Revelation, $24.99. Tegan and Sarah was sealed. It's on purple and black. It does have a mashed corner, smushed corner, $14.99. And the Reverend Horton Heat, sealed on gold vinyl, $29.99, and we have 4 of those. They're sealed on gold vinyl, $29.99. Let's do some more buy it nows on 45s. I've got Bad English, Lay Down. Bad English, $6.99. Starship, It's Not Over Till It's Over. Van Morrison, Blue Money, and Sweet Thing on the original sleeve. Sam Cooke, Chain Gang, and Cupid. That's a good one. Ray Anthony, Hokey Pokey, and Village People, YMCA. There is Reverend Horton Heat and Moon Duo, sealed for $19.99. Also, we have Sponge, and this is Planet Girls. Sponge is sealed on red vinyl for $29.99. Pixies, Doolittle, Live in Brussels, 2009. That's on green and blue vinyl, $29.99 for the Pixies. Also, we have Undefeated, and that's sealed 1999 Frank Turner, purple vinyl. I have 2 of those. So Leonard Skinner has a new bid for 40. Brent Robley on SC for Segan and Tara. No, wait a minute. No, that was SC for Sam Cooke. That's so to Brent Robley, $6.99. Carla DeRoshi on the Tegan and Sarah, right? Yeah, that was the one. It's probably a little bit cheaper because it does have that smush corner. Edwin Riviera got Bad English for $6.99. Brent got Van Morrison for $6.99. And Leonard Skinner, 42. Gregory won't ref. And Gregory on ref was... let me figure out what that was. Ref, or is that something already sold? Sponge. Reverend. I bet he meant Reverend, right, Gregory? And then Rebecca Howard on the Pixies. That's sold to Rebecca Howard. And then Edwin Riviera also on that Genesis, from Genesis to Revelation. And here we go. I was about to make Ozzy a buy it now, but since I've done all that, there's been 3 questions on it. So it's... luckily for me, got a time extension. Ozzy, Ordinary Man, is a no bid right now. It's a record flat. It's a $275 start. And as of this moment, it does not have a bid. I figured it already would. $275, final call on Ozzy. We're about to sell it. No one has bid. $275. Ben Dygert on Frank Turner. That is sold to Ben Dygert. Leonard Skinner has a bid for $45. And that left Starship, Ray Anthony, Hokey Pokey, and Village People. It's the state of the YMCA. Now, we have up for auction right now. Without further ado, I have, give me 1 second. That's our next buy it now's there. I had a Duran Duran somewhere. Here it is. Here's Duran Duran. This is the Reflex. This is the poster sleeve. Duran Duran, the Reflex, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. Duran Duran is a $7 start. And then our next New Orleans single here is Not Psycho Enough, which has 4 artists on it, it looks like. The More Moan, Sloggy, Bad Preachers, etc. $5 start on that. There's 1 Frank Turner left. Also, Dead by Sunrise, Out of Ashes, Linkin Park related, sealed Black Ice vinyl, $19.99, and Korn, Requiem. Korn is sealed, $19.99. If anybody wants Ozzy, he's a $275 buy it now. $275 on Ozzy. He is a buy it now. Last autograph was Kiss, and that got a buy it now. Let's see if Ozzy follows suits. He is signed. That'd look really cool framed. And now Leonard Skinner's at $48. There's our next 245 auctions. We still got in the auction block, not counting autographs, Alice Coltrane, Sun Ra, Sun Ra, Sun Ra, Gang of Four, Tony Rice, Sex Pistols, Beverly Hills Cop, John Lee Hooker, Hawk Wind, Grateful Dead, Grateful Dead, Grateful Dead, Bob Dylan, Def Leppard, Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd, Bob Marley, Aerosmith, Miles Davis, Stax Volt Review, Folk Song Blues Fest, Van Morrison, U2, Yes, Star Wars, and Smokey and the Bandit. Wow. We have Astro Black, Sun Ra. Sun Ra is a 1973 U.S. quadraphonic EX edition. Some of these have sold for well over $100. This is a 73 U.S. It's EX edition, Sun Ra. Astro Black. It has a promo sticker and a radio station writing on it. That is a $45 start on Sun Ra. We have Leonard Skinner 47, Leonard Skinner 48. Rebecca Howard gets to Ozzy for $275. Thank you, Rebecca. Nice pickup there. Ozzy sold to Rebecca. Now Ozzy's gone. NPE has a bid for $5. No one's bid on Duran Duran. Final call on that. Anybody else on anything in this crate? If not, I'm going to go right into a new vintage crate. Give me 1 second right over here. All right. Nice pickup there. Minimum bid on Ozzy. Didn't expect that happening. Let's see what we have over here. And we have Tears for Fears. If you need a price, let me know. Tears for Fears, Spoon, Twisted, Mark Knopfler, Dave Davies, also REM, Tony Bennett, Lady Gaga, The Cynics, Space Hog, Declan McKenna, Drake still available, Peter Hammett, First Aid Kit, Taylor Swift, Reverend Horton Heat, Moon Duo, Another Sponge, Frank Turner, Dead by Sunrise, and Korn. And Jeff Dedman wants a Death by Sunrise. Thank you. Duran Duran's a $7 buy now. Are we done on Leonard Skinner? So Chris Bachek has it for 50. Everybody else is out. If you're not Chris Bachek, you don't have it. And now we have Sun Ra up for bid as well. And Not Psycho Enough just got one bid, and that's sold to Robert Tomic for $5. Okay. Let's go through some new vintage. Kelly Gabney got Duran for $7. Thank you, Kelly, on that. When I come back, I'm going to sell Leonard Skinner for $50 unless there's a new bid. And Sun Ra is going to be a buy it now if no one's bid on that. Wow. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is take a drink of blue juice here. I definitely need to do this. All right. Corn was Requiem. Requiem. Yeah, Requiem. Is this check condition? Wow, I think this is the first bin of check condition stuff John's put out in maybe 2 or 3 years. No, in about 2 or 3 weeks, honestly. So, yeah, this should be great records at great prices. Let's go straight into it. Without further ado, no pausing tonight. We have absolutely no time at all to pause. No time at all to pause. All right, let's go ahead and sell Leonard Skinner. A lot of people tuned in tonight. Chris Bachek gets that for $50. Thank you, Chris Bachek. That is sold to you for $50. And I'm going to make sure no one bid on Sun Ra. They did. Boy, I'm glad I went back up. No one else bid again, though. Thomas bid 45, ST bid 45, and ST bid 50. Wow, I'm glad I would have said something. Thomas Reed, you've been outbid. There's a couple bidders on YouTube as well. ST has it for $50. 230 on Facebook. Wow, and we got 150 over on YouTube. A lot of people tuned in tonight. We've almost hit whatever that adds up to be. Next thing is going to go up right now. Let's do some, where's my next trick at? Let me see what I got going on in here. Okay. 1 second. I've got to get organized here. Gotcha. Okay, so this needs to be flipped around. Okay. First record in here, the best of the Grateful Dead. VG Condition, 1999. VG Condition, 1999. The best of the Grateful Dead. Eric Clapton Slow Hand is VG 1499. Jethro Tull Benefit, VG Plus 1499. Soundtrack to Coal Miner's Daughter, VG Plus 1499. And the soundtrack to Urban Cowboy is VG 999. Mark Fallon has requested a Van Morrison Astral Weeks. This is a 1976 U.S. Jacksonville reissue. There is tape up here on the upper seam. It's an EX edition. It's a $25 start. Sun Ra has a new bid for $60 with ST. The last bidder was Thomas Reed at $55. Let me know if you want back in. Our next New Orleans single is going to go up right now, and it's the Friggs. Here's the Friggs, and the Friggs is a $5 start. There's the Friggs. Next was Kansas Monolith VG $9.99. We got Robert Lee Bunch. He's quick draw on the Grateful Dead. Thank you. That's sold to you. Also, here's some buy it nows. Amadeus. That was Falco $6.99. Charlie Daniels was at $26. Cheap Trick never had a lot to lose. Cher, I found someone. The Jets. And we have Liza Minnelli, Cabaret. Those are all $6.99, just FYI. All those are $6.99. Sun Ra has a new bid for $65. The Friggs has a bid for $5. Mark Riley wants Falco. Amadeus, that is sold. They're still bidding on that. Courtney Duncan first on the Jets. That's sold to Courtney Duncan. Sending all my love. Next record in here was Casey and the Sunshine Band. VG Plus $14.99. Peter Gabriel, the Scratch album. Peter Gabriel's VG Plus $24.99. Monty Reed, you were second on Falco. Jethro Tull Live is VG $12.99. And Elvis Costello is VG Plus VG Plus $17.99. So Sun Ra's at $70. Thomas Reed, back to you. Van Morrison is a final call to get a bid in for $25. What a great album. The Friggs has one bid with William Draglich. Now a new bid with Bob Panozniak for $6. He's now the second bidder. ST on Peter Gabriel, that's sold to ST. Also, Johnny Cash at San Quentin, VG plus $24.99. And Jeff Beck with Rod Stewart on vocals, Beck Ola, VG condition $9.99. The Beatles 65 is a Los Angeles U.S. original stereo press. VG plus condition $34.99. Sun Ra has a new bid for $75. The Friggs has a new bid for $7. And now our next buy nows are as follows. I'm trying to find our next auction. Aha! Here it is. Jackson Brown, the running on empty picture sleeve, which I don't think I've seen before. Jackson Brown running on empty. That's going to go up for a $7 start. That's pretty cool. Here's some more buy it now. Cellar Full of Noise, I'd Walk the Line, Cock Robin, The Promise You Made, Jackson Brown, Redneck Friend, Bruce Springsteen, Brilliant Disguise, and Samantha Fox, I Want to Have Some Fun. Let's do one more. Platinum Blonde, Crying Over You. Those are all $6.99 there. Next thing in the bin, or let me go ahead and just update where we're at. Sun Ra 75, Sun Ra 80, Friggs 9, Jackson Brown 7, Robert Lee Bunch wants the Jeff Beck. That is sold on that. Chad, any Seeds of Love, Tears, Fears, and Nothing. I think those are all sold, unfortunately. ELO, Face the Music with Strange Magic and Evil Woman. VG plus $14.99. Mark Fallon wants the Samantha Fox. That's the first one sold out of there. And that leaves Platinum Blonde, Bruce Springsteen, Jackson Brown, Cock Robin, and Cellar Full of Noise. I'm going to put all those. Let me put them right here for just a second. Next thing was Michael Butler on Johnny Cash at San Quentin. That's sold. Monty Reed on Sam. And that might have been something in here. Nope. What was Sam? And then we have Jackson Brown at 10, Mark Fallon on the Electric Light Orchestra. Let's go ahead and make Van Morrison a no bid. Buy it now for $25. 1976 U.S. Jacksonville EX, 25 on that. Jackson Brown has one bid for $7. Thomas is out on Sun Ra, so that's a final call to ST for $80. Definitely about to sell that. Also, we have Allman Brothers, Brothers and Sisters. This is VG plus $24.99. Does Elvis Costello have the lyric insert? It does have the original inner sleeve here. It does have the original inner sleeve. I don't see a lyric insert in this one, Jetstream. Next thing is Mark Fallon gets Van Morrison at $25. Still a great price on that. What was the last bid on the Friggs? William Dragovich went out. This is sold to Bob Podosniak for $10. Chris Bachek in on the Jackson Brown at $10, which means the first bidder, Calvin Ward, you're out. And then Monty Reed got, he was second on the Samantha Fox then. Eric Dalby wants the Costello. Let me make sure Jetstream doesn't want it. So Cellar Full of Noise, Platinum Blonde, Springsteen, Jackson Brown, and Cock Robin there, all still available. Next LP, Jefferson Starship Earth, VG plus $9.99. Rick Wakeman, VG plus $14.99. And the Romantics, National Breakout, VG $9.99. New bid on the Jackson Brown picture sleeve. I don't know if I've seen that one before. Running on empty. All right, let me grab our next auction here. As y'all know, we got some great stuff to run. Here is, should be an air horn tonight if we have the right couple bidders on. This should be an air horn if we have the right couple bidders on. Not many people's asked about it. I did see one person early on ask when I was going to put it up, and I said later. This is the best of B.B. King, and it's really cool here. It's signed by B.B. King and 3 additional members of his band. Now, the last 2 B.B. King albums I had that were signed came from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, and those were auctioned for over $500. Both of them I had. This is the best of B.B. King, signed by B.B. King and 3 members of his band. I've got it up for a $475 start. Surprisingly, I thought this required a letter. I think the last 2 we had letters. This has had a basic certification with it, so that's good. It saved me. I thought I was going to have to spend closer to like $100 to have this authenticated. So really good. It just has the card with it, and it has the JSA sticker. The last 2 I had required a letter, so I don't know what's different about this one. It is signed by B.B. King and 3 of his members. It's a $475 starting bid. Very cool. Signed by B.B. King and 3 members of his band. And I think they wrote guitar, drums, and sax. So they wrote what instrument they play. He put sax, he put drums, and he put guitar. And then, of course, we know what B.B. King played. Guitar. That's a $475 start. Really killer. I'm going to put it in a new sleeve. I think that's the sleeve I got it in back there. I hadn't really re-sleeved it yet. But B.B. King's up for bid. $475 start. signed by B.B. King. How cool is that? Chris Bachek got the Jackson Brown for 15. Unless Jetstream says otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and give Eric Dalby the Elvis Costello. The Romantics is sold to George Samberez. And now Sun Ra is officially sold, and that's sold to ST. And ST gets that for $80. But yes, signed B.B. King. Signed B.B. King, $475 start. I'm pretty sure the last two I sold from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, I can't pinpoint the price, but I think I started them at $575. The last couple we had from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. I'm pretty sure we had two, and I started those at like $575. I've got this one at $475. Jetstream said he does want Elvis Costello, okay? So Jetstream asked about this first, and he said he will take it. So Elvis Costello does go to Jetstream. Thank you on that. Now, we did a new auction back there. Let's go ahead and do this. Alice Coltrane. Oh, boy. A 77 U.S. Winchester Original with no condition notes. No condition notes. $55 start. Alice Coltrane, a 77 U.S. Winchester Original. There is the original inner sleeve, and this is a $55 start. Yeah, I do have the list. Thank you, Craig, for sharing that. I do have the list here. I screenshotted it from JSA because I looked it up earlier. Yeah, it's signed by Milton Hopkins, Cato Walker, and Caleb Infrey. That is who else signed it here. This comes straight from the JSA website if you were to look up that certification. Milton Hopkins, Cato Walter, and Caleb Infrey. That's the other people who signed it, verified by JSA. So that is up for bid right now. $475 on the BB King. All right, Alice Coltrane already has bids. And the first thing I have, there's that. Okay, so first thing is back to the bin. We got the Rolling Stones Through the Past Darkly, VG Plus $24.99. Great compilation by the Stones. Boston, their debut album, VG Condition $14.99. First label, VG $14.99 on Boston. The Best of the Electric Flag. It does have promo strips at the bottom. VG Plus $14.99. And the Association's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $9.99. Here's our next buy it nows for $6.99, and I'm going to put up new auctions. We got Chicago, Harry Truman, a promo. Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show, Sylvia's Mother. Carly Simon, Tired of Being Blonde. Katrina and the Waves, Is That It? Janet Jackson, Let's Wait a While. David Cassidy, Cherish. And Hall & Oates, Everything Your Heart Desires. Those are all $6.99 there. Just one bid on the Alice Coltrane at $60. BB King is a $475 start. 10 Years After is VG $9.99. And Buddy Epson says Howdy, VG Plus $19.99. Courtney first on the Janet Jackson for $6.99. Thank you. Larry Smith on CS for Carly Simon. That's sold to Larry for $6.99. And we have Mark Fallon second on Janet Jackson. So we got Hall & Oates, David Cassidy, Katrina and the Waves, also Dr. Hook and Chicago promo, all still available. Alice Coltrane has a new bid for $65. Our next New Orleans single is going to go up right now. The Tight Fits, Full Frontal Attack. The Tight Fits. $5 start on that. It's now up for bid. It's now up for bid. Now, that was a great check condition bin. Let's read through that one more time. I got Eric Clapton, Slow Hand, Jethro Tull, Loretta Lynn, coal miner's daughter. Actually, it's not Loretta Lynn doing the music. Of course, it's a movie about her. We got Urban Cowboy, Kansas, KC, Jethro Tull, Beatles, Allman Brothers, Jefferson Starship, Rick Wakeman, Rolling Stones, Boston, Electric Flag Association 10 Years After, and Buddy Epson. Those are all still available. Those are all still available. We got the Best of BB King, and that's a buy it now for $475. That is a buy it now if anybody wants it. We got lots of other stuff to put up. If that hasn't bid, if it had a bid, I've already given it a few more seconds, but no bid, so it's a buy it now. And next, going up for auction is Def Leppard, and this is Pyromania, and this is a 1983 U.S. Pittman original. It is a club copy. It's VG Plus, and Def Leppard is a $25 start. $25 start. Next is the Beatles was the Beatles 65. It is a U.S. original Los Angeles West Coast Press VG Plus $34.99. The auctions that didn't sell, there's not many. BB King, $475. The Shambles is a $5 buy it now. That was a putback. Jungle Brothers, straight out of the jungle. That is $24.99. Grateful Dead is a 77 US Santa Maria EX, $35. Also, we have the Johnnies for $5, the Star Spangles for $5. Those are the autographs from last night. Those are still there, but there's only 3 OPs. There's only 2 LPs, Grateful Dead and BB King. That's the only 2 that didn't sell. And there's 345s that hadn't sold, and there's the 45s that just didn't get claimed. All right, Def Leppard's a 25. El Terrible says he'll take that Jungle Brothers. I've got more if anybody else wants one. And where are we on Coltrane? Donna, you're out. Michael has it for 75. And then Cody Wright wants the Coal Miner's Daughter soundtrack. That is sold. And yeah, there's only 2 LPs that didn't sell. How about we go ahead and do this right now? Does anybody want the 3 no-bid New Orleans for $10? The Shambles, the Johnnies, and the Star Spangles. I'll go ahead and clean those up for $10. And now let's bring over another new crate. Let's do it right now. Let's bring over another new crate. I'm going to go over here and take a peek in this one. And then, let's see. What do we need to do here? What shall we do? Let's see here. It's another great vintage bin here. We probably just need to go ahead and go through this. Got another bin of new stuff here. Let's go ahead and do this. Nice. I probably should pull that out and auction it. Great title. Looks like. Yes, yes, yes. I kind of want to do a random discount bin. But before let's go ahead and go through another new bin of arrivals. Or I could go through a discount bin. Or I kind of wanted to go through. I had some new vinyl tucked away over here as well. I wanted to go through. Let's see what I got here. I'll go ahead and go through a crate of new arrivals. I mean, that's why we have them, right? Kind of jumping all over the place tonight. Kind of doing this, doing that, doing new stuff, old stuff, this stuff, old stuff. Let's go ahead and do this one right here. All right. So, first thing we have is tight, and then my mic's going out. Really? Test 1, 2. I walked kind of far away. William Dragovich gets these 3 for 10, tight 7. Did I hear back from Donna on Alice Coltrane? Michael, 75. There's not another bid. So, Michael, this is sold to you for $75. Thank you. And then, believe it or not, Def Leppard, a U.S. original VG Plus, did not get a bid. And this is going to go up for a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now on Def Leppard Pyromania. Tight Fits is a final call for $7. Next auction is going to go up right now. Sun Ra and his orchestra. This is live at Montreux. And this is going to go up, a 1978 U.S. reissue, VG Plus, a $35 start. Sun Ra and his orchestra, live at Montreux, a 78 U.S. reissue, VG Plus, a $35 star. Friendly Depperstein got Def Leppard for $25. The Tight Fits is 7 with Robert Tomic. William Dragovich, you're out, just FYI. Okay, now we have, when he goes to get a craze, Mike will cut out. Yeah, I think it's just because I walked pretty far away just a second ago. I walked over there. Okay, next auction is, let's do a Pink Floyd here. This one's curious because I'm curious which one it is. It's a 73 U.S. Los Angeles original. Wow, OG Pink Floyd. It does have a punch hole. That's weird to see an OG with a punch hole. Nice vinyl too, EX Plus. That's unusual too. So unusually nice. So this record must have been somewhere and never did sell originally. So it was a punch out and it was very well taken care of. At least the disc was. That's kind of unusual to see that. In high grade, an OG, $35 start. As y'all know, I've met some people and bought their original collection, and they bought like 3 copies of that. They bought like one, played it to death. They had to buy another one and played it to death, and they were like the original owners of them. $35 start on Pink Floyd. Sun Ra already has bids for $35 and now $40. And now we have Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits Volume 2. These are new vintage arrivals. They've been cleaned, they're checked, and they're all graded EX Plus or better. If you haven't already, make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube. And if you're new, welcome. We do this every night. I will actually be here tonight, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, and then Sunday night. I plan on doing another coin I plan on doing another coin show on Sunday night. So I'll be here for a while and then all next week too. Tina Turner, Private Dancer in shrink wrap, $24.99. What's Love got to do with it? Yes is $19.99. This is the Yeah Yeah Yeahs, $34.99. Didn't expect to see that in here. Tubes Love Bomb is $24.99. And Super Hits of the Platters, $9.99. The Tight Fits is officially sold to Robert Tomick for $7. Robert Warner, are you done on Sun Ra? SD has it for $40. As of right now, no bid on Pink Floyd. Wow, no bid on Pink Floyd. Final call on that. Let me go ahead and jump over here to some more Buy It Now singles. These are all $6.99. Delaney and Bonnie, Never Ending Song of Love. Hugh Muscella, Grazing in the Grass. Never Been to Spain, Three Dog Night. The OJs, Let Me Make Love to You. The Ohio Players, Sweet Sticky Thing. And what an interesting here. Oh, it's an old double mint chewing gum. I've got a hankering for some double mint gum. That's a Seinfeld quote. $6.99 on that. And we got KC and the Sunshine Band, Please Don't Go. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 on that. Robert's out on that. So that means Sun Ra is a final call for $40. Bob Riger gets the Yeah Yeah Yeahs. That's so to Bob Riger. Sinatra was $14.99. Greatest Hits Volume 2, no condition notes. Everything in here is nice and clean. $14.99. And we have Trina Long on the Platters. Trina Long on the Platters. And that was the Platters Greatest Hits. That is sold. That is sold. Okay? All those are available for $6.99. That was Casey and the Sunshine Band. This Double Mint Gum, Double Your Pleasure of Joan and Jane, the Double Mint Twins. Ohio Players, the OJs, Three Dog Night, Hugh Muscella, and Delaney and Bonnie. Those are all still available. Also, Chris X on Sinatra, that's sold. And we have Porter and Dolly, $24.99, Porter and Dolly. Buck Owens is $34.99. That's a 1961 record on the LeBray, and it's in shrink wrap, $34.99. Willie Nelson, Tougher Than Leather, $14.99. And another Sinatra, Sings Only for the Lonely, $14.99 on that. Pink Floyd is a no bid. Wow, $35 for OG Pink Floyd if anybody wants that. Sun Ra is officially sold to ST for $40. That is sold. And we got Bobby Rydell, and this is $9.99. $9.99. Pink Floyd sold to Patrick Lear for $35. That's available. Looks like we need all new auctions. Let me put up what I think is a killer autograph over here. Let's go ahead and run this. I think this one's really cool. This is signed by Chris Christopherson, and what a cool album jacket to have signed. This is, let me check my price list over here. Yeah, this is a $175 start. This is Chris Christopherson, and it's a signed album jacket of me and Bobby McGee. How cool is that? And he signed it Peace. That's usually what he signed everything. Peace, Chris Christopherson. And that's going to go up for a $175 start. What a cool album jacket to have authenticated. A really good shot there of Chris. And it's the Me and Bobby McGee album. I mean, probably one of his most famous works. So really cool album jacket there, signed by Chris Christopherson. JSL authenticated, $175 start. Pink Floyd just had the disc. Just had the disc in that one. Chris X got Sinatra. That's so to Chris X. George Samberes second on that one. Moving right along, we have Cha Cha D'Amore. Dean Martin is $9.99. Softly As I Leave You, Sinatra, $14.99. Sinatra is $14.99. Softly As I Leave You. We have Brad, Guitar Man for $9.99. Also, Robin Trower, Twice Removed from Yesterday, $19.99. The Tubes, Young and Rich, that's in shrink wrap, $24.99. The Rolling Stones is $34.99. And Come Together, Ike and Tina Turner, $19.99. All right, so Chris Christopherson, $175 start, signed. Really cool album jacket there. Let's put up another auction, and this next auction is going to be Hawkwind. And Hawkwind is a 1972 US OG, and this is the fold-out cover. Now, first thing you need to know is it has some pretty bad creases right in here. Has some pretty bad creases, but this is that really cool kind of interlocking jacket. Hawkwind's had some really killer sleeves. It does have the original inner sleeve, But yeah, they're known for having really cool jackets. So I'm not going to fold that back in. I'm just going to leave that out. The disc has no condition notes. It is OG. Hawkwind is a $35 start. So it does have kind of some cover damage. But John actually had this straight priced, and I pulled it out. And I said, Laura, give us the details on this one. Let's auction it. It does not have the book. No book with it. $35 start on that. George Samberez wants the other Sinatra, Softly As I Leave You, and Chris X, you were second. So that time George got one. We got a battle going on for Sinatra's. Next is the Untouchables, 1999. We have the Unforgiven, 1999. New Vintage Arrivals here. Ruthless People soundtrack, very clean, very nice. That's $19.99. Uriah Heep Live, double LP, that's great stuff, $29.99. And James Taylor, that's why I'm here. James Taylor, $14.99. Kansas Leftoverture, Carry On, My Wayward Son. I feel like somebody just asked about that the other day. Let's go ahead and grab a New Orleans single. And the next New Orleans single going up for auction right now is Radio Birdman. And this one's called Surfing at 2JJ. Radio Birdman is going up right now for a $5 start. We have Street Musicians and Their Music. This is $14.99 by San Francisco, or excuse me, that's what it's called, San Francisco and Their Musicians, $14.99. Robert Vladerchek on the Kansas. I knew somebody would grab that. Also, Tom Jones Live, $9.99. A Sign of the Times, Les Brown and his Band of Renown. That's $9.99. And Nelson Riddle, Love Tide, $9.99 for Nelson Riddle. Blast Off is $9.99. And Steve Winwood and Friends, $19.99. ST on Street, and that was San Francisco. That sold to ST. Nobody bid on Chris Christopherson. Whoever's going to get this is going to get it at a great price. I think the next, signed JSA or PSA authenticated Christopherson vinyl LP starts in the $300 or $400 range online. $175 on that. And I've said it before, as y'all know with anything, but especially these autographs, if I'm starting to bid, it's pretty much got any kind of comp beat. Signed vinyl is always the most expensive, and you got to make sure they're authenticated. $175 on Chris Christopherson, which is a great price. I thought it would bring $200 or $300. It's at $175, and it looks like Gregory's going to get it. But first, the next comment was George Samberez on Riddle, and that was right here, and that sold to him for $9.99. And then Trina Long on the Steve Winwood, and then Untouchables price and condition. Untouchables was right here, and that was Wild Child, Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. Gregory does get Chris Christopherson at $175. Thank you, Gregory. That's so do you. Radio got one bid for $5 of Rod Bryan. That's so to Rod. And now Hawkwind is a $35 bot now. No bid on Hawkwind. Very clean vinyl. The cover does have those issues, but that is a bot now for $35. All right, let's go ahead and put that right over here. Maybe somebody grabbed that up. Very cool. And we have Gary Wright, the Dreamweaver, $19.99, and Class of 55. I feel like we sold one of those last night. Carl, Jerry, Roy, and Johnny Cash, $26.99 on that. Here's our next auction. This is Smokey and the Bandit soundtrack, Volume 2. A $20 start, very clean. Smokey and the Bandit, original MCA sleeve, and nice. $20 start on that. $20 start on that. Cody, there it is. You read my mind. We have Dean Martin on Cha Cha Cha. Is that something that's still in here? It is. That's sold to Jetstream for $9.99. Thank you. We have Willie, Chris, Brendan, Dolly, the winning hand. That's $24.99. And Edgar Winter's White Trash, $17.99. Next LP going up for auction right now is John Lee Hooker live at Soul Dad Prison. John Lee Hooker is a 72 US OG with the company inner sleeve. John Lee Hooker is a $35 start. Pete Townsend Empty Glass with Let My Love Open the Door, $14.99. Lionel Richie Can't Slow Down All Night Long. Hello, is it me you're looking for? $9.99. Glenn Campbell, It's the World's Gone Crazy. I have never seen this Glenn Campbell album before. Glenn Campbell's in shrink wrap. Is this a soundtrack? What is this? I've never seen that before. $9.99. And Robin Trower, In City Dream, $17.99. And Rolling Stones is $34.99. Hawkwind is OG. Yes. Lionel Richie sold to Findlay Depperstein. And yeah, Hawkwind is a 72 U.S. original. It does have a pretty bad crease going down through the cover. But yeah, just a $35 buy it now. And when John had that in the crate, I think he had it marked $59.99. I thought it might bring close to $100. The last 2 or 3 auctions have been steals. Is everybody awake out there? Do I need to blow the air horn just to wake everybody up? Chris Christopherson, no bid. Hawkwind, no bid. Pink Floyd, no bid. I think everybody's got a little bit sleepy on me. Patrick Fu says he'll take the Untouchables. That is so to Patrick Fu. That is so. Still some great titles left in here. Next record was the Dean Martin TV show. That was $9.99. We have Red Hot, Herb Alpert, and this is on red vinyl. It's a 12-inch single from Herb Alpert, $9.99 on that. Michael Marth, if you don't want Hawkwind, it looks like Nick Bargeron does. So let me know if sold or pass. If not, we'll give it to Nick. Also, we have Frank Sinatra Retrospect, a 2 LP compilation, $26.99. John Lee Hooker just has 1 bid for $40. It's a final call. And Smoking the Bandit was a no bid. It's a $20 buy it now, which is less than what John had it priced for. So now that's a $20 buy it now. Also, we have Jetstream on Dean Martin. Make sure that goes in for $9.99. There was no sticker on it. We'll do it for $9.99. George was second. ST got the Herb Alpert. John Lee Hooker has a new bid for $45. And I thought about pulling this out for auction. It's a George Harrison, All Things Must Pass. No condition notes. The box lid is detached, but at a great price, in my opinion, of just $50. So it does have the poster, triple LP. Man, one of my favorite records here, and that is $49.99. Cody said Smokey for $20. You're kidding. Yeah, that never did pop up on my feed, I don't think. But that's okay. I'll go ahead and sell it to you right now. This is sold to Cody for $20. I don't think anybody else is going to bid. So that's sold to him for $20. If anybody else wants one, I think I got another one I pulled out from another bin. Yeah, I've got another one if anybody else wants one for $20. Next thing was John Lee Hooker 45. We sold Herb Alpert. And then quick info on John Lee Hooker. He passed. So Nick Bargeron does get Hawkwind for $35. John Lee Hooker's at $47. John Lee Hooker live at Soul Dad Prison is a 72 U.S. Hollywood OG, and it is nice. And I put the sleeve. I missed the MoFi sleeve. Wow, it is. And it's quad. Is that right? No, it's not quad. It's just what does that say? Hollywood, U.S. Hollywood original with the company inner sleeve. Nice. Okay, and then ST got George Harrison. Nice pickup there. One of my favorites. And Christopher Lee wants another Smoking the Bandit. Yeah, I've got another one right over here. And let me grab that for you right now. And then I've got our next autographed album to put up. That was featured for tonight that I worked on last night. And here's another one. So to Christopher Lee for $20. Yep. John had 30. He had 30 on one and 27. So y'all got those like at a discount. I figured the last time, what did we have the other night? Well, I think we had the first Smokey and the Bandit. That was the same night we had the Dukes of Hazzard records. Those are really desirable releases. Oh, yeah, and I got Take This Job and Shove It. That's the other one. The Johnny Paycheck and then the couple of those other ones on those. So, yeah, here's another one, Take This Job and Shove It. I've got that going up. David Allen Coe, Johnny Paycheck. We'll put that up for auction in just a second. That's in shrink with hype. That one might do something crazy. Okay, here's a really cool record. This actually was found just in a bin. John was going through records from Fred Goodwin's collection. He was just going through random Fred records we had in his garage, and he saw these scribbles, and he was like, hey, I think this might be signed. I got JSA to look at it, and it is signed by Mike Love and Carl Wilson. And, of course, Carl Wilson, one of the original Beach Boys, Carl Wilson died back in 1998. So this is signed by Carl Wilson and Mike Love. Pretty cool here. Signed Beach Boys album. And, yeah, Carl Wilson died in 1998. I had the info pulled up right here at age 51. So he died relatively young. This is signed. It's $145 star. Not personalized. Really cool blue Sharpie felt tip pins there. The actual record itself is not bad either. So it's an OG stereo press, too, of a pretty good Beach Boys album, Wild Honey. JSA authenticated, $145 star. Really cool. Signed by two of the original Beach Boys, and one of them passed away 1998 at 51. Okay, let's figure out where we left off. Yes, Christopher Lee, you got the other Smokey for $20, and now John Lee Hooker's at 88. Our next records in here was Roy Buchanan Livestock, Roy Buchanan's 1999, T-Bone Burnett's 1999, and, ooh, dang it. Shoot. Y'all don't have to buy this. I didn't realize what this was. J.R.R. Tolkien, Poems and Songs of Middle-earth. Man, it's nice too. I think I have one of these, but it's pretty beat up. J.R.R. Tolkien's Poems and Songs of Middle-earth. Don't feel obligated to buy this. $49.99. Shoot. I don't ever purge these crates good enough. Maybe no one will want that. John Lee Hooker's at $88. Beach Boys is $145. And now our next auction is Tar Heel Slim. This is going to go up for a $5 start. Tar Heel Slim is going to go up for a $5 start. Wildcat Tamer. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Chris Frazier is out on John Lee Hooker. Michael has it for $88. And Michael is going to get the J.R.R. Tolkien record. That's pretty cool. I was looking at a letter the other day at an auction house. It was signed by Tolkien. And man, his stuff, like anything written in his hand with that really amazing penmanship he had, very expensive. Very expensive. I've been looking at some bizarre autographs. Like, they're not really autographs. They're just like signed documents and stuff like Albert Einstein and Thomas Edison. Man, that stuff gets expensive. I think that's so cool. Like, there's like math work done by Albert Einstein, and I'm like, man, how incredible would that be to own? Like, where he's like where he worked out equations. I'm like, that's incredible. Of course, they sell for huge money, like tens of thousands of dollars, but just incredible. Okay, next thing, I'm going to do a quick read through here. Tina Turner, we have Yes, Big Generator. Yes is $19.99. I can't believe this got left behind. Yes is $19.99, very clean. Tina Turner, Yes, Big Generator, The Tubes, Porter and Dolly. We have Buck Owens, Willie Nelson, Bobby Rydell, Bread. We have Robin Trower, The Tubes. Rolling Stones, I Cantina, The Unforgiven, Ruthless People, Uriah Heep, James Taylor, Tom Jones, Les Brown. This kind of guy looked over. Blast Off, kind of a record theme there. It's Gus Banova Band. A lot of these people try to play into all that very popular space age stuff back in the day. Gary Wright, Class of 55, Willie Chris Brenda, Edgar, Pete, Glenn Campbell, Robin Trower. We got Sinatra, the Rolling Stones, Roy Buchanan, and T-Bone Burnett. Hope you enjoy that, Michael. Beach Boys does have a bid. Final call. Tar Heel Slim is a final call. And now John Lee Hooker is sold to Michael Butler for $88. $88 on that. Thank you. And now let's put this away. And I want to appreciate everybody for tuning in. This has been another epic Tuesday night. Next auction going up right now is Take This Job and Shove It. This is the soundtrack with Bobby Bear, David Allen Coe, Lacey J. Dalton, Steve Davis, Janie Frankie, of course, Johnny Paycheck, and Charlie Rich. It's a beautiful top copy in shrink with a hop sticker. And that's going to go up for a $20 start. George Samberes wants the first Robin Trower. That's twice removed from yesterday. That was a very nice copy. Thank you. That's so due. When I come back, I'm selling Tar Heel Slim for $5, and I'm selling the Beach Boys for $145. And guess what? Laura has delivered a new crate. Perfect timing. So we got a Laura crate, a John crate, and then we're probably going to get into some discounts, and I have a feeling she'll probably bring up at least one more. So we'll probably have time for Laura crate, John crate discount, and then at some point we'll probably have even more new arrivals. In the meantime, I need to fill up a new crate, and let's see what Laura has delivered here. I need to get back into some of our Buy It Now 45s, okay? I have not sold Gang of 4, but I am going to swap out crates right now. Take This Job and Shove It has a bid. Let me swap out these crates. Let me go ahead and put this, because I need to take this first pile of records to the back. Could have made this a little lighter, Laura. This is very heavy. All right, let's take a look at the Laura Hop sticker here. I accidentally creased it, my bad. I can get that out pretty easily. Nice, shooting stars there. Shooting stars. Johnny was a schoolboy when he heard his first Beatles song. Love Me Do, I think it was, and from there, it didn't take him long. That's also the story of Chad. Well, hopefully mine don't end the same way as that guy on the song. Tar Heel Slim is sold for $5 to Robert Warner. The Beach Boys, nice pickup there, Fred. Signed Beach Boys album, $145. I feel like that's at a great value. Thank you for that, $145. Take This Job and Shove It's at $25, now $30. First person to buy a record out here gets the now rare and super desirable, highly valuable Laura Hype sticker. Next auction going up right now is another Yes, and this is a $20 start, and this is 90125, and this has the original under sleeve, and this is mastered by Robert Lowig, and this is a $20 start. Yes, 90125, mastered by Robert Lowig, and this is a $20 start. It does have some writing on the front, but this is the RL Mastering, $20 start on 90125. $20 start. What's my blue juice looking like? I still hadn't finished this thing off. I need to go ahead and finish this and then go refill my other one full of ice. So that's another Bob Lovewood cut. That's another Bob Lovewood cut that sounds really well. It's not up there with Led Zeppelin 2. I don't think that Yes album's going to bring 3,000 tonight, but it is a really good sounding record, just so you know. And that's not in print by itself. That's not in print unless you get the Analog Productions, which is about a $60 record, just saying. So that album's not in print. I did sell the Ozzy autograph. And you know what? I just had a total, I'm going to have to apologize. I have really messed up on that Ozzy autograph. You know what I did? I told 2 different people that I was going to sell that at 9 o'clock too. I just now totally realized that. I hope they genuinely realize that I genuinely made a mistake. I told 2 people I was going to sell that at 9 o'clock tonight, and I just now realized, Oso, it wasn't Oso. Oso just asked about it. It was 2 other people. One messaged me on my own page, and I saw it like a couple hours before the sale, probably like right after I woke up, and then somebody messaged the page, and I replied to them too. And there's Rob. Rob, I am being like as sincere. I just now realized that I told 2 people I would sell that at 9 o'clock. And I have already sold it. I don't know what I was thinking. Man. Yeah, I told 2 different people 9 o'clock. I'm going to have to owe some apologies. Dang it. A lot of people, though, thought it was an album jacket. It wasn't an album jacket. It was a print, by the way. Let me take these into the operations room. This is going right over here to the operations room. Man, but yeah, I'm sorry to several people. I've totally messed up there. Okay, next record. Let's see what Laura has here. Nice start. John Prine, Pink Cadillac, sealed 1999. John Prine, Pink Cadillac. Also, the Eagles' Greatest Hits Volume 2, sealed $24.99. Sealed $24.99. Yeah, and I also regret because it only got 1 bid for $275. I thought it was going to bring, honestly, $300 or $400, and I would be surprised if it wouldn't have brought more. So, sorry about that. So, I apologize. I don't know if the other person's watching. Rob looks like he just hopped on. I have already sold Ozzy. Like, it just hit me, and I was like, dang. I have told 2 people. Sorry. Sometimes I have a little bit too much going on. Plus, people kept asking me about it as well, and so I almost felt pressured. The pressure got put on me. I am so sorry. Clone, meanwhile, I try not to ever tell times, except I usually always promise this. Around 8 o'clock, we always put something big up. Around 9 o'clock, I usually try to put up something big, or 8 o'clock, so sorry. Okay, Clone, meanwhile, this is sealed on silver vinyl, $34.99. $34.99. Okay, let's go back up and let me figure out where I left off. The last thing was I sold the Beach Boys for $145. Take This Job and Shove It had bids for $31, $32. Yes got a bid for $20. Yes got a bid for 35. Job got a bid for 33. And Job got a bid for 40. Yes got a bid for 36. And Nick Bargeron on John Prine. This is sold to Nick Bargeron. Sean Fairweather says he's falling asleep. I need to go faster. Nick Bargeron gets John Prine. Next is Dr. Dre, the Chronic. That seems like that's at a great price. Just $29.99 for the Chronic. Wow. First aid kit again. Stay gold. First aid kit is sealed. $19.99. And we have Tantric, the sum of all things. Tantric is sealed on green vinyl, $19.99. Yes is an OG mastered by Bob Ludwig. The new bid is $36. Take this job and shove it. Boy, Nick Bargeron's racking up on these lure stickers. That would have been his third one, but he gave away the other one. So he's racking up. He's always the first claim on a lure bin. Maroon 5, Songs About Jane. That is sealed for just $24.99. Tantric is sold to Jeremy Rourke. Thank you. Final call on those two auctions. I have a feeling Christopher Dean's not done. Our next deal here, what is our next deal? Our next deal, I have more buy it now singles to do. Let me see what else I got here. Here we go. These are $6.99. We have Dusty Springfield, The Look of Love, Heart, Nothing at All, the B-52s, Private Idaho, and Rock Lobster. I'm going to auction that one. We have 110 Soldier, the original cast, Linda Ronstadt, Ooh Baby Baby, another Linda Ronstadt, Don't Know Much, and Janet Jackson, Nasty. Janet Jackson, Nasty. Those are all $6.99. Next thing we have here is Jeremy got Tantric. Job got a new bid for 42. Melissa Bailey on Mar for Maroon. Yes got a new bid for 40. Mike Massey on Idaho, which was the B-52s. That is sold to Mike Massey. El Terrible second. Mike Massey also on NM, which was that something in here as well? NM? No, maybe. NM. Was that something in here? Maybe not. And then new bid on Yes, new bid on Job. Moses second on that. And then Gregory third on B-52s. Chris Frazier wants 110 Soldier. And those are $6.99. And Chad's about to sneeze. That was very loud. Laura probably was like, what the heck just happened? Tom Petty, Wildflowers and All the West. Tom Petty, wow, just $34.99. Consider that like an on-sale price. $34.99 on Tom Petty. And Franz Ferdinand, Hits to the Head. 20 of Franz Ferdinand's greatest hits sealed on red vinyl at $24.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Our next auction is a Johnny Cash promo, Rockin' Time. And the B-side is Happy to Be With You. Johnny Cash is a $7 start. And our next auction is Tone Loc, Wild Thing. Tone Loc is a $7 start. That's also up for bid. Tone Loc, Wild Thing, $7 start. Trina, you're back out on Yes. It's at $45. And Take This Job and Shove It. It's a final call to Shane for $40. Tim Voldness, it's back to you. All righty, we got 3 copies of Nathaniel Ratliff and the Night Sweats, The Future. That is sealed on black ice for $19.99. St. Paul and the Broken Bones, The Alien Coast. That's on Gold Nugget vinyl, just $19.99 on that. 4 copies of Cody Jinks, Mercy, on white vinyl, $19.99. Mark Rendon wants Franz and First Aid. There's Franz, and he gets First Aid. Those are sold and sold. And we got 2 copies here of Justin Townes Earl live at Grimey's. And that is sealed on black, on baby blue vinyl, $24.99. Tone Loc has a new bid for 7. Tone Loc has another bid for 7. And then Johnny Cash has one bid for 10. Next is Kraftwerk Autobahn. And that's on blue vinyl. Kraftwerk the Autobahn, $34.99. And we have De La Soul live at Tramps in New York City on tan-colored vinyl, $29.99. Tone Loc 7, Tone Loc 7. Matt M. Bolt, 72, wants a Cody Jinks. Thank you on that. Time to sell these LPs. We got a lot more to put up. We have this sold to Shane Devers for $50. I knew that one would do well. Thank you, Shane. That is sold to you. And then Yes is sold to Christopher Dean for $45. Thank you. That is sold to Christopher Dean for $45. Sorry, I lost a couple other people there, but we have to go ahead and put up some other stuff. Tone Loc has a new bid for $8, and Johnny Cash 20. Now, somebody asked about this earlier. I almost forgot about it. Gang of 4. This is an 82 U.S. original with the original inner sleeve. Gang of 4, Songs of the Free. That's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. Samantha Fish, Belle of the West. Samantha's just sealed for $19.99. Teenage Bottle Rocket, warning device. That is sealed for $19.99. Teenage Bottle Rocket, warning device. Interesting. Also here, we have the Grateful Dead, In the Dark. The Grateful Dead is an 87 U.S. Hot Pog original, a $35 start. This is Grateful Dead, In the Dark, an 87 U.S. Hot Pog original, $35 start. You did hear the Sex Pistols. It's some kind of 12-inch promo over here. I'll show it in just a second. Teenage Bottle Rocket, so did Chris Bryant. We have Call the Comet, Johnny Marr. Johnny Marr is sealed $19.99. Matt also gets a Samantha Fish. And Juanita on PF, which I'm not for sure what that was for. And then Pink Floyd Relics is $24.99. Pink Floyd Relics. If it's for Pink Floyd, then you jump the gun kind of fast, but I might have to take it. Also, are you a first-time buyer? And how do you say your last name? Let me jump over here right quick on YouTube right quick. I saw a couple other names pop up earlier I'd never seen before. I just wanted to verify some accounts here. Let's see here. Why can't I see chat all messages? That's weird. Have you bought from us before? Gagney. It looks like you told me how to say your name 2 months ago. Okay, so this is so do you, right? And if you're a first-time buyer, if you've bought from us, bought a few ago. Okay, just want to make sure. That's so do you, thank you. And now Johnny Cash is officially sold to Shane Devers for $40. Who had the high bid on Tone Loc? Whoever had the high bid on Tone Loc, I'm going to go ahead and say a final call to. Tone Loc was at 8 with Chris Frazier. So Matt, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. And then Gang of 4 has a new bid for $30. That was the first bid, and Grateful Dead's a final call. It's right now a no bid. And the Grateful Dead is a $35 start, no bid right now on the Grateful Dead. Just saying, okay? Now, I'm going to read these artists in here, and MT Matt also wants a Pink Floyd Relics. If anybody else decides you want anything in here, let me know. Here's our next single, Him. And I think most of this stuff by Him is sometimes pretty pricey. Wings of a Butterfly, Poison Heart. It's a picture disc. Him, $7 start. That's now up for bid. Here we go. Let's read through these one more time. And if anybody needs anything in here, if you need a price, just let me know, okay? We have Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's new and sealed, $24.99. Also, Clone, Meanwhile. Dr. Dre, The Chronic at a great price of just $29.99. Tom Petty, a great price of $34. Nathaniel Ratliff at a great price of $19.99. St. Paul and the Broken Bones, Cody Jinks, Justin Towns Earl, Kraftwerk, De La Soul, and Johnny Marr. Wow, there's a lot of great stuff left in there, and most of it, consider it like on sale new vinyl, especially below MSRP. Gang of 4 has a new bid for $35. Let's go ahead and sell Tone Loc then for $8 to Chris Frazier. Him has several bids that just wrote in, 7, 7, 8, 10, and 10. You did hear Cody Jinks. That's called Mercy on white vinyl, $19.99. And now nobody bid on Grateful Dead. It's a $35. The second no bid Grateful Dead. So really the only two auctions that hadn't sold tonight, other than the B.B. King autograph, is these OG nice Grateful Dead albums for $35 and $35. No Deadheads watching. I'm assuming if you're a Deadhead, you have those by now, but I'm assuming y'all don't have them. I'm assuming somebody out there doesn't have them. Surely not. Grateful Dead In the Dark, and that is sold to John Dorsey. De La Soul Robert was $29.99. What Kraftwerk? The Autobahn. The Autobahn, 2 LP on blue vinyl, $34.99. Next comment was Mark out on Gang. Monty Reed wants a Nathaniel. 2 left. Those are only $19.99. Terrapin Station's the same price. It's a 77 OG for $35. Angela wants a Cody Jinx. Nick Bargeron wants a Cody Jinx. Relics 180 gram or remastered. I think it's both. It's remastered 180 gram. It's both. And Gang of 4 is a final call for 35 with Thomas Reed, and him is at $10 with Finley Depperstein. $10. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is the Sex Pistols. Here it is. I'm Not Your Stepping Stone. That's that song the Monkees did, written by Boyce and Hart. It is an 1980 New Zealand original. Some of these have gotten pretty pricey, is the note from Laura on Discogs. $15 start. I'm Not Your Stepping Stone and Pistols Propaganda. It is VG. It's got the original company sleeve. $15 start on that. John Dorsey wants the other Grateful Dead. So the only auction tonight that did not sell is the autographed B.B. King. It's $475. $475. And it's signed by 3 additional band members. $475 on B.B. King. Sex Pistols, $15. And now that's at 18. And let me see what we got over here. We're about to sell Gang of 4. I'll show the hem. It is Wings of a Butterfly picture disc. I'll show it again in detail in just in 1 second. Give me one moment here. All right. And here we go. I got a new crate of vintage coming. Sorry. I was making sure I didn't miss anything there. And then every once in a while, I'll glance at the messages. Every once in a while, I'll be like scrolling through our inbox on Facebook, make sure I didn't miss anything. And let's go ahead and grab a new handful of Buy It Now 40. Before I grab the vintage stuff, actually, I need the crate for a balancer, but let me do this right now. Let me grab this new crate. I also need to put away my laptop. I don't think I need that for the rest of the night. Let's see what else I have over here. All right, let's see what John's got in this crate. I see Ultravox and Dolly and Willie and lots of Sinatras and Robin Trowers. I'm not going to tell y'all anything else that's in here other than Pink Floyd. I'll just leave that in there. Wow, Pink Floyd. George Jones, Moody, of course, Moody Blues, some Kansas. Looks like a pretty good solid vintage crate here. Let's go through it. Pretty solid looking vintage crate here. Let's go through it. All righty. So, Clone was $34.99. First thing I need to sell is Gang of 4, and that's been up for a while, and that's sold to Thomas Reed for $35. Thank you, Thomas Reed. That is sold to you for $35. Is the Eagles OG 2013. It's 2013. And then him is called Wings of a Butterfly and Poison Heart. The last bid on that came in was Adam Bullock at 12. The Sex Pistols is at 50 with Rebecca Howitt. Next auction going up right now is Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde. This is the original Claudia Cardinale gatefold. So this is a true OG vinyl and jacket in mono. This would be the one to have, at least a beginning copy. So this image of this lady right here was later recalled. I think it was used without her permission. I guess Bob just thought she was pretty or something. And she's like, wait a minute. I don't know the true story, but evidently she didn't want her picture in there because they pulled it later. VG condition, a $35 start. It is in mono. It's in VG condition. Claudia Cardinale gatefold. I'm not for sure why that was pulled. I just know that it was later removed. $35 on Bob Dylan. Him has a new bid for $15, and we're about to sell the Sex Pistols. Here's some new Buy It Now 45s. John Cougar Mellencamp, Lonely All Night. Bob Seger, Shame on the Moon. I like that song. Bryan Adams, It Was the Summer of '69. Errol Smith, Dream On. That's cool. Light of the Day. Light of the day, the Bar Busters, Joan Jett. I'll auction that one. And Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark. Bruce Springsteen, $6.99. All right, him has a new bid, Adam Bullock, and Hiram Aponte does want a copy of Clone. I've got 2 left if anybody else wants one. It's on silver vinyl. Clone is $34.99. Mark Fowling got Brian Adams. We still got a lot of viewers on tonight. Let's go through some new vintage stuff. That's so to Mark Fowling. Bob Dylan has a bid for $35. And here we are. Let's go ahead and sell Rebecca the Sex Pistols for $50. That's so to Rebecca Howitt. And our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is Pink Floyd, The Delicate Sound of Thunder. This is an 88 U.S. original, Carrollton, VG Plus, a $35 start. $35 start. Pink Floyd, Delicate Sound of Thunder, $35 start. That's now up for bid. We have him at 17, and we got Robert Vladicek on Aerosmith, Dream On. Thank you. If anybody else wants Bruce, Joan Jett, Light of Day, the Bar Busters, Bob Seger, or John Cougar, those are all still available right back here. Let's go through some new vintage stuff. Dean Martin, Gentle on My Mind, in Shrink, $9.99. Robin Trower, boy, that's a nice. Usually I notice a lot of ring wear on this cover. That's a clean copy. Robin Trower, $19.99. Steve Winwood, Taking Back the Night, Talking Back to the Night, $19.99. The Rolling Stones, Metamorphosis, $34.99 on the Rolling Stones. Also, Merle Haggard, Songs for the Mama That Tried. Merle Haggard is $14.99. And Hank Williams Jr., 5-0. Hank Williams Jr. is $24.99. One more, Tom Jones, Close Up, $9.99. Our next auction is Prince. Ooh, wow. Prince, another lover hole in your head. Boys or girls and boys. Prince is a $7 star. Bob Dylan has a new bid. Him is a final call to Jared for $20. And Pink Floyd has one bid. We have Journey next, $34.99. Boy, we don't get that one very often. Journey is $34.99. Journey's $34.99. Joy of Cooking is $19.99. And Kansas, Song of America. Kansas is $19.99. Prince has a new bid for $7 with Craig Thomas. We have Paul Cantor, Grace Slick. That's $14.99. And The Tubes is $24.99. In Shrink, The Tubes. Katrina and the Waves, shrink wrap and hop sticker on that. $24.99. And Casey and the Sunshine Band, Do You Want to Go Party? $19.99. And Kid Creole and the Coconuts, In Praise of Older Women and Other Crimes, $19.99. We have Bob Dylan 40, Bob Dylan 42. Him is sold for $20 to Jared Benoit. Thank you, that's sold. Prince is a final call for $7. Our next auction is the Psychedelic Furs Heartbreak Beat. Psychedelic Furs is going to go up for a $7 start. Next thing we have here is Greg Kihn Band Conspiracy, $19.99. Carole King Thoroughbred, $14.99. And the Kinks, Think Visual, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. George Samberez on Katrina and the Waves. That's so to George Samberez. Benny King's Greatest Hits, Stand By Me, $29.99 on that. Also, Days of Future Past. There is a big name written on the cover, but what a great album. The Moody Blues, $17.99. Craig, nice pickup there. Only one bid on Prince. That's unusual for $7. Psychedelic Furs has bids for a $7. And now Pink Floyd. The last bid was just that one bid was Slicker. I'm about to sell it. And Bob Dylan is a final call to Robert for $42 because Michael went out. And now we have a new auction. Let's put up a new New Orleans single. Oh, wait a minute. I just found something. Well, this is pretty cool, actually. This is Elmore James, and we sold Tar Heel Slim earlier. I think this is almost like a series. Here's Elmore James. This is actually from New Orleans. So $5 start. It's on Charlie Records. It's in mono. Elmore James is a $5 start. $5 start on that. Elmore James. Now, we have George Jones' Greatest Hits, $14.99. $14.99. So the Furs is tied. John, you're out. Nick bids first. And Isle of Man, there's another one. We had a different series or a different year earlier. Isle of Man is $19.99. Let's go ahead and sell. No. Bob Dylan got a new bid from the Useless Eaters at $43. So, Robert, you just got outbid, but Slicker, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Pink Floyd, just one bid, and Sandy just asked if it's OG. Already sold for $35. We've already sold the Misfits. It's already sold. Misfits is already sold, unfortunately. And now we have our next auction, which is an OG Star Wars soundtrack. John Williams, Star Wars, original inner sleeve, gatefold, original inner sleeve. It also has something I don't think I've seen too many times. Somebody may end up buying this just for this. I've never seen a merch insert. Has anybody else? I've seen posters, books. I've never seen a merch insert. What a t-shirt. I've never seen that t-shirt. May the force be with you. And it has an insert. I've never seen a merch insert with Star Wars. It might be worth somebody buying it just for that. Wow. This is now up for bid. And it's a pretty nice jacket. Just a little bit of ring wear going on. There's Darth. 35. Can I still order these? Golly, imagine if you could find like boxes full of those new old stock. How much are they? $5. Wow. I'll take 1,000. I'll take 1,000 at $5 each. In every size. That's a pretty, I've never even seen that t-shirt before, but that's pretty cool. That's going to go up for a $35 star. And I have had dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of Star Wars soundtracks. I've never had a merch insert. I mean, y'all know the other night I had one with a poster, multiple posters, everything. Never seen a merch insert. So, yep. First time seeing that. There's always something I'm going to see for the first time, even when something I've seen 100 times. Elmore James got bids for 5, now 6. Bob Dylan 44, Elmore 11, Star Wars 3540. And yeah, I think it's technically missing a poster. And I wish I would have kept. We sold one night, and it had like 3 posters in it. I wish I would have pulled some of those out for opportunities like this. But yeah. Okay, so Useless Eaters, you're out on the Bob Dylan. Robert has it for 44. Psychedelic Furs was tied, right? No, we got a new bid for 10. Nick Bargeron, you got outbid. That's now at $10. Bob Dylan has new bids, and now Elmore James is at 13. Okay? First thing we have, or next thing we have, is Norman Greenbaum in Shrink, Dr. West's Medicine Show at Junk Band. Norman Greenbaum is $19.99. I've got Glenn Campbell Live, 2-record album from his sellout New Jersey concert. Glenn Campbell is $14.99. Present Tense Shoes. Present Tense is $14.99. Elvis, wow, a 61 mono original in shrink wrap. Nice. I Can't Help Falling in Love. That's an OG mono, $39.99. Star Wars is now at $55. Elmore James is at $20. And Robert, you're out on the Dylan. But let's go ahead and sell the Psychedelic Furs then for $10 to John Franz. Thank you on that. And let's do some more Buy It Now 45s right quick. Boy, do we have some killer ones over here. What happened to my little handful I was working on? Did I put it back in here? I think I did. I had a great handful here, and then I saw more to auction. Yeah, I'm going through a fresh box. Boy, that's definitely going to be an auction. That's going to be an auction. I don't know what some of these are. Here we go. Rick Springfield, $6.99. That's a cool one, though. Bruce Springsteen, Glory Days. So Rick and then Bruce. I'll go ahead and make that a buy now. I typically auction it. Blondie Atomic, $6.99. Kylie Minogue, It's No Secret. And then I've got 2 Johnny Rays, The Big Beat, which are Columbia EPs. Johnny Rays, kind of early 60s, maybe late 50s EPs there. I've got 2 of them. Those are all $6.99 each on those. Star Wars 55. Slicker got Norman Greenbaum. Thank you on that. George Sambera is on Elvis. And now Robert's out on Bob Dylan. Elmore James is at 20 with Michael Butler. Tim Voldness, you're out. Star Wars has a high bid of 55 of Richie Lander. And then these are $6.99. We've got Rick Springfield sold to Jeff Church. Sandy on B for Bruce. Or was that B for Blondie? There's B for Blondie, Kylie, and then the Johnny Rays. Those are all $6.99. Back to the bin. Shooting Star, Silent Scream. That's $19.99. They're still bidding on Elmore James, 21, now 22. Pink Floyd Metal is a 75 Jacksonville press, $59.99. Now, the vinyl has no condition notes. And, of course, this originally came out in 71. So this is a 75 pressing, $59.99. And then, so Glory Days was a pass, and she wanted Blondie. So Bruce Springsteen, the boss, is still available for $6.99. Who was the other bidder on Star Wars? Are we out? Richie had it for $55. Bob said he's done. So we are about to sell the Star Wars with the merchant cert I've never seen before. Billy Ed Wheeler, Nashville Zodiac. What a bizarre record there, $19.99. And we have Living Chicago Blues, Volume 2, $19.99. Sandy Mile got Blondie. Juanita got the Pink Floyd. Tim's out on Elmore James, so let's go ahead and sell that to Michael Butler for $22. That's sold to Michael Butler for $22. I got some more in these series I'm about to do. The little run of New Orleans stuff here. That's the original. That's the sleeve it was in, but it's too nice to redo. BS, I'm assuming that was for Bruce Springsteen, Larry. That's sold to you for $6.99. And Bob Dylan is sold to the Useless Eaters for $45 over on YouTube. Thank you. That's sold to you for $45. Appreciate that. That's gone. Let's put these right back here. And then Star Wars is sold to Richie Lander for $55. What a nice copy with the insert and a merch insert I'd never seen before. Pretty cool. Let's put that away. And now we need all new auctions before we finish up this bin. First, I'll grab the next in this kind of, looks like Charlie series here of blues records. And here is Buster Benton. Another one here from New Orleans, a $5 start. Buster Benton's a $5 start. That's up for bid. George Samberez wants Shooting Star. And we have new LPs going up. Sun Ra and his orchestra. An 87 Italian original. Sun Ra, $35 start. That's now up for bid. Reflections in Blue. And one here I don't think I've seen from Mr. Tony Rice. Backwaters. Tony Rice is a $25 start. And then I've got some hair metal for you. Rat, Round and Round, and Wanted Man. A double-sided like oldies hit record series. Rat is a $7 start. Round and Round, that's really cool. That's now up for bid. $7 start on that. Next record, Walt Disney's Mary Poppins. That's $19.99, the original cast soundtrack. Jack Nicholson in 5 Easy Pieces. That's the soundtrack to that. $19.99. Mary Martin in The Sound of Music. $19.99. Mary Martin in The Sound of Music. It's in the original Columbia inner sleeve. $19.99 on that. We have Rolling Stones, Made in the Shade. $34.99 for that great compilation. Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night. Edgar Winter is $26.99. They only come out at night. Steve Winwood, his self-titled debut solo album, as a solo artist, that is. He'd already been putting out music for 15 years. And Ultravox Quartet. Ultravox is $24.99. The name of the Sun Ra is Reflections in Blue, and that is an 87 Italian OG near mint. No bid, looking for a $35 start. Tony Rice unit was a $25 start. Rat has bids for 7, 7, 10, 10. Buster Benton has a bid for 5. And Mark Riley wanted Edgar Winter. Jimmy Johnson had 45s. I don't think it had many. I think what was already, whatever we had, we've already sold. George Samberez on Steve Winwood. That's sold to him. So final call on Buster Benton for 5, and Rat has a bid for 10. Here's our next buy it nows at $6.99. Here's our next buy it nows at $6.99. The first one's a great one. Yes, Love Will Find a Way. Rick Springfield, Bop Till You Drop. Ziggy Marley and the Melody Makers. This is Monster Mash. Huey Lewis and the News, I Know What I Like. There's some great picture sleeves here. Aretha Franklin, Who's Zooming Who? Those are all $6.99. And I put one away over here for auction because I've never seen it before. Wow, what a cool picture sleeve. I'll run that one next. Generator. Now, is that a claim for yes, or is that a reminder that I need to plug in my generator? Oh, give me 1 second, please. I'm doing some stretching right now. Oh, okay. So we have Jorson Barez got Steve Winwood, and then Sun Ra got a bid for $35. Brandon Lack got Ziggy Marley for $6.99. Stuck 73 got Yes. Moses next on Ziggy Marley, and that left Aretha Franklin, Huey Lewis, the Monster Mash, and Rick Springfield. If anybody wants those, Buster Benton just had that one bid with Brandon Lack for $5. And Rat kind of stalled out at 10 with Shane Deaver, so that's sold that for $10. And we have Mike and the Mechanics. Here's our next auction, Silent Running. Very cool. I've never had that picture sleeve before. Mike and the Mechanics. That's a $7 start. $7 start on Mike and the Mechanics. And then Monster Mash is sold to Michael Ruttman for $6.99. Tony Rice is a $25 bid. Sometimes when you've been out, you tune back into silence and moaning. Yeah, if you just hopped in right there, that, oh man, that was a wild pop I just did in my neck. Gregory said they were tied at Rat. Okay, well first let me make Tony Rice a buy it now for just $25. And I was wondering why Rat stalled out. So let me go back over here. Let's figure out what happened with Rat. So it was $10. I see that now. Gregory put R10 and Shane put Rat 10. So Shane, you're out. My bad. Gregory has that for 10. We're about to sell Sun Ra for 25. And John Dorsey wants Tony Rice for $25. That's sold to John Dorsey for 25. Next is I Cantina, Get It Together. That is $24.99 for I Cantina. We got the Tubes remote control. The Tubes is $24.99. Robin Trower, Caravan to Midnight. Robin Trower is $19.99. Frank Sinatra, That's Life, in shrink wrap, $14.99. Welcome to My World, Dean Martin, $9.99. Willie Nelson, I don't know if I've seen this before, Greatest Hits. And on the other side, Waylon Jennings. Wow, what a cool record. One side's Waylon, one side's Willie, $19.99. Dolly Parton, Just Because I'm a Woman, $19.99 for old Dolly there. And another Ultravox, Slow Motion. This is on clear vinyl too. Ultravox is $19.99. Now Rat is getting new bids all of a sudden, 12 and 12. Mike and the Mechanics is a $7 start. And Sun Ra is a buy it now. Sun Ra is a buy it now for, or sold, excuse me. It's sold for the bid of $35 to Janet Gray. Thank you, Janet. That's sold to you. Shane Deaver's got Willie Nelson. Chris was second. We've already said Sun Ra. That Janet already had a bid. It's sold to her for $35. Mike and the Mechanics is a $7 start. Rat is now at 17, and now we got a new auction going up, and that is Aerosmith, specially priced, limited edition, live maxi single, 86 US, $10 start. Darkness, and She's on Fire, The Hop, and My Fist, Your Face. A 4-track there, $10 start on that. Okay. Rat 15, we was already at 17. Round and Round and Wanted Man, and Mike and the Mechanics is $7 if anybody wants that. Next is Prince, Mountains, and Alexa de Paris. Prince has the original Walmart price tag, $7 start on Prince. That's now up for bid. Okay, anybody else on anything in that bin? I think it's about time to do some discounts. So Laura's working on another bin. We've went through all the new vinyl tonight, which was just one crate. We've went through John's 4 crates. We've already went through, I think, 2, if not 3 Laura crates. And I'm going to step over here and grab a vintage bin, probably to do half off or something. We're going to get some stuff sold here. And before I do that, I got to clear the table off. Let me go ahead and do a little bit And so there is new arrivals, but we're about to do probably some random half-off stuff or buy it now best offer or something, okay? Or something. Let me set this box I'm working out of over here so I don't get confused. It's either about to be half off or possibly buy it now best offer if it's something really recent. If it's something I feel like I've already been through once or twice, we'll go through it half off. So let me just figure out what to do over here. Let me do a little bit of condensing here. And for some reason, Tanner took one of my crates and filled it up full of water bottles. So let me slide that out of the way. And let me pop a lid on this 45 box here. Pop a lid in this box. And then we got this one. So let me do a little bit of organization here. Okay. I still got this one on the table. I do. OG Beatles records. Make sure there's no claim. Before I bury this crate, let me make sure there's no claims. Tracy on Hugo Winterwalter. Was that in that bin? I'm not sure if that was in that bin. Was that in another bin? That was in a bin from earlier, Tracy, right? Or was it in that bin? I don't think it was in that bin, was it? I'm going to look right quick. Yeah, I think that was in a previous vintage bin. It was. This is a great time for everybody to tell me where you're watching from as I figure out what I'm going to do next. I actually have got quite a mess around me as usual. I didn't really reshift everything like I do last night. So there's crates pretty much stacked up to the ceiling, and I don't know what's first or what's next. So, step over here. But I have found it, Tracy. You wanted this record here. That's so to Tracy Songer. Okay. Like to see people watching all over the country. Here's tonight's new vinyl. U2, Albert King, Godsmack, Rat, Suicidal Tendency Sundays, Rat, Black Label Society, Rat, and Tedeschi Trucks Band. I'm not really going through this bin, but if you need a price, let me know. I'm putting it right over here next to me, just so I can free up some space with crates. So if you saw anything you wanted in there, Rat Sundays. That was pretty much the majority of that bin, but that was the new stuff tonight. Tedeschi Trucks, which was Layla. Eric Clapton's coming back to Nashville. I had an uncle, my dad's brother, text me. He said, "Do you want to take me to Eric Clapton?" Which usually means he'll buy his own ticket. He just needs somebody to drive him to downtown Nashville. And I said, yes, I will gladly take you to go see Eric Clapton. So that's on my agenda in September. Sometimes he'll buy my ticket, but if it's up to him, he'll buy cheap seats. So what I'll probably do is just go ahead and buy his ticket too. He's like a nosebleed kind of guy. And I'll probably end up having to buy the ticket. I'm like, no. I know you want to save some money, but we'll get better seats. We'll bite the bullet, okay? All right, let's try to find like a really good recent bin that had great titles that I can't believe didn't sell that we need to do buy it now best offer. Okay? And this looks like a promising one right here. And I highly encourage offers. And let's get a bunch of this stuff sold, all right? So, I don't know what's up on my neck. I'm having more adjustments than... Anyway, so the first thing we have, let me update where we left off. Sorry for the pause, but I had to do pretty much some house cleaning. Thank you for allowing me to clean my house over here. We're good to go now for a good bit. And the last thing that I see that's relevant for bids, we had a Rat and we had a Prince. And we had Aerosmith. And then Rat got it. I remember saying Gregory had it for 17. Craig beat 7 on Prince. We sold Hugo Winterwalter. And then we got viewers in Chicago, Minnesota. Somebody's watching from jail. Ohio, Nebraska, Connecticut, Texas, California, Washington, Seattle, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Nebraska, Knoxville, Ohio, Alabama, North Carolina, Michigan, Florida, UK, Ohio, Alabama, Kentucky. Rat Detonator was $33.99. Matt, Rat Detonator $33.99. California, Ohio, Kentucky, Ohio, Maine, North Carolina, Indiana. Rat has a new bid for $20. Shane never did say out. Shane has it for $20. And now California, Arkansas, Washington. Craig got Prince for $7. And now Aerosmith is a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on Aerosmith. That is a buy it now, Aerosmith. Let's put that right over there. And now we have a new bid. Also, viewers in Pennsylvania, Niagara Falls, Decong gets the Aerosmith for just $10. Seemed like a great price on that. That is sold to Decong. And then Dustin Riviere was second, then Carol, and then Rebecca. Okay, so Rat, and this is Detonator sold to MT Matt. And Gregory, I apologize. I might have walked away at the wrong time. I never did. I don't know if I ever called out your bid or told Shane he was outbid. Rat is sold to MT Matt. And then we also got viewers in South Carolina, California, Las Vegas. Okay. So thanks everybody for tuning in. Rat's a final call now for 20. And sometimes I walk away at a bad time, and I also don't call out bids, because if it's bad when there's people watching on YouTube and Facebook, sometimes they don't see the Facebook or the YouTube bids. But now it's a final call, and now we have a quick handful of 45s before I go any further, okay? These are $6.99. We have Chicago, Color My World, and I'm a Man. Billy Joe, Piano Man. That'll be the day, Buddy Holly. Chicago, Look Away. I'll do those Chicagos later. Nice. Sade, Smooth Operator. Survivor, The Search Is Over. And Cheap Trick, Don't Be Cruel. Those are all $6.99 each on that. Now, we did new LPs, and the next new LP is Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun. Look at that artwork. Grateful Dead is a 1975 U.S. Terre Haute reissue. The alternate white cover, VG+. Laura says, unfortunately, it does have some sleeve damage. $15 start on Grateful Dead. Rat is sold to Shane Devers for $20. That is sold. Next is Gregory says he'll also take a Detonator. So I'll take one way of the rat detonator reissues minus detonator. I will take one. Did you mean one each? One each. Okay, so except detonator. So MT Mac got detonator. Gregory Roberts wants an out of the cellar. He also gets a reach for the sky. And he also gets dancing undercover. Now, invasion of your privacy is on the way. I bought that from a different distributor because this distributor didn't have them in stock. So those are also to Gregory. That's always a great decision. Some rats there. Dead has a bid for 15. First thing in here was Kelly Vlodarchek on Buddy Holly. And then Michael Butler was second. Dave Seretna on Sade. Nick Bargeron on Cheap Trick. These are $6.99 singles. Dead has a bid for 15. We got Survivor, Chicago, Billy Joe, Piano Man, and Chicago, Color My World. Those are all available for $6.99. Let's go through this crate. This is called a buy it now or best offer. So I would love for y'all to make offers on these, or you can go ahead and buy them. It's totally up to you. Gregory also wants on the waiting list for Invasion of Your Privacy. Javi Soto wants Chicago. Grateful Dead has one bid. Here is our next single, The Professionals. 1, 2, 3. $7 start on this. The Professionals. $7 start on that. And Paw is on yellow vinyl. A $7 start on that. Javi Soto also wants Billy Joe Piano Man. Nice. And let me move this stack before something happens to it. Here's all the no bid 45s tonight. We'll try to go through those again later tonight and then maybe make a bundle deal. But I'm working out of a great box over here right now, and we'll continue with those in just a second. First thing is The Fix, Reach the Beach, with their hit song, One Thing Leads to Another. The Fix is $24.99. The Fix is $24.99. Also, Fleetwood Mac Mirage, that's only $19.99. Fleetwood Mac Mirage with the original under sleeve. Otis Redding, the best of Otis Redding, Gatefold 2LP, $39.99 for Otis Redding. Also, REO Speedwagon Live is $34.99. And Cream, Live Cream, $34.99. CTH Press, Clean, $34.99. So we left off with Jake Zerbel on the Dead at 15. We sold Javi Chicago. Javi also got Piano Man. Gregory goes on the waiting list for Invasion. Grateful Dead got a new bid for 20. Grateful Dead got a new bid for 21. Grateful Dead got a new bid for 22. The Professionals has a bid for 5. Sandy Mile on C. Now that was probably for Cream. And then how much was Otis Redding? 30. $39.99. 2LP Gatefold. Grateful Dead has a new bid. Professionals has a bid for 5, going once, going twice. The next LP auction is going to be Bob Marley. And Bob Marley is an 83 specialty reissue, VG Plus with the original under sleeve. And we're going to put up Bob Marley Exodus for a $20 start. Next is the Grateful Dead has a new bid for 25. Dire Straits Making Movies, $29.99. This is a buy it now or best offer bin. So you can go ahead and buy these or make offers. I grabbed this crate because those first titles were fantastic. Cream, Otis Redding, Dire Straits, Fleetwood Mac, The Fix's big album. Next thing is The Association, $14.99. This is The Association on the Warner Brothers 7 Arts label. The Paw is on yellow vinyl. The Paw is on yellow vinyl. Asia, self-titled, $19.99. Asia has the original under sleeve. It was the heat of the moment. This is a buy it now best offer bin. You can go ahead and pick these. The pick of Sam Cooke, you can go ahead and pick Sam Cooke, or you can make offer. Sam Cooke is $19.99. The pick of Sam Cooke, $19.99. Also, ABBA's Greatest Hits, that's $19.99. George Sambarez on Dire Straits, that's sold. The Professionals has a new bid for 6. Sandy Mile, and then we have Larry Smith on the Association for 10. He put ASS. And I will sell this to him for $10. Brandon Lack, I will sell you Otis Redding for $32. $32 on that. Professionals is at 7. And then Asia at 15. Asia at 15. Sandy said Cream and then made an offer. Now here's what I'm going to do. If you want Cream, I'll sell it to you for 30. And also make sure if you're going to make an offer, you put it in your original offer, okay? I can never really sell you a record and then you come back and make an offer on it. So always make sure, if you want to go ahead and make an offer, that's fine, but always make sure you put it in with your claim, okay? But if you want cream, because I just sold it to you for 30, and then I really can't, you know, it's going to just pain me to know I have to discount it after you've already said so. But I will if you want it for 30. Just say it. I don't mind discount stuff, but make sure in the first offer, because it could really mess up the feed here in a second. I can give you a reason if it happens here in a second. It's happened before. It will really mess up the flow of the comments. However, we have Blackfoot Flying High, $19.99. These are on sale, but make sure you get it in with your original offer, okay? Blackfoot, and then Jeff Beck, Truth, and Beckola. This is $34.99. It is 2 albums in one, $34.99. Now, let me make sure I did all that in order. We had Dire Straits sold its sticker. We sold the Association for 10, and we sold Asia for 15. And then Brandon Lack, I countered his 30 at 32. He hadn't said yes or no yet. And then the next comment was Cream 25. I told Sandy 30 on that. It was 35. And then Professionals is 7. Sam Cooke, Janet said Sam Cooke 15, sold. And then we've got Professionals at 8. Cyclone put Biob for 20. What was Biob? B-I-O-B. And then Professionals, that's probably Bob for 20. And then Professionals and Sam Cooke. And then BF 14. Blackfoot sold to Brent for 14. Professionals 12. Okay, so let me clarify the 2 LPs back here. And we also got a pending Cream. And we got a pending Otis Redding. Right now, the Grateful Dead, the high bid on the Grateful Dead, was Jake Zerbel at $27. And as of right now, I don't see a new bid on that. Michael Rudolph gets ABBA for $14. Chris Frazier, I will see Fleetwood Mac for $15, which seems like a great price. Now, Paul only had 1 bid, and that was with William Dragovich. And I'm going to go ahead. No, he might be bidding on the Professionals. I screwed up and put 2 Ps, Professionals and Paul. Paul doesn't have a bid, so that's a $7 buy now on Paul. Okay, now Bob Marley has a new bid, and now Grateful Dead has a new bid. I haven't heard back from Sandy on Cream, and I haven't heard back from Brandon on Otis Redding. Next is the Best of the Beach Boys and Shrink Wrap, $19.99, Volume 2. And we have Battle of the Groups. This is a cool record on this end label. It's a compilation, $19.99 on that. And we have the Best of the Animals. It does have some writing on the cover. It is a gatefold jacket, $19.99 on the Best of the Animals. Grateful Dead has a new bid. Sandy does want Cream for 30. Just haven't heard back from Brandon Lack on Otis Redding yet. He's out on the Professionals, which is now at 14. And Bob Marley has 1 bid for 20. And we also have Chicago. This is Chicago's Greatest Hits, $19.99. And Lindsey Buckingham, Law and Order, $19.99. So who's bidding on the Grateful Dead? 28, 28, now 29. Trina Long on BB. And that was for Battle. Nope, it was for something. And then Beach Boys, that's sold to Trina Long. And also we had a counter. We had an offer on this from Chris for 10. I said 15. Haven't heard back from Chris. And then we had an offer on Jeff Beck for 25 with talks with Ravens. And that was marked 35. I'll do that for 28. We got a lot of stuff pending back there. I still got Lindsey Buckingham, Chicago, the Best of the Animals, Battle of the Groups, REO Speedwagon, and the Fix. Also, the Association. This is $14.99. $14.99 on the Association. Also, we have Boston, Third Stage. Boston is $34.99, Third Stage. And Jimmy Buffett, Volcano. Jimmy Buffett's $19.99. That is called Volcano. And we have the Best of Buffalo Springfield, $29.99 on the Best of Buffalo Springfield. Grateful Dead has a new bid for $30. Jake Zerbel, you've been outbid. Bob Marley just got 1 bid for $20. That's sold to Cyclone Doug. The Professionals is sold to William Dragovich for $14. Grateful Dead has a new bid for $33. Herbie Hancock is $34.99. Michael Ruttman wants Battle of the Bands. I think you meant Battle of the Groups, but I will sell that to Michael Ruttman. Larry Smith on the Association. That's sold to Larry Smith, the Association, ASOC. That's a better abbreviation. The other abbreviation was ASS. Herbie Hancock Auto Drive, $9.99. And we have an offer on Chicago for 14 with Michael Rudolph. Let's go ahead and sell that to him for 14. Donna on HH for 28. I'll go ahead and sell that for 28. Now Grateful Dead has a new bid for 35. And Morris Albert, Feelings. That's $9.99. Our next single is Musa Chunka Shun. A $5 start. That actually didn't come from New Orleans, but it looks interesting, right? And War Platinum Jazz is $34.99. Wow, there's great titles in here. We got like 4 things back there pending. I never did hear back from people. I don't know if the lag is really bad, or also if you make an offer, always make sure you let me know yes or no, because somebody else might want it. Talks of Ravens, I never did hear back on that. It was marked 35. They said 25. I said 28. Chris passes on Fleetwood Mac. That's only $15, and I still haven't heard from Brandon Lack on that. He offered 30. It was marked 40. I said 32. So I'm going to put those back in there. Thank you for letting me know if you're passing. And then if you want it, be sure to let me know, of course. But also, if you let me know if you say pass, because there might be somebody that doesn't like making offers. They don't like making offers, but they will take your offer if you pass, or my counter offer, if that makes sense. Talks of Ravens does want Jeff Beck for 28. Dave Surretna, Fleetwood Mac is $15. And we have Share. This is called Skin Deep, $6.99 on Share. Chicago Stay the Night. More great picture sleeves here. Lionel Richie, Say You, Say Me. Also, we have Elton John, Wrap Her Up, $6.99. And Rick Springfield, I Get Excited. Those are all $6.99 there. $6.99 on all those. Just saying, they're available. First thing we have is HH Donna. This was the one that was marked $9.99. I'll do 7 on that if you want it. Mark Fallon gets Share for $6.99. Somehow we're still bidding on Grateful Dead. It has a new high bid of 36. Jake Zerbel bid first. Useless Eaters, you're out. Jake Zerbel has it for 36. Mark Fallon got Share. Rick Springfield goes to Jeff Church, and now a new bid on the Grateful Dead. Back in here, we got Earl Bostic, 14 hits from King, $14.99. Laverne Baker, her greatest recordings, $14.99. Hank Ballard and the Midnighters is $14.99. The Dominoes is $14.99. There is a crease right here on the cover, $14.99. And Donna on Herbie Hancock for $7. Chad ID Detonator 2, okay? So also a Detonator sold to Gregory Roberts. I'm glad I ordered all those Rat albums. I definitely needed them. Can I interest anybody in a copy of Sundays? I had never heard the Sundays before until we had those pressings come in and there was World War III over them. But, yeah, if you've never listened to their music, check out that album right there. Grateful Dead has a new bid for 38, 37, 39, and now 40. This is Anthem of the Sun. It looks different because it has alternate artwork. It's a 75 U.S. Terre Haute reissue. It does have some sleeve damage, but it looks a little bit different because it's alternate artwork. And Musa Chunka is a $5 buy it now. Let's put up some new auctions right quick. Let's revisit the New Orleans box over here. And the next New Orleans record is the Scorpions. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. Hello, Josephine, the Scorpions. And Ain't That Just Like Me? $5 start on the Scorpions. Brandon says he passes on Otis. Now, that was a great looking copy here. It's a 2 LP, the best of Otis Redding. Gatefold, it's on the second Atco, but it is near mint minus. That's $32. Also, Clyde McFadder for $14.99. And then I've got 4 of these kind of King reissues there. Nona Hendricks Skin Diver, $26.99. Weather Report, Heavy Weather, $24.99 on Weather Report. Let's grab a new handful of 45s right quick. And the first one I have is, I'll auction that one. Belinda Carlisle, I Get Weak. Cameo, Word Up. How about Crazy World? Big Trouble. Christopher Cross, Arthur's Fiend from Arthur. Bruce Springsteen, 10th Avenue Freeze Out. Cutting Crew, Rock in a Hard Place. We'll auction that one. And that's a back-to-back. Here's Romantics, 1 in a Million. And those are all $6.99 there. First thing we have was Pass on Otis. What was the other Herbie? Both of them sold. Both Herbies sold. And then next was Larry Smith on BC. And BC was for, that might have been a 45. BC was Belinda Carlisle. Yep. Condition of Grateful Dead. Give me 1 second. Chris Bryan on CC. That was for Christopher Cross. Then Brent put C. Now that could have been, oh boy. There's like 5 CCs in a row here. Hold on a minute. I got Christopher Cross and Cutting Crew and Cameo. Oh boy, I really screwed up there. All right, so Chris Bryant was your CC for Cutting Crew or Christopher Cross. And then Brent was next, then Mark, and then Adam, and then Brandon. Wow, a lot of backups there. We'll have to go through all those comments to figure that out. I really screwed that one up. Jeffrey Hawley on BC. That means you're second on Belinda. Brandon actually put Cross, and so did Mark. And then we got Chris, wanted Christopher Cross, Cameo, Okay, so we'll have to just figure those out in just a second. Everybody maybe let me know what you wanted. And that left Crazy World, another C, Big Trouble, The Romantics, and Bruce Springsteen. Those are all still available there. So Chris put his CC was for Christopher Cross, okay? So that's sold to him for $6.99. And then the next comment was Brent Robley on C, and he wanted Cameo, okay? And then the next comment after Brent C was Mark Fallon put Cross. So he was second on Cross. And then Adam Bullock put C. And Adam Bullock, what was your C comment? He was for Cameo. Okay, so that means you were second on Cameo. Jeffrey Hawley was next on Belinda Carlisle. Brandon Lack was third on Christopher Cross. And that means nobody got Cutting Crew. Nobody got Cutting Crew. Okay, and then how much was Otis Redding? It was $39.99. We had an offer for $30. I countered at $32, and he said pass. So Dan Moran is $32. And then Javi does want Big Trouble. This is sold to Javi for $6.99. And that leaves the Romantics, Bruce Springsteen, and Cutting Crew. Those are all still available. Now, the last bid that came in on the Grateful Dead was $45 with Jake Zerbel. And this is a 1975 Terre Haute reissue. The vinyl is in VG+. The cover is probably VG minus because there's a stain on the bottom. There's some wear on the back, and there is some writing. So VG minus on that, okay? Dan Moran does want the Otis Redding for $32. Nobody bid on the Scorpions. It's a $5 buy it now. Our next auction is Cutting Crew. I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight. In the picture sleeve, that's a $7 start. Joan Armour Trading, the key. Joan Armour Trading is $9.99. The Impressions, 1 by 1, $29.99 on the Impressions. Brooke Benton, his greatest hits, $12.99 on Brooke Benton. Jocelyn Brown, that's $9.99. And Boz Scaggs, Slow Dancer, $19.99. All right, so Cutting Crew already has bids. That's an auction. Grateful Dead still getting bids. And now our next LP auction is Folk Blues Song Fest. Take a look at this. It's a 1972 U.S. original, no condition notes, with Memphis Slim, Big Bill Broonzy's on here, Leadbelly, Lightning Hopkins, Jack Dupree. It's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. And Grateful Dead 46. Donna Turner offered 6 for Joan. I won't counter you on that one. I'll go ahead and sell you Joan for 6. Cutting Crew has a new bid for 12. Dead has a new bid for 48. And we have King. I was actually going to do that. So what are these? 14, 14, 14, 14. How about $20 off? That will be 10, 10, and 10. You get 4 of those. They're all nice, too. 3 of them are in shrink wrap. So 10, 10, and 10 on those, Brent Robley. I'll put them right back here in case you say yes. This is a Buy It Now Best Offer crate, and it was great titles, and I think that's why we've already sold about half of it. Let's keep going. Ace, no strings. Ace is $12.99. Peter, Paul, and Mary, $9.99 for Peter, Paul, and Mary. This has Puff on it, and This Land Is Your Land. I think that's actually Puff as in Puff the Magic Dragon. That actually may be what that is. I meant to, every time I show this, I meant to show that. That might be what that is. $9.99 on that. Fix is a U.S. original. Yes. Fix is a U.S. original. $24.99. This is Fix, Reach the Beach. $24.99. Now, what happened with the Grateful Dead? It's still getting bids. It's at 48, now 49. And, let's see. Brent does want the King Federal label bundle here for 10, 10, and 10, and 10. Those are sold to Brent Robley. Thank you. And now Dead has a new bid. Blues is at 31. And Cutting Crew, the last bid on Cutting Crew was El Terrible at 12. Chris Bryant, you were the first bidder, and now you're out, and now it's a final call. Jeffrey, that's sold to you for 20. I love the song One Thing Leads to Another. Also, we have Brooke Benton today. Brooke Benton is $19.99. And Friendship, Ray Charles, $19.99. And Stevie Wonder, this is a really cool pressing. I remember this. It's a Spain press of Stevie Wonder. What is this one called? Is it just called Wonder? Thought it had a title. It might just be self-titled, $34.99. Puff, yeah. I think that song Puff is Puff the Magic Dragon. So, yeah. I believe that's what that is. Okay, now, Blues is at $33.35. That's still getting bids. And then we got down to 2 bidders on Dead. And Jake Zerbel has it for $50. The other bidders also set out final call. Final call on Cutting Crew for $13. And now we have our next auction from the movie Cobra. John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band. Voice of America's Son. Stallone. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Cutting Crew has a new bid as well. Next thing we have is the Animals. This is on the EMI Regal Star line, which is like a UK press probably. $29.99 on that. And we also have ABBA, Voulez-Vous, $19.99. And we have the Association Live, $14.99. Cutting Crew has a new bid for $17. And we have Atomic Breathing. That is $24.99. Atomic Breathing. What an interesting record there. $24.99. Cobra has a bid for $7. Let's go ahead and sell that Dead album then. Long battle on that one. And it's sold to Jake Zerbel for $50. That's sold to Jake Zerbel for $50. There we have it. And let's put that in the bin. Next comment I see is Brent on A for Animals. Well, there's Animals, ABBA, Association Atomic, but I'm assuming, I bet he was offered $22 on the Animals, so that's sold to him. $22 sold. Now, Cutting Crew's back to El Terrible 17. Jeff Church, you're out. Jeff Church is back in. Now, Cutting Crew is not in print. Somebody just asked about these being in print. There's nothing by Cutting Crew in print. Of course, that's their big song. That album just is not, it's never seen a modern reissue. So, and that's just a great song and a really cool picture sleeve. And now Cobra's at 7. And now the Blues Festival, I think mispunched the 33. I think Michael meant to bid 33. So Michael has Blues Festival at 33, final call. Looks like we need another new LP. And let's do Miles Davis. Dig. Miles Davis is a white label promo from 1975. It is in VG++ condition, and it's a $25 start. Miles Davis Dig. Now, let's do some more Buy It Now 45s. Let me grab a new handful in here. And some of these I may pass on because we're going to do auctions. Some I may go ahead and show for $6.99. Here's the first one. Brandy, You're a Fine Girl. What a good wife you would be. Brandy, $6.99. That's going to be an auction. Radar Love, that's a good one from Golden Earrings, $6.99. That might be back-to-back hits. Just Like Vince Taylor is the B-side. That might be the first label. No, that's Track. Okay, that's Track Records. Yeah, that's the first label. Here's another one from Cutting Crew. One for the Mockingbird. One for the Mockingbird. Don Henley, All She Wants to Do Is Dance. We'll do that one for an auction. Huey Lewis in the News, If This Is It, Huey Lewis. Chicago, Hard Habit to Break. And Rick Springfield, Love Somebody. Those are all $6.99 each there. Great. And I have one. I've got, well, I don't even need to count them. I have a ton of 45 Buy It Nows I'm going to try to show tonight. A ton. An absolute ton here. So, first thing we have. Miles Davis, 25. Michael Butler on Radar Love for $6.99. El Terrible Torrio got Looking Glass. Brandy goes second to Brent, then Darren Johnson. And then Jeff Church on Rick Springfield. And then Miles Davis has another $25 bid. So that leaves Chicago, Huey Lewis, Don Henley, and another Cutting Crew there. Let's go ahead and sell Cobra for $7 to Brandon Lack. He was the only bidder. He also wants Chicago for $6.99. And then Cutting Crew got down to 2 people. Jeff Church is out. That's sold to El Terrible for $27. The Blues Festival is sold to Michael Butler for $33. And now Miles Davis, the tiebreaker, is with a third bidder Farmer Redman is in at 26. All righty. Now, new LP auction. This is Pink Floyd. This is metal, and this is actually an OG copy. It is in VG condition. Metal, Fearless, One of These Days, and of course Echoes taking up the entire side too. $20 start on that one. $20 start on that one. I'm going to put these right over here. And we're still going through a buy it now best offer bin. But before I show the next record, my crate has really filled up over here. So let me swap out crates right quick. And let's try to fill up another one here tonight. Great buy it now best offer bin. First next record, REO Speedwagon, Life as We Know It, $24.99. The Hollies, this is their self-titled album with the hit song, is it My Brother or The Air That I Breathe? One of them has The Air That I Breathe, one of them has He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother. This one has The Air That I Breathe on it. That's $19.99. Also, Yes, Going for the One, $19.99. England Dan, Dowdy Fowdy Road is $9.99, and Joe Ely is $19.99. Here's our next auction. Jackson Brown, Somebody's Baby from Fast Time at Richmond High, and this is a $7 start. Interesting note, this song, that hit song from that soundtrack, doesn't appear on any of his studio albums. So you either got to get this single or the Fast Time at Richmond High. And then here's a cool one, Fame. David Bowie. You might hear John Lennon back there in the background. And then the B-side is right. That's an original single. David Bowie, Fame. $7 start. John Lennon getting co-writing credits on that one as well. That's a good one. $7 start there on David Bowie, Fame. Okay, before I recap this bin, I've got to step up front and get something to drink. I really got to put some ice in this. I got a blue juice, and I'm going to step up front and do that. I'm going to read through this, and then we're going to go through another one, so please don't go anywhere. I got to go up front, though, and grab some ice before I'm really parched right now. So I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, please. All right. What happened? Sorry. I had to take like a quick break. I scarfed down some trail mix too. I got really parched and really hungry all of a sudden. So, and I was like, wow, it's 10 o'clock. It was like 10:30 or 11. I was like, well, I'll take a break right quick, but seems like it's early, so I better go ahead and pause right now. And now that I've got something to drink, I'll feel a lot better. I mean, doing as much talking, I didn't have any fluids back here. I get in bad shape quick. All right. So, sorry about that, but we're back, and let me figure out what happened. So, we had Miles Davis, Pink Floyd, Jackson Browne, and David Bowie up for bid. Miles Davis had bids for 30, 30, 32. Pink Floyd had a bid for 21, Miles Davis 32, Jackson Browne 7, Jackson Browne 10, Pink Floyd 23, David Bowie 7, David Bowie 10, David Bowie 12, David Bowie 14, David Bowie 16, Pink Floyd 24. All right, so that's the most recent comment. And now Miles Davis is a final call for $32 to Donna Turner. Jackson Browne is a final call for $10 to Chris Bryant. David Bowie's a final call to Tracy for 16, and Spackle Tab has Pink Floyd for 24. I've already went through this crate once, buy it now, best offer. If there's anything else in here you want to make an offer on, let me know right now. And that left REO Speedwagon Live, The Best of the Animals, Lindsey Buckingham Law and Order, Boston Third Stage, Jimmy Buffett Volcano, The Best of Buffalo Springfield, Morris Albert War Platinum Jazz, Fleetwood Mac Mirage, Laverne Baker. We got Weather Report, Nona Hendrix, The Impressions, Brooke Benton, Boz Scaggs, Jocelyn Brown, Ace, Brooke Benton, Ray Charles, Stevie Wonder, and Peter, Paul, and Mary. Now, the David Bowie is Fame, the original 7-inch single, and Tracy has it for 16. I'm going to finish reading this bin, and I'm going to end all 4 auctions unless there's a new bid. We have ABBA, Voulez, The Association Live, Atomic Breathing, REO Speedwagon, The Hollies, Yes, England Dan, and Joe Ely. The Weather Report was called Mysterious Traveler, $24.99. Nice, no condition notes. Nona Hendrix. Nona was right in here. Nona was $26.99. Bowie has a new bid, and now I'm selling everything else. Jackson Browne is sold to Chris Bryant for $10. We got Miles Davis officially sold to Donna for $32. And now Spackle Tab gets the Pink Floyd for $23. And now Bowie's at $19. We got a bidding going on Bowie. Now, time for new everything. First is Beverly Hills Cop soundtrack. Beverly Hills Cop is an 87 U.S. retail. It's sealed. There is some tears along the front, but it's never been opened. That is a $20 start. Bowie has a new bid for $20. And now a Grateful Dead LP. Grateful Dead, Go to Heaven. And this is a 1980 U.S. Santa Maria original with the original inner sleeve, EX condition, a $35 start. Grateful Dead, Go to Heaven, $35 start. Bowie is at $20 with Rebecca Howitt, and Tracy's out. And Grateful Dead is a $35 start. If anybody decides you want to make an offer on anything that was left in there, you can be my guest. I'll say, welcome to Make Offer Land. I'll be your host. Laura said she has a crate on the way any second. So with that knowledge, what we'll do is I'll find maybe like a half crate to go through. That way, as soon as that one gets arrived, we'll go ahead and go through some new stuff. So I think this is a pretty recent crate here from Paul. It is. And it's even got some new and sealed stuff. So here's a little half crate that I think Paul marked on maybe Saturday night. And let's go ahead and go through this buy it now best offer. David Bowie sold to Rebecca Howitt for $20. And now we need new auctions, including Dirty Diana, Michael Jackson. It's a double-sided deal. Michael Jackson's a $7 start. Jeff made an offer on the REO Speedwagon. Let's pull that for him. And that's sold to him for $18. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's put that away for Jeff Church. And now our next auction. Let's see. Also, Brandon asked what was the Chicago single left over. One of them's called Stay the Night. Those are left behind. And then the Nona Hendrix. That was in shrink. And it was $26.99. Being very reasonable on everything in here, so don't hesitate to make offers. Yeah, very clean, skin diver, $26.99. No condition notes on that. All right, so this crate's going to be buy it now or best offer, but the first thing I'm going to do is put up a new handful of auctions. And actually, the bin just got delivered from Laura. We'll go ahead and knock this out. It won't take long. And here's I'm a Soul Man. And Who's Making Love? That's the Blues Brothers. $6.99. Blondie, Heart of Glass. This is from Deliverance. Eric Weisberg doing dueling banjos. You Don't Mess Around with Jim. That's cool. Jim Croce and OG. Bobby Fuller 4. Bobby Fuller 4. We have Sam Cooke, Cousin of Mine. And that's where it's at. And a really cool early EP here from Eddie Arnold. All-time favorites, Volume 2. What is this, like late 40s, early 50s here? It's got to be. Eddie Arnold is $6.99. All right, Brandon Lack says he will take Chicago, Stay the Night. That's sold to Brandon for $6.99. Adam Bernardi gets Nona Hendrix for $20. And now we're going through some buy it now singles here right quick. Chris Bryant gets the Blues Brothers for $6.99. Chris Bryant also gets Jim Croce for $6.99. Larry Smith gets Eddie Arnold for $6.99. That leaves Sam Cooke, Bobby Fuller 4, Dueling Banjos, and Blondie, Heart of Glass. The Bobby Fuller 4 was Love's Made a Fool of You and Don't Ever Let Me Know. Not I Fought the Law. No, I Fought the Law there. Michael Jackson, Final Call for $7. Final Call on Beverly Hills Cop for $20. And Final Call on Grateful Dead for $35. Let's go through this crate very quickly. Another buy it now or best offer bin. Animals as Leaders, Live 2017. That's a 2018 pressing on clear vinyl, $24.99. TNT, Realized Fantasies, and unopened music on vinyl, that is $34.99. So that's a sealed music on vinyl press, colored vinyl. Bob Dylan, Infidels. Bob Dylan is $24.99. Also, Animals as Leaders again, Weightless, $39.99. Michael Rudolph wants Blondie. That's sold to him for $6.99. And then over here, here's the no bid so far. Let's see what else I had over here. So, let's see. I already showed those. That's a New Orleans one. Already showed those. That might have been in the other box. Let me see if it's in the other box right quick. A lot of great ones. This recap of 45s will be quite interesting when we get to it. No, as of right now, there's no Chicago left. I just flip through everything. Unless it's over here. Nope, this is Elton John and Lionel Richie. Nope. All right. So, the first thing is we got offers on TNT for 28, 28, and 30. So, Chris Ridling's, it's yours if you want it for 30. Okay, and then we have Mike Ospaw on BHC for 20. And that is BHC for 20. He's in on Beverly Hills Cop for 20. Final Call. Grateful Dead is a buy it now for $35. And Michael Jackson, Dirty Diana, $7 buy it now. Guitar picks. I don't have any guitar picks. Did I say I had guitar picks? I don't have any guitar picks. No, I don't have any guitar picks. Loggins and Messina, Native Sons, $9.99. The Platters is $9.99. The Platters is $9.99. Also, Preservation Act 2, that's the Kinks. It's in partial shrink wrap, $19.99. Chris does get the TNT. That's sold to him for $30. Also, Gallery with the hop sticker, I Believe in Music. Gallery's $14.99. Genesis, and then there were 3. Genesis is $24.99. Charlie McClain, Radio Heart. Charlie McClain is $9.99. Gene Shepard, Here and Now. Gene Shepard is sealed for $9.99. And Grover Washington Jr. Anthology, sealed, or no, that's opened, excuse me, $19.99. Mike Ospaw gets Beverly Hills Cop for $20. And now we have new auctions. Yeah, the only 2 no bids tonight is this Grateful Dead and this signed B.B. King. It's signed by B.B. King and 3 of his band members, $475. $475. That's the only 2 auctions that have not sold tonight. Donna gets Grover Washington for $14. And then Herb Richardson, Sings of Labor, Hope, and Freedom, a rare blues folk album, sealed, $14.99. Our next auction is the Stax Volt Review, Volume 2. Otis Redding, Carla Thomas, Sam and Dave, Eddie Floyd. This is Live in Paris, Classics, a 67 Terre Haute Original, EX edition, a $25 start on that. $25 start. And we have U2, The Joshua Tree. This is an 87 U.S. Original Specialty, EX edition. It's a $25 start. The vinyl's nice. It has the original inner sleeve and the U2 poster lyric insert. Very cool. $25 start. There's the original inner sleeve. That's now up for bid. Michael Butler got Herb. Rod Bryan was second. Next is Harrison Johnson and his Los Angeles Community Singers. That was sealed for $19.99. And now we've got more Buy It Now 45s coming up at this moment. For $6.99, Sweet Home, Alabama. Leonard Skinner, Don McLean, American Pie. John Lennon, Happy Xmas, War is Over, So This Is Christmas. Down on Main Street. Bob Seger, Aerosmith promo, Last Child, Stray Cat Struts by the Stray Cats, and Tina Turner, Turner the Best. That was a good little batch of 45s there. That was some really good ones. Those are all $6.99. U2 has one name tag here on the cover. Other than that, it's a really nice copy. So we have U2 at 25. U2 25, Chris Bryan on Leonard Skinner. That sold to him for $6.99. Shakedown got the John Lennon, So This Is Christmas. U2 has a new bid for $27. Chris Bryant, Down on Main Street with Chris Bryant. Mike Owens second on John Lennon. Chris Bryant on Stray Cat Strut. ST next on John Lennon. And Edwin's out on U2. So we still got Aerosmith. That's a double-sided promo from Rocks. Don McLean, American Pie. Part 1 and Part 2. As y'all know, that's a long song. They had to put it on 2 different sides. And then there's that. Brian Raleigh, I will gladly take 25 for REO Speedwagon. And I would like to welcome you to Coletco as a first-time buyer. So thank you. Welcome. And I will see this great live REO Speedwagon for $25. And welcome to Coletco. Welcome to Coletco. So we do $7 in limited shipping. $7 in limited shipping. That's as much as you can buy and as much as you want to buy between now and Saturday whenever I say good night. I'll be here again tomorrow. If you're a longtime viewer, you probably already know this, but we live stream every night. $7 limit shipping. I got to step around here and get some sticky notes. Sorry, I had to get some sticky notes. And welcome. Yes, but if you're a first-time buyer, you probably already know everything I just told you. $7 in limited shipping. And welcome to Coletco. All right. Now, we have Rebecca Howitt on the Aerosmith single. And those are done. No Japanese tonight. U2 is the final call. This is a buy it now best offer, Ben. And then we got new stuff from Laura coming next. Andy Pratt, Shiver in the Night. That's sealed for $9.99. Cordell Killer, Cavern Poems. That's a 2003 press. That's experimental music. Sealed for $9.99. I got 2 Bette Midlers here. No frills, $9.99 for Bette Midler. Rochelle. We have The World Within, Styx Hooper, a 1979 jazz funk album. That's sealed for $14.99. And we have Loggins and Messina, Full Sail, EX $9.99. Odetta in Japan, VG $14.99. 10cc is VG Plus $11.99. Martin Denny, Another Taste of Honey, EX $12.99. And Cameo, Feel Me is VG Plus $12.99. So U2 is sold to Samuel Kopich for just $27. Seemed like a nice price on such a nice record there. The nice price. Y'all remember those old nice price stickers? That was a nice price there. Thank you, Samuel. That's so to you. And wow, a no bid on this record here. So this is a buy it now. This is $25 on the Stax Volt Review. $25 on that. Donna got Cameo for $9. Right after that, Mike offered $1 more, but that's okay. Here is our next singles. These are going to go up right now for $6.99. Let's grab a handful and see what we got. First is Ike and Tina, Proud Mary Keeps on Churning. Proud Mary. Cracklin' Rosie, that's a good one. Neil Diamond, here's another good one. This is Spirit in the Sky. How about a promo from Jerry Rafferty, The Royal Mile? Another Stray Cats, Rock This Town, and You Can't Hurry Love. Suzanne Vega, Luca, that was a big one. And Huey Lewis and the News, Stuck With You. Those are all $6.99. We have, sorry for the question, newer buyer, this week's auction invoice will go out on Monday. Yeah, everything purchased from Sunday. Paul did a show on Sunday, right? Not yesterday, but the day before. Sunday, Tuesday, Sunday, Monday, tonight, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 7 shows, and then you won't get an invoice until Monday, okay? You'll get an invoice on Monday. So $7, and that starts on Sunday. The invoices will come via email to your email address you provide us. So if you bought something last week and you hadn't got an invoice yet, hopefully by now you've already reached out to Ed, who is our customer service manager. We really don't have titles here. I don't even have a title. I'm just Chad. But I would say Ed deserves customer service manager title. He does a lot for us with customer service. So if you're ever talking to somebody, you're talking to Ed. I see a lot of people address messages. Hey, Chad, I don't think I've replied to a Facebook message in a long time. So if I did, I wouldn't be able to sell here every night. I would just have to come in every day and reply to messages because there's so many. Ed does a great job. Everybody here does a great job. First thing was Stray Cat. That is sold to Chris Bryant. That is sold to Chris Bryant for $6.99. Michael Butler on Spirit. Spirit in the Sky. Excuse me. I'm still choking on that trail mix I wolfed down earlier. And then What's the Seals and Croft? Give me 1 second. Huey Lewis on Michael Ruttman. Chris X, You Were Next on SC. And then Tracy Songer got Suzanne Vega. Tim Voldness was next. And then we have Neil Diamond still left, Ike and Tina, and Jerry Rafferty. There we have it. So, all right. Let me take a drink of my stuff here before I choke to death. So welcome. Yeah, and first question was the Seals and Croft. Seals and Croft, and that was back here. Was there a Seals and Croft? There was not a Seals and Croft. There was Loggins and Messina, and this is called Cordell Killer, and it's Cavern Poems, sealed for $9.99. And there's not a Seals and Croft in here. But let's go ahead and bring over the new Laura crate, and let's go through new arrivals. I just noticed that we're back to over, 159 on Facebook, 135, over 300 viewers again. Back over 300 viewers again for late tonight. Let's go through a new Laura crate, and then coming after that is more discounts. And welcome everybody again. What I was about to say is, yes, we got a great staff here. I am very fortunate, and it takes, for those that's kind of new, It kind of takes a small army for us to do these broadcasts every night. If y'all don't know by now, off and on, and including part-time, there's about 15 people here on staff. So including part-time, we have about 15 people here on staff. So I tell people that, and they'll be like, how's business going? And I'm like, well, I'll tell you right now, we've got 15 people on staff, and it takes everybody showing up 100%, or we get into a jam sometimes. So very fortunate for everybody that's here, and we're probably needing even more people, so as we continue to grow. So, but I do tell people that they're like, man, you sell that much vinyl? I'm like, you must not watch our shows. We sell a lot of records because we have a lot of great customers. Yeah, Loggins and Messina was EX $9.99. If you want that, EX $9.99. Now we have the experimental record sold. Let me pull that back out of the bin. And this is sold to Mike Owen. All right, here we go. That's sold to Mike for $8. Let's go through new arrivals. So these are priced as marked. These are priced as marked. Looks like we need some kind of auction. I have a bunch of sealed OG stuff. It may not be possibly the best titles, but they're still sealed, and they've never been opened, and they're all originals or vintage reissues. So here's the first one. UB40, Little Bragadirum. John's pretty sure it's never been opened. It is in like a resealable sleeve, so we don't know for sure, but I'm going to say it's presumed near mint. UB40, and then look at this beautiful copy of Santana Welcome. It's not an embossed OG, but it's still a vintage press. It's beautifully sealed, and this cover is always known for being dirty, just like the White Album or any other white jacket. This one's beautiful. Santana Welcome, $10 start. And I've got more. We've got stacks of sealed OG records like this over here next to me. That's kind of our late night auctions for the rest of the night, and 45s, okay? So a lot of sealed surprises coming up. First thing we have is Swans the Beggar. These are new arrivals that Laura just marked. They are priced as marked. There's a note on the back. Laura loves Swans. $29.99 on Swans. Whoever buys that gets the Laura Hop Crate sticker, or whoever buys the first record in here. We have Riverside, Out of Myself. I was about to say I haven't seen that in a while. That's sealed for $29.99. I think I remember ordering this for somebody for a special request like a couple years ago. The 2003 album, that is sealed, $29.99. And The Cult, and it is on the ivory colored vinyl. The Cult is sealed, $29.99. Santana has a bid for $10 with John Kaiser. Let's do some quick buy it now 45s, and I might find our next auction. I'm going to get back to our New Orleans stuff. But first, we have the Thompson Twins, Hold Me Now. The Bee Gees, You Win Again. These are all $6.99. Rick Ocasek from The Cars, Emotion in Motion. Jesse Johnson featuring Sly Stone, Crazy, featuring Sly Stone. Christy and Jimmy McNichol, He's So Fine. And, that might be an auction. Is that what I think it is? And then Tom Cochran, Lunatic Fringe. Those are all $6.99 on those, okay? Now, Santana, let me see what's going on here. John bid 10 on Santana. Scott Smith on R for Riverside. Thank you, Scott Smith. That is sold to you. Appreciate that. There's a token of appreciation. Do you have a copy of Scorpion's Love Drive? Are you talking about OG or new? I had a new copy we just sold, but OG, if we do, it will be put up for auction in the near future, okay? Next is UB40 with a bid for 10. Adam Bernardi does want S&C. Do you mean Loggins and Messina? I guess you mean L&M, right? L&M, Loggins and Messina. There never was a Seals and Croft. I'm assuming you meant this. Thank you. I'm going to need that too. Lord just gave me a bottle of water. I'm almost done with my purple juice, but I'm going to need some water here in a second. Okay, there's another new bid on Santana. MT Mac got the Colt. Spackle Tab got the other Riverside. And next is TV for Brent Robley, but he might have meant TC, which was Tom Cochran. That's sold to him. And then ST was next. And then Loggins and Messina is sold to Adam Bernardi. No problem. Now we have a tie On Santana, Rusty, somebody bid first over on YouTube for $10. You may be a first-time bidder. There is also people watching over on YouTube and Facebook. Right here's the master feed. And then UB40 just has one bid for $10. Next is Bottle Rockets. That is sealed on maroon vinyl for $19.99. Bottle Rockets and Mercyland. We never lost a single game. That is sealed for $19.99. And we have Dope Group Therapy. Dope Group Therapy. This is red new metal, sealed, $19.99 on Dope. And we have 3 copies of that, okay? Santana 11, Santana 12. And now let's go over here and pull out our next, I should say, auction from the New Orleans singles. This is a Billy. What a weird one looking here. This is going to go up for a $5 start. A Billy, that's up for auction. Pulling out random records from these New Orleans batches. Most of them I will have no idea what they are. I just show and tell, and then y'all bid. Next is Melissa Bailey on Dope. And then I think Curtis also wants some Dope. And then Santana's at 13. John's at 14. And now the next record, I've only got one. It's Fall Out Boy. So much for Stardust. Fall Out Boy is sealed on Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl, $29.99. A Billy is a $5 start. UB40 just got that one bid, and that is sold to Mike Owen for $10. Let me go ahead and put that in a new sleeve. I got a fresh pack right over here. That is sold for $10. Appreciate that. Billy has a bid for $5, and Moses, I would have loved to taken that bid. That is late, and I've already sold it. Dang it. I was waiting for more bids on that. Let me grab our next sealed record. It's the Romantics. And this is their self-titled album. No saw marks, no punch holes. All nicely sealed for a $10 start. Also, we have, what do we have here? This is Justin Townes Earl, Yuma. I've never seen this one. Justin Townes Earl's Raw debut EP on Go Vinyl. Wow. Sealed, $19.99, Santana. And then final call on A Billy. Here's some quick buy nows coming. Ooh, Keith Whitley from 1990, $6.99. Travis Tritt, Sign of the Times. Alabama, Feels So Right. We got Dan Seals Bop. Hank Williams Jr., There's a Tear in My Beer, a duet with his father. Loretta Lynn, LZ Banks, Loretta Lynn. And the Go-Go's, Head Over Heels, and Good for Gone. Those are all $6.99. What is the Billy title? A Billy, Sweet Love on My Mind, I think. 4 Questions, the Symphonics. That should get you close. Last thing was Santana 15, Santana 16. Romantics has a bid for 10. Romantics 10. Santana 17. Romantics 12. Rick Harrington on TT. That was for Travis Tritt. So to Rick Harrington. Chris Bryant on Alabama. That's so to Chris Bryant. Chris Bryant on Hank Williams Jr. There's a Tear in My Beer. And that leaves us with Keith Whitley, Dan Seals, the Go-Go's, and Loretta Lynn. Next record is Kaleo, Surface Sounds, sealed on white vinyl for $19.99. We've got 5 of those. And now that's what I call Halloween. That's at a great price. Orange and purple vinyl. I think y'all have seen me literally sell hundreds of these. You can put this on any time of the year and listen to it. Listen to some of the artists. Rob Zombie, Blowest to Colt, NXS, Donovan, Nina Simone, Run DMC, Rockwell. That's a good one. $24.99. Chris Kirkley on Kaleo. That's so to Chris Kirkley. Chris Kirkley. What's the Led Zeppelin box? How the West Was Won. The Super Deluxe 4LP box with book and art print. $214.99. I've been waiting for somebody to buy that. Led Zeppelin, How the West Was Won. Ultimate Live Led Zeppelin there. Next is Now That's What I Call Halloween. Those are sold to Mike Owen, Rebecca Howitt, and Brandon Lack. I usually have those in stock around Halloween time. Billy has a new bid for 8. That means somebody's been outbid. That's now at 8. Stephen A. Young wants a Calio. Looks like Calio. Now, where are we on the Romantics? The sealed Romantics is at $19, and the sealed Santana's at $19. Both auctions are at $19. The Led Zeppelin box set gets asked about twice. Whatever record is showing right here is the most asked about record because everybody's eyes are all over the screen, right? Everybody's eyes are all over the screen. And the only thing they can really see right now is Led Zeppelin. And they're like, man, what is that? And it hadn't sold yet. I've been waiting for somebody to buy it. It's an incredible box set. It's an incredible live recording. That and BBC sessions. There's only 4 ways officially you can get live Led Zeppelin music. Song remains the same. How the West Was Won, BBC sessions, and Celebration Day. There's only 4 official releases. Now, there's also the 2 LP Deluxe Led Zeppelin 1, which has Olympia Paris. So that's technically only 5 official live recordings from Led Zeppelin that's only been released. And that's one of them right there. Okay? Next thing we have is Sunny Day Real Estate. This is Diary on Pearl Vinyl. A note from Laura, Essential Emo, sealed for $29.99. John Kaiser's out on Santana, but there is a new bid on the Romantics for $20. Billy has a new bid for $10. Craig's out, and now we have 2 of those. We have 3 of those. Calio is sealed, and those are $19.99. We have Roxy Music, and that's the Steven Wilson remix on clear vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. Who asked about Led Zeppelin? I think it might be a new buyer or a new viewer. Mark Scheichler. Mark, if you do decide you want that, let me know. Welcome to Collectco, by the way. I'm a major Led Zeppelin fan, and so I always try to keep everything in stock Led Zeppelin I can. Back here, we got other reissues. I've got Led Zeppelin 1 in stock, Led Zeppelin 2 in stock, Led Zeppelin 3 in stock, Led Zeppelin 4 in stock, House of the Holy, Presence, In Through the Outdoor, How the West Was Won. We got a lot of Zeppelin in stock here. Next thing is, I guess this is red as I've had this before. Is it red as Triple Cross? Sealed Black Ice, $29.99. It's like cross. Good night, God bless, I love you, delete. Sealed, $29.99. And there's a note from Laura, Chino from Deftones. That is sealed, $29.99. Billy still getting bids. Tim's at 10, and now William Dragovich is at 11. Melissa Bailey does want a Fallout Boy. That is so to Melissa Bailey. Now we have Santana. This is officially sold to, who was the last bidder? Mike Monroy at $19. $19 on that. $19 on that. $19 on that. Okay. Call him Chad Zeppelin on Saturdays. That is true. We did sell an RL last night. Maybe I can get to the point where I can start calling myself, I'm going to start telling people I'm the biggest Led Zeppelin dealer in America. That'd be a great title. I would love to have that pinned on me. The biggest Zeppelin dealer in America. We did sell an RL last night for $3,250. I'm getting close to being able to hold that trophy saying I'm the biggest Led Zeppelin dealer in America. That would be a great tagline for Collectco. The biggest Zeppelin dealer in the country. A.A. Bondi, When the Devil's Loose. This is sealed $14.99. Sealed for $14.99. And we have Modern Life is War. Modern Life is War. Red, hardcore, $19.99. So the Billy's at 11. Tim Volness, you're out. We sold Fallout Boy. It's called Crosses. Thank you, Crosses. And then the Romantics got hung up. Nope, he said out. Richie Lander gets that for $20, okay? That's another sealed OG sold. And now let's put up even more new stuff. Let's put up even more new stuff. All right. Chad, I have the Zeppelin I bought frame my office. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, we've got some Zeppelin posters coming up in future auctions. We have Keith Urban's number one's volume 1. Keith Urban is sealed, $19.99. And Taylor Swift, Fearless, Taylor's version, only $29.99, sealed on gold vinyl. Our next sealed OG records is Linda Ronstadt and this Harry Belafonte. These are $10 starts. These are sealed originals with no cutout marks. Linda Ronstadt, Mad Love, that is sealed, a $10 start. And Belafonte, Homeward Bound, Harry Belafonte is a $10 start. So those are $10 starts. And we have a Billy at 13. A Billy at 13, Tim Voldness. And that means William Dragovich, you've been outbid. I haven't done any buy it nows in just a second, but let me do that right now. Here is some more buy it nows. And the first ones we have at $6.99 are the following. We have Separate Nights from White Lives, Frankie Valli, My Eyes Adored You, Bill Haley, Rock Around the Clock, Please Mr. Postman by the Carpenters, The Guess Who, Star Baby, Joe Cocker, Give Peace a Chance, Rick Springfield, Love Somebody. Those are all $6.99. They are now available for auction. Those are all available for auction, or for buy it now, excuse me. I'm going to take a drink of this right quick. Thank you as always, Gregory. Those are all $6.99. Okay. Put those right back there so I don't mix them up with the others. These are going to go back in the box. I've already shown those, yeah. Is it? I'm trying to figure out if this is the song I think it is. Because if it is, I looked it up the other day because I heard it in the gym. No, I'm thinking about Pump Up the Jam. Okay, yeah, I'm thinking about Pump Up the Jam. This is Pump Up the Volume. AA Mars. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Pump Up the Volume. Belafonte and Linda's a $10 start. Mars. And John Kaiser says he will take Led Zeppelin. Yes. And this is the first pressing, includes an individually numbered high-quality print of the album cover, one of 30,000, and that is this version. If anybody else wants one, as of last night, these were still in stock, and I can have it here by Friday. $214.99, folks. It is sold to John Kaiser. Thank you, John. That is sold to you. Mars has bids for 5 and 5. Pump Up the Volume. I was listening to that song, Pump Up the Jam, which is also like on every reel and TikTok that I scroll through in the last year, it seems like. What was the A. Billy last bid? 14. Tim Voldness. William bid 14 about 2 minutes ago. I have lost Tim Voldness again. I've got to sell it really quickly to William Dragovich for 14. And now Linda has a new bid, and so does Belafonte. Okay? There we have it. I'm going to read through these one more time. And just like always, it's not really that late. It's only 10:41. There's a lot still left in here. I'm going to read through them. And as y'all know, if you see how I start the shows, we post this in a whole lot of records. And a lot of this has been selling in there the next morning. So if you want something, now's the time. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold 45s around the corner before they fall over. We don't want that to happen. We had an air horn earlier tonight on Johnny Cash, and we will probably have some tomorrow as well, because I'm going to bring out some more autographs and stuff that should do very well. I was thinking B.B. King might get an autograph, but figured the B.B. King autograph might get an air horn, but it's still over here as a buy it now. All right, and I'm going to read these one more time. We still got Swans, The Beggar. Swans was sealed at $29.99. We also have The Cult, pressed on ivory-colored vinyl. This is sealed for $29.99. 2 copies of Bottle Rockets, the LP debut for an alternate country classic, Bottle Rockets. Vinyl remastering and lacquer cut at Scott Hull at Master Disc. Maroon vinyl pressing. Limited 2,000 copies. Sealed, $19.99. Also, Mercy Land. That is sealed $19.99. We never lost a single game. Dope, Group Therapy, red, colored vinyl, new metal, $19.99. Justin Townes Earl, sealed gold vinyl, $19.99. Kaleo, Surface Sounds, sealed white vinyl, $19.99. Now, we have William Dragovich is sold on a Billy for $14. Linda Ronstadt, let me read off all these bids. So we got A. Mars, Linda Ronstadt, and Harry Belafonte. Linda Ronstadt 10, Mars 5, Belafonte 10, Mars 8, Ronstadt 11, Mars 10, out, Mars 11, Mars 20, Linda 15, and now price on Swans. Swans was sealed $29.99. Now, we got Belafonte, just got that one bid then, and that is sold to Janet Gray for $10. Thank you. Let me go ahead and put that in a new sleeve. This is sold to Janet, and that means Linda Ronstadt's a final call, and so is A. Mars. So we have Linda Ronstadt. Linda Ronstadt is at 15 with Chuck Haley. I haven't heard back from Rich Group. Javi's out on Mars. Rebecca has that for 20. Next, we had Sunny Day Real Estate Diary. The 30th anniversary on Pearl Vinyl, sealed for $29.99. Roxy Music, the Steven Wilson remix on clear vinyl, $29.99 for Roxy Music. And then Crosses. Crosses is on black ice colored vinyl. That is sealed for $29.99. Also, A. Bondi, When the Devils Lose, sealed for $14.99. Modern Life is War, red vinyl, $19.99. Number One's Volume 1 from Keith Urban, $19.99. And Taylor Swift, Taylor's version, at a great price, $29.99. A. Mars is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $20. And then Linda Ronstadt is officially sold to Chuck Haley for $15. I lost Rich Group somewhere. This is sold to Chuck Haley for $15. Mad Love, a sealed original, never been opened there. All right, now the next one is a soundtrack. This is a Charles Bronson film. This is Rider on the Rain, music by Francis Lay. That's a sealed original Capitol soundtrack. $10 start on that. And also over here in my sealed batch, I've got sealed Carl Perkins, The Heart and Soul of Carl Perkins. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. The next Buy It Now 45s are coming at you at this moment. These are $6.99. The Alarm, Strength, Rodney Crowell, Crazy Baby, Keith Whitley, Hard Living, Expose, Seasons Change, The Pipkins, Gimme That Ding, Sting, Fortress Around Your Heart, and Ice House, Electric Blue. Those are all $6.99. Those are all $6.99 there. And those auctions back there are $10 starts. It's time for some sort of discount bin, which I'm about to do right now. Sorry, I had to send a message right quick. All right, put those right back there. And Mike Owen wants Sting. Thank you, Mike Owen. That is sold to you for $6.99. Let me swap out crates right quick. And let's figure out one to go through BINBO. That was literally brand new arrivals. This might be a good one. This has... Have I actually gone through this best offer? Maybe not. Maybe just one time. I don't think I've actually gone through this best offer. And it is some new sealed stuff here. Then we'll probably get back to some vintage. So, yeah, let's do this right here. And I'm going to do this one. Buy it now or best offer. Just FYI. These are all $6.99. If anybody decides you want anything in there, just let me know. I'm going to put them back over here. And final call on those 2 sealed records for $10 starts. And here's our next New Orleans single. Aha. Don't want to forget about these. We have the Guillotines. G-I-L-J-O, Guillotines. I feel like I'm reading that somewhat. We have Va Va Voom, the Campus Tramps. The Campus Tramps, a $5 start. $5 start on the Campus Tramps. Okay, first thing, next thing. I have these here. Most of the stuff's new and sealed, and it's buy it now or best offer. I have Ryan Bingham, Watch Out for the Wolf, sealed, $24.99. Ryan Bingham on Bonfire Orange Vinyl. Now, some of these, if they don't get offers, I may go ahead and mark them down myself to try to get y'all motivated in on some of these, okay? Ryan Bingham's $24.99. Young Boy, Never Broke Again, 38 Baby 2. Those are sealed for $19.99. I've got 2 copies of the Mavericks, Play the Hits. The Mavericks is sealed, $19.99. The Mavericks. Carl Perkins got 1 bid with Charlie DeFrank. We're about to sell those. Taylor Swift, which was probably already at a great price. It is sealed, $29.99. That is red. I think y'all know if you had to order that new, I think they cost me like $38 or something. They're very expensive to order those new from distributors. Just $29.99 on Taylor Swift there. Next thing is Usher, My Way, the 7-time platinum album. Sealed, just $29.99. We sold one already. There's one left. And Earthless is still available. Live in the Mojave Desert, Stoner Rock, sealed. Earthless is in the bin at $29.99. Still available. Just saying. Larry Smith got the Mavericks. That sold to Larry Smith for $15. Donna Turner, I'll go ahead and sell you that last Usher for $24. Let's sell this Carl Perkins for $10 to Mike Owen. No, Charlie DeFrank, excuse me. Charlie DeFrank gets that one for $10. Thank you. That means that Rider on the Rain soundtrack back there is a buy it now for $10. Campus Tramps has a bid for $5. This is a $10 buy it now if anybody wants it. Let's go ahead and see what else I had over here for auction, sealed. I have, let's see here. Here we go. These are sealed records here. These are from that collectibles label. This is the Impressions with Curtis Mayfield. It's like a compilation. $10 start on that. And the other one here is Ivory Joe Hunter Sings 16 of his greatest hits. It looks like and feels like it's like an 80s reissue maybe. Those are going to go up for $10 starts. Those are sealed LPs there. $10 starts on that. Adam Bernardi says he'll take the other Mavericks for $15. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Next is Smashing Pumpkins. This is Adore. That is sealed for $39.99. Smashing Pumpkins Adore. Neil Young Harvest. Sealed at $29.99. Already a great price. Probably $5, $7 below MSRP. Those are remastered. Old Man, Heart of Gold, Neil Young Harvest, $29.99. Connor Oberst is sealed, $19.99. This is, I believe, technically self-titled. It is his debut album, $19.99. Johnny Marr, Fever Dreams, parts 1 through 4. Johnny Marr is sealed, $29.99. And then a Blue Note Tone Poet, Kenny Dorham and Jackie McLean, Anita Something. Unopened Tone Poet, $39.99. What I have on the Smashing Pumpkins, $39, and then we have offers for $28 and $30. Patrick, I will do $30. You offer $28. Let me know if you want it. Preston Rose gets the Campus Tramps for $5. Thank you, Preston. That's so to you. And now, if anybody wants the Guillotines or the Guillotines, I don't know how to say that, Guillotines, and the Impressions has a bid with Rod Bryan for $10. And that is now going once, going twice, and going 3 times. Fetal Pig, Autopia, $14.99 on Fetal Pig. The Smashing Pumpkins is sold to Patrick for $30. Janet said she'd give $30 for this Tone Poet. Let's see, $39.99. Let's do $34 on this. That seems like a really good price for a sealed Tone Poet there, but totally up to you. We have New Sensei Sundowning, sealed on mystery colored vinyl. Odyssey, the odd tape, that's sealed on gold vinyl for $19.99. And Hellfire Black Meaty, that is sealed for $19.99. And another Smashing Pumpkins, Pisces Iscariot, $39.99 for the Smashing Pumpkins. And I was just about to sell the impressions. And there's a new bid from GMB. And now Ivory Joe Hunter is a $10 buy it now. You pull Smashing Pumpkins for me. Smashing Pumpkins is sold to Patrick Fu. His offer came in first at $28. You offered $30. He was first, so I have to give it to him for $30. And then Janet offered $30, and she said pass. If anybody wants this Blue Note Tone Poet, it was marked $39.99. She offered $30. I said $34. And now there's a new bid on the impressions for $12. So Rod Bryan, you've been outbid on that. The Ivory Joe Hunter sealed was a $10 start. Let's see what else I have over here to show for buy it now. And we have some singles here I don't think I've got to yet. Yep, and let me put these right over here. We have Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark. These are all $6.99. Kylie Minogue, something like that, doing the Locomotion. Poco, Fool's Gold. The Byrds, Jesus is Just All Right, a double-sided promo. Dolly, 9 to 5 and Odd Jobs. And I was going to put that up for auction. Elton John, Love is a Cannibal. Hurt So Good, that is John Cougar Mellencamp. Sam Harris, Sugar Don't Bite. And Jelly Bean, The Real Thing, featuring Stephen Dante. Those are all $6.99 there. Lots of singles there to choose from, all $6.99. Rod Bryan, let me know if you want back in on the impressions. And Alan Hagen offered $13 on Black Meaty. Those are sealed $19.99. I'll do those for $15, Alan. Those are marked 20. And the Tone Poet tracks, Us, It Could Happen to You, Let's Face the Music, No Two People, Lover Man, and San Francisco Beat, cut directly from the original analog tapes, reissued, supervised by Joe Harley, mastered by Kevin Gray, and pressed at RTI. Black Meaties, I told Alan I would do 15 on those. Chuck Haley wants the Byrds. Jesus is Just All Right, a double-sided promo for just $6.99. And now we have a quick read through these one more time. If anybody wants to make an offer, I'm going to go ahead and try the. I'm going to go ahead and mark down Ryan Bingham myself. These were $24.99. I feel like we've already sold a couple. Does anybody want one new and sealed? Ryan Bingham on indie exclusive colored vinyl. $15 on Ryan Bingham. $15 on Ryan Bingham. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 copies there of Ryan Bingham if anybody wants one. Those are $19.99. And now the impressions is sold to GMB, and that is sold to GMB for $12. Let's get that in a new sleeve for them. This is sold to GMB for $12. Alan Hagen said he will take a Black Meaty. And if I can get the impressions in a sleeve, that is. There we go. And then, so he does get a Black Meaty for $15. Thank you. Anybody else on that stack of 45s? I'm going to put them back over here in this box. And Ryan Bingham. Regina wants Dolly. Oh, that's what the handful I just put away. Let me grab Dolly. I've been working 925. That's sold to Regina for $6.99. Also, we have Young Boy, and this is sealed at $19.99. Preston says he will take a Ryan Bingham for $19.99. If anybody out there new is watching and you're like, you know what, I should probably buy one of those Ryan Binghams. $7 limited shipping, and that's an open box for all week. I would love to have your business and welcome you to the Coletco family, but you do have to break the ice at some point. Taylor Swift is $29.99. I see a lot of viewers. I see over 116 on Facebook and 115 on YouTube. Somebody's waiting for the right moment to buy something. I'm going to try to show you as much stuff as I can here in the next moments to hopefully get you on board with something. Earthless is $29.99. Ryan Bingham is $29.99. And Connor Oberst is $19.99. We also have Johnny Marr. Johnny Marr is $29.99. And Ryan Bingham, I thought you said $15. Ryan Bingham was $24.99. I said $19.99. Those are $19.99. Let me know if you still want one. I don't think I said $15. I hope I didn't. I thought I said $19.99. We have Fetal Pig, Autopia. Those are $14.99 for Fetal Pig. And we have New Sensei, sealed $19.99. Odyssey and Smashing Pumpkins is $39.99. Oh, did I say 15? I didn't mean to say 15. I don't know if I can do that on those. I'm pretty sure like when these were new, I had a mark for like $34.99. I want to seem like it's a fairly new album, so I definitely said 15. Oh boy, I didn't mean to. Let me see. Let me check these right quick. Yeah, I'll have to have $19.99 for these. Let's see what I get here. Boy, I messed up. I'm pretty my brain's pretty fried. I did say 15. I apologize. Yeah, I'll do those for $19.99. Then I changed to $19.95. Yeah, there's no telling what. My brain's pretty drained right now. I could tell I've went down about 3 gears. I keep drinking caffeine over here, but it's not working. Alex Kane on Earthless for $25. I will take $25 for one of those. Thank you. So Seth or Preston, I'm sorry. I'm going to keep those at $19.99. I'll probably try them again later. Now, at some point, if this stuff don't sell, I'll discount it even further. But yeah, I'm going to keep those at $19.99. Taylor for $20. Now y'all are going to start messing with me. All right, so let's see what else I have over here. More blue juice. I wish they were open. If they were open, I would send her to go get one right now. She'll probably be okay. Laura would probably go get one as well. Let's put up some more New Orleans singles. These are going to go up for a $5 start. The Dale Gators. The Dale Gators is our next New Orleans single. $5 start on that. And we have Gas Huffer, Hotcakes. Gas Huffer, Beer Drinking Cavemen from Mars. That's on Sub Pop, it looks like. $5 start. I was going to try to take us at least till midnight tonight. I'm going to try to take us at least till midnight. Yeah, I need something because I've went pretty hard here the last 2 nights. I've stayed literally all night and into the morning. And I feel like I've went home 3 nights in a row and basically, or 3 days in a row and just took naps. I've went home and took like 4-hour naps 3 days in a row. So I don't feel like I've really like been to bed or sleep in the last 3 days. So I'm like Jackson Brown right now. Do y'all know that song? That's me right now. This is my Tuesday night reset. I usually end the last couple of weeks. I feel like I've ended early on Tuesday nights. Okay, so the next thing was Spackle Tab says he'll take Earthless as well for $25. That's sold to Spackle Tab. And these are now up for bid. Okay. Now we have, Ryan Bingham. Seth Franzoni said he will take one. Seth Franzoni said he would take one at $19.99. And I'm going to ask Janet if she wants this Tone Poet for $30. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to her just to get something else sold on here. I'm going to sell that to Janet if she still wants it for $30, okay? Trying to get as much sold out of here as I can. And there's another Smashing Pumpkins if anybody wants to make an offer on that. Gas Huffer, did I even look at it? We hadn't. Gas Huffer is on green vinyl. Cool. Gas Huffer is on green vinyl. And there is an insert with it. There is an insert with it. Gas Huffer. What a name. There's that and there's that. And let's sell the other Smashing Pumpkins to Mike. I'm going to make sure Janet still wants the Keenan Durham there for $30. I should have went ahead and took that offer to begin with. So, and Donna says she'll do it half off. Yeah, let's do some vintage half off. That might get me woke up, you know. I think I can take us to midnight, though. I think I can get us there. I keep drinking this caffeine from Walmart over here. It's great value for a reason. This dang great value caffeine. It's not as potent as the stuff at the coffee shop. Stuff at the coffee shop make the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I feel like I'm on. Well, I almost said I feel like I'm on cocaine, but I've never done that, so I don't know what that actually feels like. So I guess I can. It feels like what I think it's like to be on cocaine. We have half off vintage LPs. I don't know what's in here, but hopefully we could sell most of these. And here we go. Let me touch my toes. Maybe that'll work. Let me touch my toes here. Oh, yeah. That's a great hamstring extension. Oh. Okay. So, Gas Huffer and the Dale Gators. That's what's up for bid right now. Janet said she will take the Kenny Dorham for $30. Thank you. Now, half off vintage, first come, first serve. No more, no less. Even if you try to offer me more, I'm not going to take it. I'm going to say no. If something's 10 and you say, Chad, that's too cheap, I'll go ahead and give you 15. I'm going to say no. It's $10. Wow, what a start. Air Supply at $5. Now this I will allow you to pay me more for. We've been on a hot streak with Air Supply. $5. Jerry Jeff, $10 for Jerry Jeff. That's Jerry Jeff Walker. Rick Waitman, the six wives, almost said the six lies. The six wives of Henry VIII, $10. The Elvis tapes, where's Regina at? The Elvis tapes, $12.50. How much was Bottle Rockets? Was that in this last bin? No, that was in that most recent Laura crate. Oh boy, I don't know what I've actually done with that. I want to say they're $19.99. Laura might even be able to phone in and tell us. Here they are. Yeah, they are $19.99. Rod, they're $19.99. I've got 2 left if you want one. Okay. Wow, look at all these Air Supply. This is exactly the start we needed. This is so to Mark Fallon, Chris Kirkley second, Michael Rudolph, Rebecca Howitt, Regina Tabor gets Elvis. I have no idea where we're at on these 45s. The Dale Gators, the last bid was Craig Thomas at $5. Gas Huffers at $10. And the first person to bid 10 was Craig. Craig is leading both auctions right now. 5 and 10. Final call. These are all sealed. No. We have 38 special. $12.50 on 38 special. Jerry Jeff, Rick Waitman, 38 special. Eric Clapton, $17.50. The Ventures Knock Me Out in shrink wrap, $7.50. If kerosene is on Bottle Rockets, I want it. Please have kerosene on here. It's on there. We got ourselves a sale. This is sold to Rod Bryan. $19.99. Thank you. Larry Smith on 38 special. Sold. Mike Owen was second. If I don't say grade, these are EX or better. If I don't say grade, these are EX or better. Jethro Tull's debut, 15. 15. Gas Huffer, 11. Yeah, no condition notes on any of these. They're all clean. $7.50. If I start saying grade, that's the grade. Chuck Haley on Ventures. That's so to Chuck Haley. Also, we have Traffic on the road. Traffic is now $10. The Best of Carly Simon, $5. Mark Fallon on Jethro Tull. That's so to Mark Fallon. Jethro Tull. On Campus, Doug Clark and the Hot Nuts, $7.50. Gas Huffer got a new bid. Dale Gator sold to Craig for $5. We have, I've already shown that. The Rolling Stones, now just $17.50. Akeem, The Unbiddable Dream. Who is this? Akeem Olajuwon. I've never seen this record before in my life. Vegas Records Jackpot, 1987. Akeem Olajuwon, The Unbeatable Dream. That is going to go up for a $5 start. Next is Rebecca Howard on Carly Simon, sold Trina Long was second. Jared Inc. got Rolling Stones. Tim Valdness said he was first on Dale Gators for 5. Craig put Dale 5. Gas, Tim did bid 5. He bid 5. So let's put this back up for auction. Tim Valdness has that for $5. Going once, going twice. Chris got the Rolling Stones. Akeem has bids. Rich Group gets Traffic. Give that to Rich Group for $10. Make sure that goes in for 10 because there's not a price on it. Pat Benatar is now just $7.50. Head East is $10. Susie, another 4-letter word. Susie Quattro is $10. And the Cars Panorama in shrink with the original inner sleeve, $12.50 on the Cars. Chicago 16, just $5. And Traffic is $10. So the Dale Gators, instead of Craig, give that to Tim for 5. Price is still the same, just a different bidder there. Okay, that's sold. Akeem Olajuwon is now at 7. John Hernan on the Pat Benatar. That has the hit song We Belong Together on it. Joe Salamo second. Rod Bryan first on the Cars. And now Gas Huffer, a green vinyl from Sub Pop. Gas Huffer is at 12 of Craig. I haven't heard back from Regina. We're about to sell it, though. Mike Owen second on the Cars. Pat Travers Heat in the Street. $10 on Pat Travers. And Huey Lewis in the News, 4. $10 on Huey Lewis. $10 on that. John Heron also on Clapton, doing a half-off bin right now. No more, no less. That's sold to John Heron. That is sold. And we have Jefferson Starship Red Octopus, $7.50. So the Akeem Olajuwon's at 7. Brandon Lack, you're out. Rod Bryan, you're out. Chris Riddlings, you're out. A lot of bidders on that. Next, let's see if I can dig out another sealed LP auction back here. I got a lot of sealed stuff back here. Here's Tom Cochran and Red Rider. Tom Cochran and Red Rider. This is a sealed original. It does have a punch hole, but it's never been opened. Tom Cochran is a $10 start. Also, Eric Clapton Backless, another Clapton. If I don't say anything about the grade, these are nice. That Clapton is now just $17.50. Also, we have 38 Special Tour de Force, $12.50 for 38 Special. And George Thorogood and the Destroyers Maverick, $10 on George Thorogood. And Pure Prairie League, if the shoe fits, $7.50. Gas Huffer, I never heard back from Regina. That's sold for $12. Thank you for commenting a period there, Chuck Haley, because I was worried I lost the feed. I hadn't anybody comment in almost 2 minutes. What the heck happened there all of a sudden? That's sold to Craig for $12, and I lost like 4 people on Akeem Olajuwon. Is this feed still working? Test 1 2. Test 1 2. There's a new bid on Akeem. I was about to say, what happened? Like I lost 4 people on Akeem Olajuwon. Nobody bid again, but nobody said out. Chris has it for $10. I'm trying to put this Gas Huffer back in the sleeve here for Craig. Oh, Gas Huffer. There we go. That's sold to Craig. Thank you. Akeem has a new bid for 8. Larry Smith on the other 38 Special that's in the bin. Chris Kirkland on Pure Prairie League. And Adam Bernardi on Traffic. And then John Heron on George Thorogood. And now this crate that I'm working on over here is really full. Really full. This is very heavy, too. That's our 5th full crate of sold records tonight. Fantastic. Let's do another one. I took really good care of your Huffer there. I got it in pristine condition still. Okay? Now, next. Didn't make it to the feed. Okay. Yeah, that possibly can happen. So if y'all, it's just luck of the draw at that point. But we are caught up, and now we have Marshall Tucker for $7.50. So Akeem is now at 9 with Chad Sauls, and Tom Cochran and Red Rider, Boy Inside the Man, Love Under Fire, The Untouchable One, Lasting Song, Citizen Kane, Ashes to Diamonds, The Loading, Ocean Blues, River of Stone, and One More Time. Next half-off record, Pure Prairie League is $7.50. And Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. $10. Our next New Orleans single is going to go up right now. Blackout. Right behind you, baby. Blackout. $5 start on that. Blackout. $5 start. Jerry Jeff Walker. It's a good night for singing. $10. Dean Martin. Once in a while. $5. Dan Seals on the front line. $5. Patsy Cline. $10. Country Great. Dolly, just $12.50, burlap and satin. Wow. Buck Owens, I don't care. $5. Air Supply, $5. The Police, Ghost in the Machine, $13.50. The Police. Akeem has a new bid for $11. 10 and now 11. And then Joe Salamo on Dean. And that was Dean Martin. Leslie Holt on Dolly Parton. Mark Fallon on Air Supply. Then Michael, then Rebecca. Blackout has bids for 5 and 5. Greg Beddinger on The Police. Trina Third on Air Supply. Tom Cochran is a no bid. $10 buy it now on that. Yeah, I had to do a double take on that song title. I was like, what did I just read? Next is Chuck Haley on Buck Owens. Doing a half off bid. And by the way, these are no more, no less. Half off. Sawyer Brown. $10 on Sawyer Brown. And Carlene Carter. $5. $5 on that. Akeem Olajuwon. Chris Riddlings, it's back to you. Chad has it for 11. Blackout's at 9. And Leslie wants Carlene Carter. And Blackout's at 8. Tom Cochran, info. It's a sealed copy. Tom Cochran and Red Rider. It is a self-titled album. It's sealed original. A $10 buy it now. Sid, you were second on Carlene. Rye Cooter, Chicken Skin Music. $10 on Rye Cooter, Chicken Skin Music. Chubby's folk album, Chubby Checker. No condition notes, $10. Joe King, Carrasco and the Crowns. Joe King, as I call him, $10. And Barefootin' by Barefoot Jerry, $10. Akeem is then sold, and that's done. And that is done to Chad Sauls for 11. Blackout, the final call then is going to be at $9 with Robert. Jim B bid 8, but Robert was already in at 9. Robert Matthews on 10 TC, and that was for Tom Cochran. So that's sold to him for 10. Let's get that in a new sleeve for you. Okay. Sealed original. Wow. Mike Allspaw on RC. That was probably for Rye Cooter, which means Adam Bernardi was second. And the Sawyer Brown, I think this one's self-titled. Yep. $10 on that. I don't think I said a title because it's self-titled. Jim B's out on the Blackout. And now we have another sealed record to go up. And guess what this one is? Tom Cochran and Red Rider. And this one's called Victory Day. It's sealed with hop sticker featuring Victory Day and Big League. It has a minute cutout mark on it, but this is a $10 start. Tom Cochran, $10 start. Larry Smith sold on Sawyer Brown. That's sold to Adam. Larry Smith got Sawyer Brown. We have Joe King. This is $10. Joe King, another one. Vietnam Chain, Sue Samaloa Beat. That is $12.50. Blackout is sold to Robert Warner for $9. Bob Lynn, don't be concerned. Bob Lynn is $5. You still need me to help those albums once you slip? No. I'll leave that up to John, Paul, and Laura. It takes a lot longer to mark records than you think. It takes about all day to get 4 or 5 crates good and ready. It would take all day. It's amazing how long it takes to price records and clean them and research them. Judge Dredd, Big Six. Judge Dredd is a $5 start. And Al Fowl and the Shakes, Long Way to Hell, $5 start on that. That's our next two New Orleans singles at $5 starts. Oh, you're talking about those albums. Yes, I will get those priced for you. Yes, those autographs. Yeah, give me 24 hours. If I don't have it done in 24 hours, then I'll give you a free gift. Okay, that's my promise. I'll have them marked in 24 hours, or I'll give you a free gift. That's my guarantee. Next is Rick Wakeman, No Earthly Connection. Rick Wakeman is $10. The Lorries, Crawling Mantra, that is now $7.50. Lonesome Romeos, $5. And we have The Limits, Close Enough for Government Work. The Limits is $5. We have Judge Dredd, Big Six, $5 start. Judge Dredd, Big Six, and Al Fowl, Foul, and the Shakes, Long Way to Hell. We have Tom Cochran, Final Call for 10. The Vietnam Chain was $12.50. We are going through a half-off bin, no more, no less. Mystic Eyes, Our Time to Leave. Mystic Eyes is $10. Looks like it was at a radio station at one point. And we have Live Stiffs, $10. Live Stiffs, $10. Little River Band is $5. Some people probably think I hate them because if I reply to somebody, it's got to be like after 2 a.m. or maybe sometime in the morning. And just like in the morning, I'm like almost like winding down, about ready to go to sleep, or maybe even around lunchtime. And if I feel like, man, I was like, man, if I start engaging in conversation or take a phone call, I could talk on the phone to somebody for an hour. And I'm like, I need to go to bed. So I always forget to call people back or not. I don't want to send somebody a message at 3 a.m. But the problem is that's when I'm communicating. I'm communicating at 3 a.m. So, all right. And, well, they're still bidding on this, okay? I actually never did say sold. I was getting a sleeve for it, but now they're still bidding on it. So there's that. But, yeah, a lot of people think I hate them. I just looked at my phone a while ago, and I accidentally opened some messages early this morning, and I never did reply to some people. They probably like, dude, he don't ever reply to me. I'm talking about like family too, like my brother and my mom. Rod Bryan gets Vietnam. That's so to Rod Bryan. Trina got Little River Band. That's so to Trina. And we have Condition on Jefferson Starship. That was back here earlier, right? Jefferson Starship. Yeah, $7.50 on Red Octopus. And Tom Cochran, they're still bidding that one out. But I think we can go ahead and call these sold. Yeah, Judge Dredd is sold to Robert for $5. And Al Fowl is a $5 buy it now if anybody wants that. Next is Little Richard, 20 Greatest Hits. $10 on Little Richard. And Little Feat, Time Loves a Hero. $12.50 there on Little Feat, Time Loves a Hero. I got some more buy it now singles here. These are all $6.99. And I have Phil Collins, Two Hearts. Here's a good one. Asia, Only Time Will Tell. Rick Springfield, Souls. Dwight Yoakam, 1,000 Miles and Always Late with Your Kisses. Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark. And Michael McDonald, Sweet Freedom from Running Scared. Those are all $6.99. Those are all $6.99. Those are some handfuls of some singles there. Back to the half-off bin. Hums of the Lovin' Spoonful. That is $7.50. Also, Mr. Big. $10 on Mr. Big. The Ventures. That is VG minus. It is VG minus. $5 on the Ventures. VG minus. And we have Echoes of an Era. Art Tatum, a Rogue Honor. There is water damage to the jacket. Only $5 on that. Tom Cochran's now at $20. And the first single here for $6.99 was sold to Chris Bryant. Phil Collins, Vicky Allison on Dwight Yoakam, Mark Fallon on Michael McDonald. That leaves Bruce, Rick Springfield, and Asia. If anybody wants those, they are still available. And now let's do one more little pocket here. And this is Elton John, I Don't Want to Go With You Like That. Jim Croce, Rapid Roy, that stock car boy. I'm going to auction that one. And Vince Gill, Oklahoma Swing, $6.99 on that. Chuck Haley does want the Ventures. And the Lorries was $12.50. It is in shrink with hype. Excuse me, no, $7.50. $7.50. And then Mr. Big is $10. Tom Cochran's at 21 with Javi. Robert Matthews, you've been outbid. Mike Owen wants the Asia picture sleeve. Only time will tell. Sorry, my speech is starting to get slurred at this point. That's sold to Mike Owen. And then Fred Morris wants Lovin' Spoonful. Hot Times, Summer in the City. That's sold to Fred Morris. We have the band Stage Fright, VG Plus, $12.50. Elton John is sold to Javi Soto. Spackle Tab got Croce. What's the B-side? Oh, man, I didn't even read the best song, Operator. That's Not the Way It Feels. That's a great one there. And then Vince Gill, $6.99. Robert's out on Tom Cochran, so let's now sell that for 21 to Javi Soto. Thank you. And we pulled that. I don't think I've pulled the lorries yet, though, for Chris. Poor Hayden. Yeah, Caden. K-A-D-E-N. That's my nephew. Yeah. We have the lorries. That's so to Chris Riddlings. Okay. Plenty more kind of sealed OG records like that coming. Let's do these here for $10 starts. This is Johnny Mathis and Denise Williams. This is What Friends Are For, their debut album with Hop Sticker, and Best of Fred Astaire from the MGM Classic Films. Those are $10 starts. Okay? And sorry, Operator's already sold. Yep, that's a great single. Operator and Rapid Roy. That's a great song too. That's Stock Car Boy. But yeah, that's definitely the A-side. Operator. Man, what a song. That's one of my favorites of all time. The band is in VG Plus condition. It is a 1970 U.S. Winchester. $12.50 on that. Robert Matthews, if you don't want Mr. Big, if you don't want Mr. Big, it's sold to Alex Kane. So that's pending. I'll put it right over here. Next is Steam, Nah Nah, Hey Hey, $9 on that. The Best of Buffalo Springfield, VG Plus $10. Now, Mary Miles gets the band. We have officially ran through 2 boxes tonight. These were at one time full. We've ran through 2 boxes of top 40 singles, as I call them. We've went through 2 whole boxes. Here's what's left that didn't sell for $6.99. I'm going to go ahead and crack the lid on a fresh box because, like I did the other night, it goes ahead and prepares us for the next auctions for possibly tomorrow. And here is a whole nother box here that I have never opened the lid on. There's even more. Yeah, I hadn't went through any of these. Let me figure out which way's the front. John usually sorts them by the hit record on the ace on the front. Yeah. Yeah, so here's a whole nother box I have not gone through. So I'm about to crack open a new box. And what I'll do is I'll make some of them buy it nows, and then we'll put a lot of them up for auction at some point, okay? Either tonight or tomorrow. The last time I did a big sort or open up a new box, it really prepared us for a lot of new auctions for tomorrow. And I'm going to still put up some New Orleans stuff, which I'm going to do right now. Here is our next New Orleans single, and this is Rocky Velvet, Too Much Fun. $5 on that. And then Mr. Big, what happened here? Let's give this to Alex Kane. Mary got the band. Mary Miles on Buffalo Springfield. Ron was second, then G. Bepco. Next is the Temptations Power, EX, $6.50. Straub's Deadline. Straub's is VG Plus $7.50. The Everly Brothers Roots, $8.50. Johnny Rivers is VG Plus $5. Marshall Crenshaw, VG $5. Climax Blues Band, Flying the Flag, EX $6.50. Working, a new musical, white label promo, $5. And the Everly Brothers, the new album. and that's EX650. All right, these back here are buy it nows for $10. The Best of Fred Astaire, sealed. Johnny Mathis, Denise Williams, sealed, $10. Let's go through tonight's no bids and try to get some of these sold off. So first was another sealed record, Ivory Joe Hunter Sings. It's a new reissue or a vintage reissue. We got Rider on the Rain soundtrack. And the two auctions here, the Stack Volt Review Volume 2 with Otis Redding, Carlin Thomas, Sam and Dave, and Eddie Floyd, just $25, EX condition on Stax Records. The Grateful Dead was an OG Go to Heaven, $35. And then the autographed B.B. King, the Best of B.B. King, signed by B.B. and 3 of his band members, $475. That's the only autograph that didn't sell tonight. The most pricey of the lot, but really cool. BB is $475. Kind of surprised that's still left. Now, we left off with Rocky Velvet. Regina bid $5. Sid Blair wants to Marshall Crenshaw. That's only $5. Chuck Haley got Johnny Rivers and the Everly Brothers here out of the half-off bin. That's so to Chuck and Chuck. And Michael wants the Riders on the Rain for $10. Okay? And then here are the two New Orleans singles that didn't sell. Al Fowl and the Gil Joteens. I'll do buy one, get one free. Those two that didn't sell for $5. Those two that didn't sell for $5. KLO 2LP. Yes, it should have been. I believe so. Okay, now what's over here? Oh, here is, actually, let's do... let's see. Or we can do 3 for 10. Yeah, let's do, also here's the Scorpions. So there's the 3 no-bid New Orleans for $10. So the Scorpions, the Gil Joteens, and Al Fowl. The 3 New Orleans for $10. That's the only 3 that hadn't sold. Auction. Actually, I think I have found a 45 I want to keep, which is not much. It's Rocky Top, but... And then I got a couple auctions here. I'm going to go ahead and start a pile for these, either for tonight or another time. Hey, I bet we can sell the rest of these off. So the other night I had some of these and we auctioned them, and then I sold the backups. But if anybody wants Pearl Jam, Wish List or Given to Fly, $9.99 on Pearl Jam. Given to Fly is on black vinyl. Given to Fly, $9.99, and Wish List is also black vinyl. Yeah, black vinyl on those. And 3 copies of Given to Fly. So Pearl Jam, $9.99 each. Let me know which one you want. William Dragovich gets the bundle deal here. He gets these 3 for $10. Next was Jesse Hood wants Jefferson Starship. That's owed to Jesse for $7.50. Mark Fallon wants a Wish List for $10. Mark Fallon wants a Given to Fly for $10. That leaves 2 of each. Regina was the only bidder on Rocky Velvet. Sell that to Regina for $5. Pearl Jam, Given to Fly, sold to Clay Moore for $10. And then we have, Mark says he'll take 2 of each. Oh boy, wait a second. Okay, so that means he needs 1 more of these. And then Charlie DeFrank, that means you get 1 here, Wish List. So Mark got 1 and 1. Clay Moore got Fly. Mark Fallon got another 1 and 1. And Charlie got Wish List. Now those are all sold. And I think I auctioned the other night and they sold for $16 and $12. And we sold a bunch of backups. So that was what's left, now reduced. Let me see what else I can pull out. I'm going through my mystery box over here. Let's start doing some sealed records at Buy It Nows. This is a $10 Buy It Now. Listen to the Message, Club Nouveau. That is sealed for just $10. Jack Scott, the original recording, sealed for $10. And Charlie Rich, sealed with hop sticker, Rolling with the Flow, $10. Those are all sealed back there at $10. Sealed LPs there for $10. I got 2 great records here. These need additional research, though. I need to give these to Laura, probably for tomorrow. This one needs additional research. And then here's some more sealed stuff for $10. Let me see what else I got back here. For $10, I got sealed Point Blank Airplay. That one needs additional research. Ace, Time for Another, $10. Deion Jackson, Golden Classics, $10. Clarence Carter, Touch of the Blues, $10 on Clarence Carter. This needs additional research. And Disco Heat. Disco Heat is a 2 LP compilation. Salso Orchestra, Joe Tex, First Choice. This is all disco music, $10 on that. Those are all sealed records, $10 each. These two here need a little bit additional research. And I'll do that tomorrow, or I'll have Laura do it for tomorrow. That's probably best. If I do it, it'll never get done. Mark Fallon on Ace for $10. That sold. Lots of great deals here. Sealed records at $10. Chris was first to Clarence. Mary was second. Mark first on Disco. Trina next. Then Michael. Then Chuck. Okay, so that's all that's left there, $10. I think I can pull out some more. This is really helping me out, too. I'm cleaning out my bins. Nobody asked about the autographs tonight. Nobody asked about our autographs tonight. Now, these are pretty pricey, and I may have to look up the prices, but I've got an autographed Arnold Palmer Augusta National Golf Club Masters scorecard. That's $599.99, as in $600. I have another Augusta National Golf Club scorecard, which is signed by Jack Nicklaus. It's $275. So $275 on Jack Nicklaus, $600 on Arnold Palmer. Those are both PSA authenticated. I've got some really good autographs here. Most of the stuff is pretty pricey, but I can, if you're interested, I can get you a price. Billy the Kid there, the Clint Eastwood. That's the letter for this Clint Eastwood. So there's Clint Eastwood. Morgan Freeman's a good one. And I've got Gene Hackman, which has gotten really pricey lately. So there's some really good autographs there. No one asked, some of those were in the hot picture tonight. No one asked about them. And then we have Point Blank. That is sold to Mark Fallon for $10. Or excuse me, that's sold to Chris Ridlings for $10. Let me get you some prices on those in 1 second. Here's some of the COAs for them. There's another Jack Nicklaus. There's another Jack Nicklaus. Let me see what else I have over here. Before I give you prices on those, here's some more sealed stuff. The Kazoo Brothers. The Kazoos Brothers. JFK, the presidential years. Actual speeches, Franklin Roosevelt and John F. Kennedy. This is a great auction. That's Uriah Heep. I'm going to auction that one. Here we go. The Carter family. The Carter family is $10. I'm going to auction Benny King. We got Greg Ken. Greg Ken, just $10. And probably a good price on this. Kayak, which is Starlight Dancer. Kayak is $10. Okay, there's some I'll auction for sure. Yeah, the generator's plugged in. Let me see if I can find that Mark Fallon, and I will get you a price in 1 second. I just got to search my photos for that word because I took a picture of a spreadsheet, so it would be in my phone. Let me search Gene Hackman. And I've got a spreadsheet somewhere saved. There it is. I love how you can search your photos now. Okay, Emilio. Let me find this here. Tom Sizemore. Okay, that's an old. That stuff I bought from Alex the last time. Let's see. 1 second. Let me look up Clint. That'll be it right there. That's from the last time I bought stuff from him. Let's pull up my email. And what do we need to search here? Alex. Right. Yep. I might have been talking to him through Messenger. Sorry for the delay. I meant to have this pulled up before the show started, just in case. If that's why I kind of avoid showing these, because if I would have showed these earlier, I wouldn't have been able to price them. And that's why I'm having to look them up right now. Actually, I wonder if this is still over here. Give me 1 second. And then I'm about to go through probably another Buy It Now Best Offer crate. I'm going to try to find something else. Let me see if I still got a price sheet laying over here. No, that's the box everything was shipped to me in. I had a master spreadsheet, but oh, I bet I was texting him. Yeah. Sorry, this customer, he's been buying stuff from me since probably 2019, and we text, sometimes we message, sometimes here we go. Emilio Estevez from Young Guns. It is $175. Okay. Yeah, and that's right here, right? Let me see. Get it, find over here. Yeah. Yeah. 175 on that. Yeah, and there's I can kind of $175. I probably need to write this down. Let me put this on the back of these so I don't forget. All right, so $175 on this. Yeah. We had 2 Clint Eastwoods. We sold that big one and for $1,500, and this one, Morgan Freeman's an expensive one too. This one is $1,275. $1,275. $1,275 on Clint, and he's PSA, and he comes with a full letter of authenticity. He requires a full letter. Now, Fred Goodwin had a bunch of Clint Eastwoods, and they were all secretarial. Clint Eastwood doesn't sign a lot. He still doesn't sign a lot, and he never signed a lot back in the day. To be such a big star, that's why his signatures demand so much money. There for the while, he really, in the 80s and 90s, he didn't really sign anything hardly. So that's why signed photos and movie posters sell way up there. This one's good to go. It's PSA, $1,275. And then we had a claim for kayak. Sid Blair wants the kayak for $10. And I'm about to clean off the table. Sorry, I got side distracted. I've got a bin. I think y'all know over here what it looks like next to me. Right here's where I'm working out of. I got these bins like full of stuff. They're full of records, sealed records, autographs, Beatles, Funkos, and I'm trying to Down here's all the posters that I need to go through next. So I'm trying to just clean up so I can get the next crate up here, but I've kind of got sidetracked. So this is when a lot of fun stuff usually happens. Morgan Freeman's a really good one too. It's $1,500. Signed Morgan Freeman, especially on a really cool photo. He's $1,500. I got to get this stuff just listed. Probably like this is the kind of stuff I want to put on our website, where it's stuff I really can't auction because it's pretty esoteric, and I just kind of wait for our right buyer to show up. And this is the kind of stuff why I need to, get listed on our website. So, because we've got like layers of this kind of stuff just basically laying around back here. And Gene Hackman, I think, is $975. Gene Hackman is $975. I'll check, but let me double check. He's seen us. We had this before he died, and then it kind of seen a jump, of course. Let me see if I can find one that's actually JSA. I may be thinking about another one I have. No, I'm thinking about something else. Gene's not that much. Gene is. Here it is. Gene is $575. $575 on Gene Hackman. Yeah, $575. I need to go ahead and put stickers on some of these so I don't have to check every time. Yeah, Gene is $575. Really nice. And he's JSA. Here is the JSA card for Emilio. Yeah, there's the JS card. There's the JSA card for Emilio. I'm gonna go ahead and put them in here. I got some kind of poster around here somewhere. Deadwood. I don't know what that is. There's Morgan Freeman. He's is he Beckett? Morgan Freeman is Beckett, I think. Authenticated. Yeah, he's Beckett. That goes with Morgan Freeman. Let me get all this stuff put away. $575. But John, Mark, anybody else that's interested in these, I would love to make some deals on these. This would make tonight pretty sweet if we could just get one of these sold. Just getting one of these sold would be great. I've got a bunch. And this guy I bought these from, he's, I think, about to send me another box full of stuff. He kind of buys stuff and then sells it off and then upgrades and trades around. Deadwood. Yeah, I think I got a signed movie poster from Deadwood or something. I don't know. He sends me a spreadsheet, and we're on such good terms. He kind of already looks up the prices, and I kind of just double check them right quick, and he kind of already knows what he wants for the stuff, and we usually cut deals pretty easily. But he's an autograph collector. Kind of he buys, upgrades, changes around. Who's these other ones? Richard Harris. I'll do these other ones later. So, okay, there's that and that. And I'm going to put all this right over here so I don't lose it. There's quite a bit of money here. I don't want to misplace it or lose it again. I kind of rediscovered it last night. It's always good to rediscover stuff like that. I was right in the middle of showing some sealed records, and here's all the ones that hadn't sold. I may end up making a bundle deal with somebody at some point, but there's those. And let me grab the next handful, which the next thing in the box was those autographs. I pulled the wrong record the other night for Paul Brothers. I was supposed to pull a Goo Goo Dolls Greatest Hits. So Paul, that's probably why that wasn't. But if anybody wants the Offspring, it's $34.99. That's an auction record. That's an auction record. Here we go. Don Williams, sealed for just $10. Exile, sealed for just $10. Exile, sealed for $10. And Exile, sealed for $10. Those are all sealed. I still got this AJ Croce for $33.99. Somebody wanted that, and I never could figure out who. And here is some cool records. Let me put these over here first. And there's that. And then let's see what else I got over here. I've got another one of these to sell tomorrow. That's good to know. And another one of those. Okay. I mean, see, we usually mark these for 10 opened. We got Seth Franzoni getting the sealed Don Williams for 10. Larry Smith said he'll take the 3 Exiles for 10, 10, and 10. Great. That's about all I can pull out of this crate. That's autographs that I got to find the cards for before I sell them. I have no idea where they're at. And the rest of this is a bunch of random stuff I need to take John. That's for Discogs. And then this is all really good records here. We got a bunch of George Straits that I got to mark for auction. And that's it in that crate. Okay. And so this next bunch is a bunch of 45s. So let's just go ahead and throw a couple more up for auction right quick. Here's a couple more auctions. We got Scat Rag Boosters, Boogeyman EP. That's a $5 start. Scat Rag Boosters, Boogeyman EP. $5 start on that. And how about this one? The Galactic Blasters. The Outer Limits. That's a $5 start. The Galactic Blasters. $5 and $5 start on those. They're now up for bid. Sorry for the delay in the crates. That was a half off, Ben. How about I just read, because it's been forever. How about I go ahead and read these one more time, and then I'll try to find one more crate to go through. Probably buy it now, best offer, and then we'll see where we're at on time and participation, etc. First thing we have is Jerry Jeff. Actually, I'll probably go ahead and read the prices really quick. Final call on a half off bin. Jerry Jeff, $10. Rick Waitman, $10. Pure Prairie League, $7.50. Doug Clark, $7.50. Head East is $10. Susie Quattro, $10. Chicago, $5. Pat Travers, $10. Huey Lewis, $10. Eric Clapton, $17.50. Marshall Tucker, $7.50. Blast has a bid for $5. Final call on Scat Rag Boosters. Pure Prairie League, $7.50. Rick Waitman, $10. Jerry Jeff Walker, $10. Dan Seals for $5. Patsy Cline was $10. Chubby Checker was $10. Joe King was $10. Barefoot Jerry, $10. Another Joe King, $10. Bob Lind was just $5. Rick Waitman, $10. Also, Lonesome Romeo's, $5 on that. The Limits was $5. Also, Mystic Eyes for $10. We have Live Stiffs for $10. Little Richard for $10. Little Feet for $12.50. Echoes of an Era, VG plus $5. Now getting into some check condition. Steam, Na 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 Na. Hey Hey, Goodbye. EX $9. What year's the Head East? That album came out in 80. I think came out in 80. 78. 78 was Rick Waitman's Six Wives. Yes, and we have No Earthly Connection. But yes, we also have the Six Wives. $10 on that. The Temptations is EX $6.50. Straubs is VG Plus $7.50. The Everly Brothers is EX $6.50. Climax is $6.50. And Working, which is a musical, like a cast soundtrack to this soundtrack. $5 on that. All right, and then Michael Rudolph does want that Chicago 16. That is sold to him for $5. Chuck Haley got Bob Lind for $5. And that's sold. M Bolts, which is Matt Lidioff, wants Head East. There's something else. Phantom Canuck wants Pure Prairie League, Something in the Night. Right here, that's sold to Phantom Canuck. Adam Bernardi on the Six Wives, and that is sold to Adam Bernardi. Galactic Blaster sold to Craig for $5. Now, William Dragovich, you bid 11 on Scat. Now, I will definitely take that bid, but that was only a $5 start. And I just want to make sure you are okay with bidding 11. Not often I will talk down price, but that was only a $5 start. Okay, now I'm going to do a bundle deal on these remaining sealed albums. They're $10 originally. Greg Kihn, Love and Rock and Roll, The Carter Family, JFK, The Kazoos Brothers, Dean Jackson, Charlie Rich, Jack Scott, Club Nouveau, Ivory Joe Hunter, Johnny Mathis, Denise Williams, and The Best of Fred Astaire. Okay? And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 sealed records there. All sealed. If anybody wants those, I'll do them for $75. 75 makes those 6 1/4 each. For sealed records, originals, $75 for 12 records. William gets scat for 5. Thank you. I just saved you $6. Now you got to bet on the next one. Rick Wakeman, you bought one, and then there's No Earthly Connection. Was there another one as well? Yeah, Journey to the Center of the Earth. There's 2 more. These are also $10 each, no condition notes. Let's put up 2 more New Orleans singles. The Poor Boys, and let's pull one from the middle here. That looks wild. Okay. We have Gene Crazed and his Rockabilly Bastards. Graveyard Rock. $5 on that. And the Poor Boys, Move Maybe Move. The Poor Boys. Those are $5 starts, okay? Those are now up for bid. Anybody on the sealed bundle? There's that and that. And anybody want to make an offer on, wow, not even an offer on Grateful Dead or Stax. I can understand B.B. King. It's a little pricey, but I'm surprised no one, usually I have no leftover auctions at all. And there's a B.B. King and a Stax record left. Okay, let's find one more crate. I said I could get us to midnight. I think I can. Let's find another sealed, probably a sealed bin, and I'll probably go ahead and start with some 45 buy it nows from this new box. I've kind of cleaned up my bins over here. I found doing so some great stuff to auction for tomorrow. And yeah, let's keep going, all right? AJ Croce. This is Jim Croce's son. Somebody wanted this the other night. They asked, Chad, if you have it, let me know. I found it later. I gave it to the tag team. They missed their comment. I never could figure out who it is. I've asked 2 or 3 times. It's one of those buyers they're on about once a week. I can't remember his name. He's kind of lost in translation right now. But it's not David Johnson. David Johnson wanted me to post the pre-order, which I never got around to, but I ended up getting him one. Anyway, this is Jim Croce's son, AJ. It's new and sealed, $33.99. I've heard it's pretty good. Rick Barron offered $20 on Stax. That is sold. Now, can we get somebody in on the Grateful Dead? This was $35 or best offer. They go to heaven. I seen one of these signed by the full band that sold back in 2004 for like $12,000. It was signed by everybody, sold for $12,000 back in 2004. I think it would bring $30,000 if it was sold today. Signed Grateful Dead by the full band. Very, very expensive. That's like big money. I mean, it's up there of like signed Beatles stuff almost. All right. Okay. We are looking for a Laura crate. Of old stuff. She's like, yeah, no, no. She thought I was asking her. She was just walking by. She looked at me like, "Oh no, you want me to go price a whole nother crate?" I'm talking about one from right here, and let's go through it. Yeah, this is only. I know. I don't think I've. Yeah, I don't think I've took offers on this. No, I haven't. Let me see if there's another one over here. Here looks like a good one. We may have time to go through 2. Let's go. I don't know. I want to make it a good one, but I can't remember if I've took offers on these or not. We'll try it. I don't think I have because I feel like a couple of these in here would have sold. Mark Price, thank you on the dead. Thank you. Laura looked at me like, what? Are you kidding me? It's midnight. Now, I was trying to find a crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. All right, let's try to get a bunch of this sold. Let's try to get a bunch of this sold. Have I put a new crate there? Okay, I have. All righty. So, these are Buy It Now or Best Offer. First thing in here is My Morning Jacket. It Still Moves. 2LP, the original album remixed and remastered on gold and smoke colored vinyl. Gold and smoke colored vinyl, sealed, $29.99. Was the Pat Travers Heat in the Street sealed $10? No. Pat Travers was just in the half off bin. No condition notes. Okay. Also, I got a bunch of these. Black Alicious, Blazing Arrow. Gil Scott-Heron appears on here. Zach De La Rocha from Rage Against the Machine. Ben Harper. This is sealed music on vinyl for $24.99. Okay, and now let's update these singles. Boy, y'all have bid a lot. I hadn't even called out a single bid. We had the Poor Boys and Gene Crazed. The Poor Boys is now at 9. Has Gene got one bid with William Dragovich for 5. If I missed somebody, let me know. William has it for 5. The Poor Boys is at 9. Also, I got The Story So Far, and this is called Proper Dose, sealed for $24.99. 2 copies of that. And Porcupine Tree, Closure Continuation on white vinyl. Those are sealed at just $29.99. Black Alicious was how much? $24. Let's Sell Rod Bryan one for $20. I've got a bunch more. It's a music on vinyl press. Does anybody else want Blazing Arrow by Black Alicious? I've got 4 copies left at $20 each. New sealed music on vinyl. I feel like I'm about to get in some great 45s we can get for auctions for tomorrow. And then some of these I'll go ahead and make Buy It Nows. That looks like an auction. That's pretty cool. That's an auction. That's a Buy It Now. That's a Buy It Now. That's a Buy It Now. That's an auction. That's an auction. That's definitely an auction. Definitely an auction. I'll do that for Buy It Now, Buy It Now, Buy It Now, Buy It Now, and Buy It Now. Okay. Got some good auctions here for tomorrow, though. Or for some of these, I think, are New Orleans records he mixed in. Some of them are definitely not New Orleans. They're great top 40 hit singles that need to be auctioned. In really good shape with the picture sleeves. All right, so before I show those, let's go ahead and sell Gene Crazed in to William for 5. The Poor Boys are tied at 10. William came in first, and Craig's out. So William and Jim B are tied. And Porcupine Tree, these are sealed for $29.99. I will do $25 on Porcupine Tree. $25 on sealed Porcupine Tree. Let me comp these on Discogs right quick. See what we can find over here. Let me comp this on Discogs. Sealed. Yeah, 25. 25 on those. Porcupine Tree. They were marked $29.99. GMB said 21. I'm at 25. GMB says he'll take the rest of the Black Alicious. 1, 2, 3, 4. Also to GMB, $20 each. And here's some Buy It Now 45s. Let me cut this stack in half here. The Who, a promo, Trick of the Light. It's double-sided, John Entwistle, $6.99. I Love Rock and Roll, Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. Adam Ant, Goody Two Shoes, and Crackpot History. Paul McCartney, Take It Away. And the inaugural address of John F. Kennedy. $6.99 on all those. $6.99 on all those. Jim B, it's up to you on the Poor Boys. And it's up to Lanty G and Richard Group on Porcupine Tree. Blood Orange, Cupid Deluxe. Blood Orange is sealed, $19.99. Tyler, the Creator, Call Me If You Get Lost, sealed. And let's not forget, there's a note on the back from Laura. Laura loves Tyler, the Creator. A 4-heart ranking, $24.99 on Tyler. Larry Smith on PM, which was Paul McCartney. Take it away. Thank you, Larry Smith. That's so do you. Poor Boys is still getting bids. I think I need a new New Orleans single. And the next New Orleans single, let's pull something from the front of the box. And we have, this looks interesting. Whoop, something just flew out of it. A poster. Black Belt Jones. It's okay. Sorry, Butterfingers. Luckily, it landed on its edge and it didn't crack. Black Belt Jones, Buzzkill, $5 start. Poor Boys at 12. JFK is sold to Regina Tabor, $6.99. Next is Let Live, The Blackest Beautiful. That's a hardcore record, sealed, $29.99. The Mavericks, In Time, 10th anniversary electric blue vinyl, sealed, $24.99. The Mavericks. Black Meaty, Cavalcade, or Cavalcade. Experiment Art Rock Prague, sealed, $24.99. Lanty G wants the Who promo. That's sold to him for $6.99. That leaves Adamant, which now Michael Rudolph wants. And wow, the only one that didn't sell, Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. Put another dime in the jukebox, baby. Nobody on Joan Jett? Y'all are disappointing the rock gods. How about The War on Drugs, A Deeper Understanding? Sealed, $29.99. And Pure Reason, Revolution, Above Cirrus. Above Cirrus. That's sealed, $24.99. And I've got one copy here of Molly Tuttle and Golden Highway, Crooked Tree, sealed, $19.99. Also, we have Cheer, Drug Church, Mystery Colored Vinyl, $29.99. And Lord Hearing, Long Lost, $29.99. Okay, so Craig's the only bidder on Black Belt Jones at 5. Jim B, you're out on the Poor Boys. William Dragovich been back in at 14. I've got 38 Special, Like No Other Night. 12,000 Girl Scouts sing America's National Favorites. That's an EP from the Girl Scouts. Taylor Dane, Prove Your Love. And Dr. John, Making Whoopee with Ricky Lee Jones. $6.99. Okay. Michael Rudolph will take Joan Jett. And now we've got Larry Smith on MY for 15. Did you mean MT? He did. Molly Tuttle. We'll go ahead and sell that to Larry for 15. Sid said Blood Orange for 15. Sell that to Sid Blair for 15. Regina wants the Girl Scouts record for $6.99. They're still bidding on the Poor Boys. Craig, you were the only bidder on Black Belt Jones. That's sold to you for 5. Poor Boys is at 16. Next, New Orleans. Oh, we had one of these earlier tonight. I know y'all like this band. Oh, it's on a different color too. It's on orange vinyl, the Helicopters. I remember that because I remember saying 1995. I remember the artwork, but I don't think it was on orange. $5 start on that. Now, price on Cavalcade. Black Meaty was sealed, $24.99. And then Crosses. Let me find that. That was technically a new arrival. crosses, which I really don't want to discount tonight unless it's pretty close to the sticker price. Let me figure out what that was marked. Right over here. I think it's in this bin. Crosses. Crosses was $29.99. So yeah, that's a new arrival, plus it's sealed, and I hadn't got to show it in the group yet. I'm probably going to have to keep that at sticker price right now. Now, if they don't sell, next time we go through it, I'll discount it. I doubt I'll ever get close to 17, but it will be discounted in the future if it doesn't sell. All right. And then the next comment was Larry Smith gets Taylor Dane for $6.99. Excuse me. I got 38 special and Dr. John. Raw Fordham wants a Cavalade for $20. And now the helicopters has took off and they're still bidding on the poor boys. And Chad's losing his voice. I can tell I'm getting really sleepy. This is when it really starts to shut down. My voice goes next. So let's read through these one more time. I still got Lord Horn. Now, Lord Huron. What was weird, there's an offer on a Mavericks. What did I have that one marked for? Let's sell one of those to Melissa Bailey for $20. Now, something weird happened on the porcupine tree. 3 people asked about it. There we go. Rich said he'll do 24. Let's sell one to Rich for 24. From what I just seen on Discogs, that's fair. And I have one left. I don't know if the other person who asked wants, or if anybody else. White vinyl porcupine tree, just $24. So, seems like a good price on that. Closure continuation. Let's grab another handful of 45s. Thank you, Richard Group. And let's do some more buy nows, actually, before I recap this bin. I have Cat Stevens promo, another Saturday night. And, of course, I got some Beatles here we'll auction. Here's a good one. Nazareth Hair of the Dog. Nazareth Hair of the Dog. Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Relax. Garth Brooks, We Shall Be Free. These I'm setting over to the side. We'll hit the auction block at some point. Definitely ones I can't sell for $7. That's more like a starting bid. They'll probably bring more. Some of them will get one bid. Here's our next handful, but there's several right there. Okay, the first, hold on a minute. Poor Boys. What happened on Poor Boys? William Dragovich had it for $18. Okay, then Helicopters got bids for $5, $10, $7, $12, $13, and then price on Lord Huron. That was sealed, $29.99, 2 LP. Adam asked, and then Hiram. Craig's out on Hell. John Gollin takes that last porcupine tree for $24. Chris Bryant got Naz for $6.99, Hair of the Dog. Michael Ruttman got Garth Brooks. That has, I can see it, it has the jukebox strip down in it too. That leaves Frankie Goes to Hollywood and Cat Stevens. There's Lord Huron. My Morning Jacket is still available, $29.99. Was Let Live on clear vinyl. Let's go ahead and jump up to that. Let Live, which I've got 4 copies of, is not on colored vinyl. It's sealed, $29.99. Here's some more Buy It Now 45s. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Jambalaya on the Bayou. Van Morrison, Blue Money. Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark, Dreaming. Cyndi Lauper, Girls Just Wanna Have Fun. Cyndi Lauper, All Through the Night, Picture Sleeve. Steve Carlisle, WKRP in Cincinnati, Main Theme. Maneater, Hall & Oates. Oop, that's an auction. Olivia Newton-John, Twist of Fate. That's a great song. That was used on Stranger Things. And yes, don't get that very often. Does It Really Happen? And Into the Lens. Those are all $6.99. Adam Bernardi, 24 on Lord Huron. That's so to you, Adam Bernardi. Larry Smith on Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. That's so to Larry Smith. Jambalaya on the Bayou. Michael Ruttman on Cyndi Lauper. Let me know if you want Girls Just Want to Have Fun or All Through the Night, or if you want both. Tracy put Warp, but she wanted WKRP. So that's sold to Tracy. Regina was second. Larry Smith on Olivia Newton-John, Twist of Fate. And that leaves Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark, Dreaming. Van Morrison, Blue Money, and Sweet Thing. Those are both great songs. Yes, Does It Really Happen? That's from Drama. And She's a Man-Eater, Hall & Oates. And Michael Ruttman does take both Cyndi Laupers. Okay, those are sold to him for $6.99. Now, the Helicopters, I think we were done. I hope so. William Dragovich, $13. That's been a while. That's sold to him. Orange vinyl. And then the Poor Boys, that is sold to William Dragovich for $18. Now, let's put up two more New Orleans auctions. And I'll grab another handful of 45s. Here is Hipster. And here is the Grip Weeds. Is that what that says? Hipster, I Can't Help It. And Love Me, Leave Me. And the Grip Weeds, She Brings the Rain. Those are $5 starts. Next, Buy It Nows. We have Whitney Houston, Greatest Love of All. The Foundations, In the Bad, Bad Old Days. The Foundations on the uni sleeve. The Kinks, Set Me Free. John Belushi from Animal House, Louie Louie. Andy Summers, 2010. Alabama, Take Me Down. Double-sided promo. Frank and Nancy Sinatra, Something Stupid. Give Her Love. Jim B says, I asked the high bid on the Helicopters. Okay. Was that... okay, we might need to throw up the Helicopters one more time. William evidently overlooked where Jim B, I think, was asking what the high bid was. Okay? So let's try this one more time. The high bid is with William Dragovich at $13. It is on orange vinyl. The Helicopters. Final call to William Dragovich for $13. In here, we got Chris Bryant on John Belushi from Animal House. That's $6.99. So Nancy and Frank, Something Stupid, and Give Her Love. Frank is just on that side. Alabama, Take Me Down. That's from Mountain Music. It's a double-sided promo. Andy Summers, 2010, with the picture sleeve. The Kinks, Set Me Free, and I Need You in the original company sleeve. The Foundations, In the Bad, Bad Old Days, and Give Me Love. And this is Whitney Houston, Greatest Love of All, and Thinking About You. And that's $6.99. These 245s don't have bid, Hipster, or Grip Weeds. Final call on that. I'm in and out of the feed due to getting work in the UK. If nobody took the LP bundle, would you do Job for Joe for $7? I probably will. I'm going to show the bundle one more time and try to sell it. If no one takes it, I'll pull it out and sell it to you. Okay? Now, so we were recapping this bin. I got distracted with 45s. We got My Morning Jacket, Let Live, The Story So Far. Also, Tyler Creator, Call Me If You Get Lost. The Mavericks. Now, I've already discounted one to somebody for $20. Does anybody want the other one for $20? The Mavericks. Does anybody else want that one for $20? Also, we have Black Meaty Cavalade for $24.99. The War on Drugs. Pure Reason Revolution, Above Sirius. The Helicopters has a new bid for $15. We have Cheer Drug Church. And nobody bid on these. They're $5 buy it nows. Hipster and the Grip Weeds. Hipster and the Grip Weeds. Those are buy it nows for $5. Just FYI. And all these are $6.99. I'm going to try all those again tomorrow. Probably a bunch of them will sell. Also, this is helping me out. We're selling some buy it nows, and I'm getting plenty of auctions ready for the next time we're rolling some of these. Okay, there's that. Here's New Edition, Tears on My Pillow. Bonnie Tyler, Holding Out for a Hero. Charlie Daniels, Drinking My Baby Goodbye promo. Molly Hatchet, The Rambler promo. William Bell and Judy Clay, Leftover Love in the stack. What a cool picture sleeve, or a company sleeve. That's a really cool company sleeve. I don't think I've seen that too often. Errol Smith, SOS promo, 1974. Wow. The Safaris, Wipeout. Madonna, Crazy for You. Right Place, Wrong Time. Dr. John. 38 Special, Rockin' Into the Night. Jimmy Buffett, It's My Job. Buckner and Garcia, Pac-Man Fever. Margaritaville, Jimmy Buffett. And Chicago, Love Me Tomorrow. The Helicopters is sold to William Dragovich for $15. Thank you, William. That's sold to you. Chris Bryant wants 38 Special. So that was Chicago, Love Me Tomorrow, big hit song. Margaritaville, obviously a hit song. Buckner and Garcia doing Pac-Man Fever. Jimmy Buffett, It's My Job. 38 Special sold to Chris Bryant. Dr. John, Right Place, Wrong Time. Madonna, Crazy for You. The Safari sold to John Gollin. Errol Smith, William Bell and Judy Clay. John Gollin also wants Dr. John, Right Place, Wrong Time. That's sold to John Gollin. We have Molly Hatchet, Charlie Daniels, Bonnie Tyler, and New Edition. Those are all available. And then those were New Orleans singles. Wow. Okay, let me try two more for auction. And from the New Orleans box, let's do, let's see what we got here. Detonations. Spy You in a Magazine. Detonations on clear vinyl. $5 start. And Pretty Boy Rock and Roll, Don Convey. $5 start. Let's see here. M. Bolts wants the Madonna. Chris Bryant on the Molly Hatchet promo. The Aerosmith was double-sided. So it's one of those double-sided promos. SOS is on both sides. 1974. Isn't that from their first album? 74? That's from their first. That should be their first, one of their early singles. 1974. Those are $5 starts. And I think I'm going to do one more handful because I'm liking also what I'm finding over here for backups. It's amazing how fast John can get all these ready. A lot of records here. Just the time to sleeve them all. ELO, Last Train to London, Down Hometown. ELO, Twilight, and Julie Don't Live Here. Promises, Eric Clapton. Climax Blues Band, One for Me and You. Flirting with Disaster, Molly Hatchet. The Moody Blues, Stepping in a Slide Zone. And I'll Be Level with You. John Cafferty, Tender Years. That's from Eddie and the Cruisers. Chic La Freak. I Want You to Want Me, Cheap Trick. Pete Townsend, Rough Boys. John Travolta, You're the One That I Want from Grease. And Triumph, Magic Power. Chris Bryant on Molly Hatchet. Flirting with Disaster. I knew he was going to get that one. Animal House memorabilia. I don't have any that I know of. That's so to Chris Bryant. John Gollin was second. That left Triumph, The One That I Want, and Alone at a Drive-In Movie. Those are both from Grease. Pete Townsend, Cheap Trick, La Freak, John Cafferty from Eddie and the Cruisers, Moody Blues, Climax, Eric Clapton, Promises, ELO, ELO. Michael Butler on PT, and that was for Pete Townsend, and that's sold to Michael Butler. These are buy it nows for $5. The Detonations and Don Convey. I think I have found a stopping point when the last 4 New Orleans singles don't get bids. That don't rarely happen. So those are buy it nows for $5 as well. Okay, final call for records. I think I'm going to pause there. I was going to make it to midnight, and now I've got into a 45 groove, and we have ended up selling, since I said I was going to stop, we've ended up selling another stack. So Susie had that comment ready to send. And final call, I'm going to immediately end the feed. I'm going to shoot a new arrivals video to post in the group and clean up a little bit and probably head home. So what are the records? Oh, yeah, I got to show that for our YouTube buyer. These are sealed records that I bundled. They're $10 a piece, but I tried to bundle them. This is Club Nouveau, Listen to the Message. Jack Scott, the original recordings. Charlie Rich, Rolling with the Flow. Deion Jackson, Golden Classics. The Kazoo Brothers. John F. Kennedy speeches. JFK, FRK, or FDR speeches. The Carter Family, Greg Kihn, Ivory Joe Hunter, Johnny Mathis, and the best of Fred Astaire. Those are all available, and they're $10. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There was 12 there, and I think I priced those out. Those 12 sealed records, I priced them out for, I think, $75. Yeah. Which is only $6.25 each. I was trying to sell them all together for $75. Jeff Church wants a Brittany Fox. I can pull that right now for you. That's right over here in this first crate. Let's pull this for Jeff Church. If anybody else wants a Brittany Fox, let me know. They're limited edition to 750 on white vinyl. That is sold to Jeff Church. And we have Vicki Allison on the Grease record. That is $6.99, sold to Vicki Allison. Okay? And does anybody want to bundle the 4 New Orleans records here that didn't sell? We'll say $12 for those 4. $12 for those 4 unsold New Orleans. Sounds like William Dragovich, something he would buy. The unsold 45s. The problem with that, Regina, is there's almost a whole box. Let me grab some maybe from the very beginning. There's almost a whole box. That would take probably another half hour to read through all those. No joke. But I will go back to the front here and do some right here from the front. And William Dragovich says he'll take those 4 for $12. And we have Survivor, The Search Is Over. There's that other Chicago single that Brandon Lack was looking for, maybe, if he wanted it. But Survivor, Search Is Over, Chicago, Look Away. Johnny Ray, The Big Beat. Johnny Ray, The Big Beat. Kylie Minogue, The Locomotion. No, that's It's No Secret. John Cougar Mellencamp, Lonely Old Night. Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark. The Bar Busters, Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, Light of Day. Bob Seger, Shame on the Moon. Heart, Nothing at All. Dusty Springfield, The Look of Love. Janet Jackson, Nasty. Linda Ronstadt, Aaron Neville, Don't Know Much. Linda Ronstadt, Ooh Baby Baby. This is Casey and the Sunshine Band, Please Don't Go. And we're making records and breaking records for you. Double Mint Gum. I thought this was cool. Double Mint Gum promo, or, I mean, what year is this from? So, what a cool record here. Might keep this. Nobody wants it. I think I'm going to. I know some advertising people that would love to have that. Chris Riddlings wants the Errol Smith, SOS. All right. Thought he was going to do 2 lower crates. I thought I was going to do 2 lower crates too. Sturgill Simpson. Not to my knowledge. We had that one. We found one the other night again. High Top Mountain, I think, but I think they all got grabbed. Let me read through these again. We got Ohio Players, Sweet Sticky Thing. The OJs, Let Me Make Love to You. 3 Dog Night, Never Been to Spain. Hugh Muscella, Grazing in the Grass. Delaney and Bonnie, Never Ending Song of Love. Hall & Oates. David Cassidy, Cherish. Katrina and the Waves. Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show. Chicago, Harry Truman. Cellar Full of Noise. Platinum Blonde. Bruce Springsteen, which is Brilliant Disguise. Jackson Brown. Cock Robin, The Promise You Made. Liza Minnelli, Cabaret. Cher, I Found Someone. Cheap Trick, Never Had a Lot to Lose. And Charlie Daniels Was at 26. Regina wants Bob and Joan Jett and Janet Jackson. There's Janet Jackson for Regina. There's Bob Seger for Regina. And there's Joan Jett for Regina. Double Mint Gum. Jim, Chad Williams over here in person actually already bought that. So he beat you to it over here in person. Chad Williams bought that. You was just a little bit too late on the lag on that one. That's already got sold to Chad. Next. YMCA Village People, The Hokey Pokey Ray Anthony, Starship It's Not Over Till It's Over, Jimmy Buffett Why Don't We Get Drunk, Journey Send Her My Love, Ringo Starr Only You, Tanya Tucker What's Your Mama's Name, Joni Mitchell Good Friends, Tim Finn Grand Adventure, Andy Gibb Shadow Dancing, The Dynatones, Linda Ronstadt, ABC, The Birds, Status Quo, Janet Jackson, When I Think of You, Cutting Crew, Between a Rock and a Hard Place, Bruce Springsteen, 10th Avenue Freeze Out, and The Romantics. Can I see the 2 Johnny Rays again? The 2 Johnny Rays, that was in this handful. Yeah. These are original EPs from Columbia. They're nice. And there's actually 2 volumes here. There's 9/6/11 and 9/6/12. That's a volume 1, volume 2 deal. Those are 2 different volumes. Chris Bryant on JB. Now, was that for Jimmy Buffett? Why Don't We Get Drunk? Chris Bryant. Also, Chris Bryant on Journey. Send Her My Love. And the B-side of Cutting Crew. Card House. And Regina wants the Bruce Springsteen picture sleeve, which was that in the last handful? That might have been in the last handful. Yeah, I think Regina might be slightly behind. I think it's over here. Double Mint Gum is $50. I figured. Yeah, I can't believe nobody bought that like earlier tonight. I showed it 2 or 3 times. I was like, wow, this is like, I feel like I could sell this to some of my people that I know that collect vintage advertising for $20 or $30. I was like, it's only $6.99. She's talking about this right here, Brilliant Disguise. Chappie, all these 45s I'm showing are $6.99. Everything here is $6.99. So Johnny Ray would be $6.99 and $6.99. All right, there's Cutting Crew. I'll put it back over here. And we keep that right there. I know some guys that have paid $10,000 and $20,000 for metal signs. They will probably easily pay $25 for a double mint record that is original and very unique and something I've never seen. We've got Musa Chunka, Paw, Mike and the Mechanic, Silent Running. I can't believe no one got that one. Aretha, Who's Zooming Who? Huey Lewis in the News, I Know What I Like. Rick Springfield, Bop Till You Drop. Bobby Fuller, Love's Made a Fool of You. Dueling Banjos from Deliverance. Sam Cooke, Cousin of Mine. Cutting Crew, One for the Mockingbird. Huey Lewis in the News, If This Is It. Don Henley, All She Wants to Do Is Dance. Kind of surprised that's still there. Elton John, Wrap Her Up. Lionel Richie, Say You, Say Me. Michael Jackson, Dirty Diana. And Don McLean, American Pie. Johnny Ray is Sold, and Johnny Ray is Sold. And these are sold to Chappie675 and Chappie675. Chad, are you going to get the new Santana? Yeah, that should be here tomorrow. Are you on Facebook, Mike? Mike, you might want to go ahead and get in line because I have ended up selling more today, and you're the third person who's asked. And then the other two people went ahead and pre-ordered in the group. So let me find Santana for you. And then you might want to jump over there and go ahead and reserve one. Because if I'm pulling them out of the crates tomorrow, it will be first come, first serve. And let me copy this link. And let me share you the link right now. And it is right here. And there is a direct link to it. There's a direct link to it right there. Okay. And that's it on the 45s. The other ones were very recently shown. Yeah. The other ones were very recently shown. I bet if Brandon was still watching, he would have bought this. I'm going to put these away. And that's some pretty good stuff there. I'm glad I did read through those second time. There's about another handful, but they've been pretty recently shown. So. All righty. So there's the pre-order. Jumping on that. And if anybody wants to go ahead and join our group, now's a great time to do that. I'll go pull it up right now. And one new member request. Brian Riley approved. Steve Davis approved. There we have it. I just approved 2 new people. Okay. And now I'm saying a goodbye again. Regina talked me into another 10 minutes. And I'm going to go ahead and take this stack in here and say my first goodbye. Well, we probably could fill up about 10,000 boxes of 45s. We sell about a whole box every night. So, how many Santanas did I get? I honestly don't know. 12 or 14. It looks like we've already got 10 or 12. I mean, what I do is I post the pre-order. I give it about a day and then I order them. But what happens is like sometimes these pre-orders, the algorithm hits late. So I don't know. Nobody knows how Facebook works except for the people who work there, right? They have some kind of very complicated way to show you stuff. But if all of a sudden 2 or 3 people comment and then you're mutual friends with those friends and then it shows up in your feed and then you decide you want one because you see your friends buying it, and then all of a sudden we get a late purge on a pre-order and I've ordered 12 and then in the next hour 3 new people pre-order right before the show starts. And then we run out live and I don't even have enough for the pre-order post. And then people are trying to buy them here on the show. So that's why I've had so much extras. That's why I have so many Brittany Foxes. Because here lately we've just been selling a ton of pre-orders. And then we sell a bunch live because right now half of our viewers are on YouTube. Actually, more than half of our viewers are on YouTube right now. And most of those people don't have a Facebook account. And so that's why they're always watching for new vinyl, because they can't get in on the pre-orders, which tells me I need to start doing it on a website, which is going to take a lot more time. But we have more people watching on YouTube now. And most of those people, I don't think, have Facebook accounts. So, right? YouTube people, most of y'all don't have Facebook accounts. So they can't see our pre-orders. They never get on the Facebook app. Boy, I'm on there a lot. What is my screen time on Facebook? There's no telling how long. Plus, I use this phone too sometimes. I spent last week collectively, let's see if it shows here. Wow. I spend a lot of time on just my Photos app because I have to edit so much and video. I spent 58 minutes last week on my calculator. I spent 58 minutes last week on my calculator app. Wow, I do a lot of adding. 58 minutes on my calculator app. That's crazy. Last week, the week before that, it was 38 minutes. Wow. Yeah. 14 hours on Facebook last week. That's a lot. War on drugs, 20 times 2. Okay. Sell that to Jim B for 20 and 20. He got me again right here at the end. Thank you, Jim B, and thanks everybody for watching. I'm officially in the feed. I'm going to try to shoot this new arrivals video. It will be posted, speaking of the group, it will be posted in the group at 6 a.m. every morning, even if we don't get a lot of new arrivals, because we only have this handful. Here's our new arrivals for tonight. This is it right here. But I'm going to go through some other new vinyl bins. Tedeschi Trucks Band, Black Label Society, Rat, Sunday, Suicidal Tendencies, Rat, Godsmack, Albert King. That's it. That was only new arrivals that's left from tonight, but I'm going to shoot some other stuff, and plus all the sealed stuff, lower prices, right? I mean, lower prices like 3 or 4 or 5 crates now of sealed stuff every night until this collection's all gone. So with that being said, I'll post that, this stuff, and maybe one other crate. So I've got to get all that organized. I'll be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock. I need to get some rest so I have a lot more energy come 5 o'clock tomorrow, and especially at midnight again tomorrow when I know all of y'all will be watching and ready to buy. So thanks as always. Good night, and I'll see y'all again tomorrow at 5 o'clock-ish. I'll see you then.